Presenting Magi Edge, an urban fantasy epic adventure. Book 4 in the Magi Saga series, written by Andrew Dobell, narrated by Vicky Ring.
Chapter 1.
Prologue, Minsk, Belarus. The air whipped by as Liz dropped the 40 feet from the rooftop. Her hair flew out behind her in golden waves as she left her stomach behind. With a sickening crack, she landed on the shoulders of one of the German gunrunners who had scattered to the winds at the start of their attack. He dropped to the ground and went limp. A quick glance confirmed he still lived, but was suffering from several broken bones. Gunfire peppered the ground around her and ricocheted off of her aegis with pops and whines. Liz ducked behind a nearby truck. She looked up and watched Rebecca move around one of the Russian vehicles opposite her in a smooth crouched hustle. Rebecca held her enchanted MP5 9mm submachine gun with silencer up and ready. Rounding the van, Rebecca let off a controlled 3-round burst at the first man she saw, 2 to the chest and 1 to the head, dropping him. Another man popped out in front of her, only for Rebecca to repeat the process without fuss or problem. Rebecca looked like she meant business, both in her actions and how she looked. She wore a one-piece black catsuit with a gun strapped to her leg and 2 blades strapped to her back. Everything she wore seemed to be magical. Movement caught Liz's eye from the left side of the Russian group, across the rank of cars from Rebecca. Liz watched as a man saw her and raised his gun almost as if in slow motion. He had a clear line of fire across the gap to where Liz crouched next to the pickup truck. Liz braced herself only to see the man's exposed hand explode as Rebecca put a bullet through it from over 20 feet away. Rebecca moved quickly, checking her corners, and soon found the man leant up by the side of the car he hid behind, holding his ruined hand. She put 2 rounds through his head without any hesitation and continued on, sparing 1 quick glance and nod to Liz as she moved. Rebecca had been assigned to their group at the last minute by the Magi Council. Apparently, she came from the Arcanum, the organization of initiated Riven who policed the crossover between the mortal population and the Magi. Rebecca was one of their highly trained Black Ops agents. Because there would be a strong initiated element to this mission, the powers that be saw fit to send her. Liz wondered if this might have been as much to keep an eye on them as it was to help them. From the other side of the row of cars the Russian gang had brought, a man appeared and looked out into the space between the vehicles of the 2 gangs. Liz watched as he checked around before focusing on the 3 handcuffed men sitting huddled in no man's land. They'd been brought by the Russians, apparently to sweeten the deal, but as the fight broke out, they'd been left in the mud. The man who had been leading the negotiations for the Russians took a couple of steps and raised his gun, aiming it at the 3 men. Working her magic quickly, Liz erected an invisible aegis around the prisoners. As the Russian fired, the bullets bounced off the shield, leaving the men unharmed. "What the hell?" the man said in Russian. Liz understood him, having magically learnt the language not too long ago. Running forward at a blistering speed, Liz took advantage of the man's confusion as he looked at his gun, wondering how he'd missed. He looked up a moment before Liz's knee slammed into his nose as she jumped at him. With a satisfying crunch, the man whipped backwards off his feet as blood exploded from his nose all over her black leggings. She landed behind him, turned, and with a quick twist of magic in his mind, he fell unconscious. Looking up, past the 3 terrified-looking men, she could see Zane and Orion doing their thing with the German gang. Orion ran up and over a van, jumping off in a flip, firing his guns as he went, while Zane took on several at once, his sword in one hand and a futuristic-looking pistol in the other. His movements were graceful and fluid, but lethal. Beyond them, the side of the warehouse exploded as a huge metal gas tank flew through the wall, widening the hole that was already there. Balor stepped through the hole he'd made just before Liz had jumped off the roof. She wondered if he'd killed the nomad magus he'd slammed through the wall. Walking through the flames, he roared as he waded into the waiting men who opened fire on him. A faint noise and a feeling of foreboding made Liz duck and look behind her as a gunshot rang out, aimed for where her head had just been. A shiny black blur appeared beside the man. It was Rebecca. She kicked his gun arm up, sending his gun flying, and buried one of her blades in the man's gut. She caught the gun as it dropped and put one round between the man's eyebrows, dropping him like a rag doll. 2 other men approached Rebecca. Liz nearly called out, only to watch in awe as this young woman moved at the speed that was difficult to follow and quickly killed them both without breaking a sweat. Finished with those 2, Rebecca switched back to her own gun and paused. "I'll finish the rest of these off. You get the hostages to safety," Rebecca said without looking at Liz, before raising her gun to her eye and moving out. Liz nodded and moved over to the hostages, where they crouched in the dirt. With a quick working of magic, their cuffs dropped from their wrists. "How did you?" asked one. "Thank you, said another. All of them looked relieved, tired, and scared. "Come with me," Liz said in their native Russian and led them out of the line of fire to the gap between 2 warehouses. "Get in here, come on," she said. They moved quickly but were clearly in pain and struggling with their movements. "Who are you guys? Why were you brought here?" "They hate us. Russia is a dangerous place for people like us," he said. "Us?" Liz asked, confused. "We're gay," they said. "Ah, I understand," she said. She remembered the nomad that had been watching the deal, who Balor had hit at 100 miles an hour through a brick wall. He belonged to the Children of Pain Coven, a neo-Nazi nomad coven who operated in Eastern Europe. Their intel had said that a magus called Hans would be in attendance. She wondered if Hans would still be alive. "Stay here," she said, and ran towards the warehouse Balor had been in and the hole he'd made in its wall. She reached it without incident and looked inside at the terrific mess that the Scion had made. Factory machines lay in a huge, tangled heap. She couldn't see a body in the wreckage, but there was some blood. Liz furrowed her brow in consternation. Had Hans gotten away? A shadow fell over Liz. Turning quickly, she whipped her hand out, only for it to be caught in a huge and unyielding fist.
"He put it away,"
Balor said as he released her arm. "Sorry," she said, feeling embarrassed for lashing out at him.
"Don't be. Reactions like that could save your life one day. Much like they saved Hans's life today,"
he rumbled, his voice sounding like 2 boulders grinding together. "We stopped the deal, though, and saved the lives of 3 innocents. The day wasn't a total loss," Liz offered. Balor looked down on Liz and smiled.
"As you say."
"Speaking of disappearing acts, I think you should make yourself scarce, so we don't scare the mortals," she said as she looked over the now quiet battlefield. Zane and Orion moved through the German gunfire's vehicles, looking for any stragglers. To Liz's right, Rebecca walked towards them, scanning the area as she moved.
Agreed,
Valar said. His great wings spread wide. He launched himself into the air, and with a couple of beats of those bat-like wings, he disappeared from view. "Heads up!" came a voice from above. A moment later, Stephen Loomis dropped to the ground by Liz's side and straightened up. "Well done, you were impressive," he said. Stephen wasn't a fighter, but had come to offer some magical aid. He watched the perimeter and kept other Riven away from the fight with a mixture of sound dampening and illusions. "Thank you," Liz said. "Did you have any trouble on your end?" "Kept a few workers away and diverted them to safer routes. Nothing too stressful." "Good," Liz said. "One moment," he said and concentrated for a second. Liz felt the magic roll out from him and envelope the weapons in the crates nearby. Liz watched with her etheric sight and saw the guns erode and quickly fall to ruin. They were useless now. "Good thinking," Liz said. "I think we're finished here," Zane said as he and Orion approached. Liz watched as Rebecca walked up to the gap between the warehouses and spoke to the hostages who were down there. "You're safe now," she said in Russian. "You're in Minsk, Belarus, and you're free to go. Here," she said and offered them a roll of paper money. She finished with a few pleasantries, and moments later, Liz could hear the men run off between the warehouses as Rebecca walked to them. "Shall we leave?" Zane asked. Everyone agreed, saying yes, apart from Rebecca, who only nodded. Hans appeared in a dimly lit tunnel with a snap. A puff of dust kicked up from his sudden appearance slowly settled around his feet. The tunnel had rock and earthen walls held in place with wooden support beams, from which hung the occasional lamp. He staggered for a moment and called on his magic, feeling his power sweep over him and heal the broken bones, cuts, and internal damage caused by the gargoyle's attack. He leant against the nearest support beam and caught his breath. After a few minutes, he called on his magic and sent his senses hundreds of miles from Warsaw to Minsk and looked upon the scene he'd just left. Barely a couple of minutes had passed, but the fight was all over and the Arcadians were gone. "Scheiße!" he muttered as he stood tall and canceled the magic, buttoning up his now magically restored suit jacket. Continuing on, he passed through an aegis, through the main entrance into the Coven of the Children of Pain sepulchre. The inside of the complex had a clean and all-Terranian look to it, with its concrete walls and its 1940s stylings. The sepulchre wasn't huge, but it comfortably housed the entire coven and guests when needed. Located beneath Warsaw, close to the controversial death camp that the Nazis had here, this had been Dmitriev's home for as long as Hans could remember. Several corridors later, Hans reached the door to his master's office and knocked. "Enter, Hans," Dmitriev called out. Hans walked inside and closed the door behind him before approaching Dmitriev's desk. Old habits die hard, he supposed, as he watched Dmitriev finish writing something with a fountain pen. Hans tried to keep himself from fidgeting as he waited. He wasn't looking forward to Dmitriev's reaction to his news of the Arcadian attack. Before long, his master looked up at him, eyebrow raised in question. Dmitriev kept his haircut short, and today he wore a suit cut in an old-fashioned manner with a single gold swastika to his lapel that gleamed in the light from the desk lamp. "Your report, please, Hans. Don't keep me waiting. Did the Ruskies go for the deal?" "I'm afraid there was no deal. We had a problem." "What?" Dmitriev asked, sitting forward in his chair.
Arcadians, the legacy, I think. They interrupted the deal. I was forced to flee the scene or die,
Hans said as he looked at his master. Dmitriev's clenched fist started to shake as his face turned a bright shade of pink.
Verdammt!
He roared as he lifted his fist and slammed it onto the desktop in anger. Chapter 2. Prologue 2, Texas, USA. Angel leant on the fence with her forearms, bending at her hips but keeping her legs straight. It forced her bum into the air in just the right way, attracting admiring glances from most of the men and several women too. She looked out at the rodeo and these self-important idiots riding around on horses and bulls, thinking they're cowboys and oh so macho. The whole thing bored her to tears, and she wanted nothing more than to hurt someone. But she was here for a reason, and that reason sat behind her on her right-hand side and had been staring at her ass for the past 10 minutes. She glanced back, locking eyes with him, and smiled as if she enjoyed his lingering gaze. She looked away and shifted her weight from one leg to the other, making her ass jiggle. She pulled in her magical aura quite some way, so she looked more like an apprentice than anything else. That served to get Troy's attention. He sat with his initiated and riven friends, enjoying this travesty they called entertainment. She looked back at him again, biting her lip, and giving him a smile that promised delights beyond compare. Troy pulled his eyes away from her perfectly formed rear, smiled back, shifting his position due to his increasing arousal. She wore a pair of tiny Daisy Duke denim hot pants that barely covered anything, with cowboy boots and a red plaid shirt that she tied up just under her bust. She finished the look with a cream-colored cowboy hat worn over freshly curled blonde hair that she twirled on her finger. She winked at him, and he smiled back. He looked around before excusing himself from his friends. They whooped and hollered at him in encouragement as he walked over to her, his gait full of swagger. She turned, put her bum to the fence, and smiled at him as he approached.
"Hey there, little lady. You all by your lonesome?"
"I sure am," she said, putting on her best southern drawl for this dolt.
"Well, that's a crying shame. Someone as beautiful as you shouldn't be walking alone around these parts. You never know what might happen to you."
"You here with your coven?" she asked, looking around in a fake attempt to see anyone else. Troy came in closer to her in order to talk in lower tones.
"I have some friends here. Why?"
he asked, his tone defensive, like he suddenly thought better of telling her the truth. Troy had been a member of the Magi Legion for years now, and although the Coven House wasn't too far away, he was the only Magus here tonight. "I'm sorry," she replied. She didn't want to scare him off. "I don't mean to pry, it's just I'm currently between covens, and when I saw your big old handsome face back there, I just had to know your name. I'm Angel, by the way."
"Troy," he said. "I'm sorry to hear that, but their loss is our gain. Why'd you leave your last coven?"
"Man problems. The pig just didn't appreciate me, didn't understand my needs," she said as she stepped in closer to him and put one of her hands on his chest. "If you know what I mean."
"Any man that doesn't appreciate you needs therapy."
"Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, he got obsessed by some other witch. Said he'd heard stories that she was the chosen one or something. Mentioned something about a prophecy of Helene."
"What? What are you talking about?"
"Amanda, that's it," she said, snapping her fingers. "Amanda Jane Page. Said she was some kind of chosen one." Troy backed off. He looked less enraptured and more than a little concerned.
Who are you?
Just a concerned member of the MAGA community, wanting to make sure people know what's going on,
she said, stepping back and away from Troy and into the crowd.
Don't forget what I told you now,
she said before she turned and walked away. Troy sat in Forrest's office in Fort Worth, the home of the Magi Legion. The office had a military and Old West feel to it. Troy had returned from the rodeo only moments before, porting back as quickly as he could after his encounter with Angel. She was a beauty, and his mind kept wandering off into more carnal thoughts as he tried to stay focused on the substance of their meeting. Things had taken a turn for the strange when she'd mentioned Amanda. Everyone in the Magi Legion knew of Amanda and her rise to prominence in New York. Forrest hated her and made sure everyone in the Legion knew why. It all seemed a little too convenient that Angel would mention Amanda to him, given his allegiance to the Legion. But she'd also mentioned something new, and if true, slightly concerning. Angel's comment about Amanda being the chosen one and her reference to the prophecy of Helene was not something Troy had heard before. Troy didn't know much about such things. He remembered being told something about the prophecy, but he'd be damned if he could remember what exactly. Anyway, he knew Forrest would want to know about this right away, which is why he'd left the rodeo barely 15 minutes ago. Now, Forrest sat before him, looking into the middle distance, having listened to Troy's description of the encounter. He looked deep in thought.
So, what do you think?
Troy asked.
I'm not sure, but one thing is for certain. You're not the only one to hear about this. It's all over the dark web. Someone wants to either discredit Amanda or get unwanted attention on her. Well, that's good, isn't it? Well, that's good, isn't it?
Troy asked.
Possibly, but if this prophecy is true and it's talking about Amanda, then it changes everything,
Forrest said. He looked over to his wife, Stella Ward.
Gather the coven. We have much to discuss.
Chapter 3. Crossing Pacific Ocean. Amanda walked up to the enormous rock in the center of the small island in the middle of the atoll. She'd returned here a few times these past few weeks, looking for anything that might help her learn more about Mr. Black's fate. She pushed through bushes and undergrowth to find the odd metallic door set into the rock, her enhanced magical ability picking up the faint magical signature hidden behind the door, but only just. She could feel the temporal energy that the device held in flux just on the edge of her senses, something she would not have been able to do prior to that energy hitting her and enhancing her magic. She thought back to her meeting with Mr. Black here on this beach, when he'd told her everything that he knew. It had taken some cajoling to get the information out of him, but once he started talking, he didn't stop. This strange man, who went only by the rather formal name of Mr. Black, although she doubted that was his real name, had turned out to be her father. He'd had a night in a brothel with a woman called Sophia, who he claimed looked just like her, before the device behind this door sent him back in time to free his family from the control of the scion Horlak. He succeeded, but paid a hefty price. His family had been wiped out, and he'd been aged 50 years. However, an unexpected benefit of the price he'd paid was that he'd never existed in this new timeline. He was a ghost with no official record, and with the resources the Weaver had left him, he'd set up the syndicate and formulated his crazy plan to kill the Archons. After thinking about things over the past few weeks, one question kept coming back to her, and from it, she knew there must be more to this story than even Mr. Black knew. In his description of events, He'd been living in an alternate timeline where his family remained alive, but under the control of Horlak. When the Weaver's time device sent him back, his actions split the timeline, creating a new separate timeline where his family died out during the Black Death plague and Mr. Black had never existed. But if that was true, and this was the alternate timeline, how did Sophia, her mother, cross from that other timeline to this one? He'd slept with her before he traveled back in time, splitting the timeline hundreds of years ago. So how had her mother jumped from the timeline where his family was under Horlak's control to this timeline and still have Amanda, who she'd conceived before he meddled with the timeline? Thinking about it made her head hurt, and no matter what explanation she'd come up with, she always had more questions than answers. She shook her head and banished those thoughts. She'd not come here to think about the time device or the Weavers. She'd come here to try and find her father, Mr. Black, who disappeared when the nuclear missile exploded over the island, obliterating the old atoll and creating this new one. The island Amanda stood on sat in the center of a ring of islands that marked the edge of the crater the blast had created. This small patch of sand and rock only survived because of the protective shield that she and her friends had conjured to protect everyone from the bomb. But somehow, Mr. Black had found himself outside the shield. His chances of survival were slim, to say the least, and it might be that she would never get the answers she needed. She doubted that Mr. Black had those answers anyway. At this point, she believed that he knew as much as she did. But even so, he was her father, and she needed to try to find him, or some hint about his fate. She'd been around this atoll several times and hadn't found anything. Looking back in time with her magic just didn't work here. The whole area seemed to be infused with temporal energy that threw off any kind of attempt to do so. The sun sat low in the western horizon, a glowing orange disk that cast vibrant oranges and yellows across the heavens and the few clouds that floated above her. She sat on the beach for a while, watching the sun sink towards and then slowly below the sea, enjoying the display of color and light as it went. Looking at her arms, she ran her fingers over her skin, tracing the lines of the strange tattoo that had been branded on her back and upper arms. She had no idea where the strange energy that had done this to her had come from, or what the tattoo actually meant. There were clearly words written in it, or runes and symbols at least, but all her research had come to nothing. She had no idea what this thing was or what it said or meant for her. Gentlewater had been fascinated by it and desperately wanted to spend some time with her. He wanted to test her new abilities. Amanda had needed time, though. She'd only just found out about the prophecy, which was crazy enough without it being about her. Since the island, he, Maria, and even Raven had admitted that they all thought the prophecy of Helene referred to her. She had to admit, reluctantly, that parts of it did fit. For instance, it said, "You will know these times by the mark of the Creator placed upon the body of one of your own." It also said, "See the body marked by the power of the Creator." This all seemed to refer to her tattoo, maybe. That part was vague. But there was more. Her aura seemed to fit the description, matching the part that read, "Mark her soul with colors of life and death." Two colors that were only present in your aura when you were first born and just before your own natural death, gold and deep violet, were now ever present in her aura. The prophecy also spoke of her ability to cross into the abyss. But she'd refused to try it so far. She'd wanted to take some time to herself, to forget about being a Magi and get her head around what it all might mean. She laid back on the sand, her vibrant long red hair spilling out around her as she took a breath and tried to relax. She had an enjoyable few weeks and even spent some lovely quality time with Maria. Their trip to Monte Carlo, where she'd worn that daring red dress again for her lover, had been a little more action-packed than she had hoped, but fun all the same. A couple of months ago, things seemed kind of settled after having dealt with Lucian. She'd even gotten together with Maria, something that she'd never expected. Life had been good until Mr. Black had shown up and thrown a spanner in the works. She doubted she would find Mr. Black now, though. She searched the island several times and found nothing. She supposed he was dead, obliterated by the nuclear blast and scattered to the winds. She didn't mourn him, though. She didn't really know him. She only really spent a few minutes with him after all. Instead, she focused on the tattoo and the prophecy. She felt like she'd started to get her head around the idea of this tattoo and what it might mean, and while she could take a few days to herself to figure things out, she knew all too well that the world wouldn't wait for her, and she'd need to start really dealing with all this soon. Amanda resolved to go see Gentle Water tomorrow morning and to see if she could pass into the abyss with her magic now. She'd feel a little more confident about trying it if her mentor was with her. She also wanted to follow up on the one lead that Mr. Black had given her about someone who went by the online name of Edge and apparently knew her mother or had met her. She'd get Sean to look into that. And then there was Yasmin. Once again, this mysterious woman had saved her life and the lives of her friends with no apparent gain for herself. The rumors about her made for compelling, if scary, reading, but her own experience with Yasmin had been quite different. The gossip proclaimed Yasmin to be a nomad, and a cruel, ruthless, and very intelligent one at that. They said she was the most dangerous nomad on the planet, someone to fear and avoid. But this had been far from Amanda's experience with her. Yasmin had a fairly cold manner and always came across a bit aloof. But Yasmin had spoken with Amanda a few times and saved her life or helped her on multiple occasions. After Lucian's death, Amanda had been the subject of a few rumors herself, some of which were so far from the truth that they barely resembled her or the events they spoke of. Had Yasmin been the subject of the same kind of gossip for so long that the tales were now so far from the truth as to be unrecognizable? Amanda needed to know, and when they'd last met, Yasmin had agreed to grant Amanda the ability to contact her via a mental link. Creating a mental link was a bit like swapping phone numbers. It didn't grant either person access to the other's mind. It didn't allow you to find them at any time you chose, or weaken your defenses against them. All it meant is that you could contact them, you could send a request to speak with them, and if the other Magus accepted, a link was created between you that allowed you to send messages, thoughts, images, and more to the other person. Even with an open link, you couldn't automatically read the other person's thoughts, and you could only port to them if they didn't actively hide their location. So, even if Yasmin did turn out to be as bad as the legend said, the link didn't endanger her any more than she could handle. After the events on the island, with Yasmin stepping in to help Amanda once again, she found that she needed to know. She really wanted to know what the deal was with Yasmin, and that would mean she'd need to actually meet her properly, to sit down and talk. Not today, but in the next few days. Amanda sat up again. She needed to get back home to get some rest. Sure, she could use her magic to refresh herself, but nothing really beat getting a good night's sleep. Concentrating and pulling the local threads of Essentia to her, she ported back into her bedroom. Feeling refreshed the following morning, Amanda practically bounced into the basement ops room that Sean used as his personal office with his initiated assistant Vanessa. Amanda wore her usual distressed bootcut skinny jeans, trainers, and fitted top that exposed her midriff. She kept her bright red hair loose and let it cascade over her shoulders.
"Top of the morning to ya. What's the crack?"
she said in her Irish lilt.
Good morning, Amanda. I hope you're well.
Very well, thank you.
Good. Well, we found one thing this morning that I think will be of interest to you.
Go on, Amanda interjected.
We're picking up some rumors that are being spread about you online. We've not found the source yet, but they're beginning to snowball.
Oh, really? Are you about to put a dampener on my day?
That depends on you. They're actually just telling the truth, though it depends on if you want the truth out there or not,
Sean replied.
And what truth is that? They say that you're the chosen one. The one talked about in the prophecy of Helene. They also say you have been marked by mysterious energy after a fight on an island,
he said, indicating her tattoo. Amanda glanced at her arm. Okay, keep monitoring then. Hopefully this will die away. Anything else I can do for you? Sean asked. Actually, there is. I need you to find someone who uses the dark web and goes by the name of Edge, if that's possible, she asked, referring to the secret section of the internet created and maintained by the Magi community and sometimes referred to as the D-Web.
Can you give me anything else to go on?
Something about the island of Tarot and the disaster that happened here about 20 years ago. I think he might have been there.
And it's a he, is it?
Sean said. Sorry, I'm not 100% sure on that. Maybe.
Okay, sure. I can give it a try.
Amanda smiled. Thank you, she said and scooted around his desk to give him a kiss on the cheek as thanks. Sean cringed at her touch, screwing his face up and wiping his cheek, much to Amanda and Vanessa's amusement. The winter sun beat down on the roof terrace where she sat with gentle water. Outside the magical boundaries of her home, the air would feel very chilly, but here her magic kept them warm and comfortable as they sat on the outside seats. She'd already felt much better today, refreshed and awake after a great night's sleep. She'd woken up late, but didn't really care. She didn't have anywhere she needed to be, only that she wanted to put gentle water out of his misery finally and to see if she really could pass into the abyss, through the barrier of Acheron. She doubted it would work, but gentle water was keen for her to try, so she saw little reason to resist any longer. The rooftop terrace happened to be one of her favorite areas of the house. She loved the views and the fresh air, so it made sense to try this here, where she felt comfortable. Looking around, it also occurred to her that this might very well be the perfect place for her to meet with Yasmin. The nomad already knew where her house was anyway, so it would be pointless to try and hide it. Also, she would be on home ground, which might give her some much-needed confidence to ask Yasmin the hard questions. That settled then, she thought. She'd invite Yasmin to meet with her here on her rooftop. Amanda sat forward in the chair, letting Gentle Water, who stood behind her, examine her tattoo. He'd been looking at it and taking notes for maybe 10 minutes.
We need to find some time to do this properly. Maybe I take photos of it so I not bother you all the time. It is fascinating,
he said in his Chinese accented English. Well, I'm glad you find it interesting. I'm not sure what to make of it, really, Amanda replied.
You not like it?
I don't know. It's all still very new to me.
I understand,
he said and moved around to sit before her.
So are you ready to try crossing into the abyss?
Fixing her top, Amanda took a breath, closed her eyes for a moment, and then looked back at her mentor. To be sure, I'll give it a go. Don't be disappointed when it doesn't work though, okay?
Of course. So you try?
He asked. She was about to attempt it when a flicker of doubt passed over her mind, causing a jolt of fear to flutter her heart. Do you have any idea what I'll find there? What it will be like?
Good question. Very few have crossed into Abyss, and no true report has been made. But many have had visions. See what they think was the Abyss. They say it always dark, filled with strange creatures and very dangerous. You do not need to stay there. We only testing to see if this works.
Sure, very dangerous. Okay, well, I'm sure I'll be grand. I might even have a wander, don't you know? She quipped with a smile. Would this work? Would she actually be able to cross into the etheric realm? Magi had been hunting the ability to do this for centuries, and somehow she'd been handed the ability randomly. It was all a bit strange, and it was this strangeness that was worrying her.
Just be careful,
her mentor said, concern shading his eyes. Amanda nodded and sucked in a steadying breath. She needed to try this. She needed to know as much as Gentle Water did. She understood that now. It's no bother. I'll see you after, she said, trying to seem more confident than she really was. Amanda felt Gentle Water work some magic upon himself, probably to watch and study the effect she was about to enact.
Good luck. I'll be waiting.
Thanks, she said and concentrated on working her magic. Drawing Essentia to her, in a split second, she shaped it, directed it, infused it with her desire to cross through Acheron into the abyss. Around her, the scene shifted and rippled, changing color from the bright and vibrant New York day to a dull blue, almost nighttime scene. Shite, I did it, she gasped under her breath. She'd almost convinced herself that she wouldn't be able to do it, and yet here she was, in the etheric realm, having passed through the barrier that kept nearly all other magi out. The landscape around her looked desolate, empty, and very quiet. The ever-present sounds of the busy city, the hum of traffic, and the movement of commuters had gone, replaced by a stillness that unnerved her more than she cared to think about. She stood in a faded and disused reflection of New York, a dead city. Around her, the buildings looked like they had been through a war, with their crumbling walls and unfinished facades. Mist clung to the ground below her, obscuring her view of the street from her vantage point atop a ruined and blasted-out building that must have been the abyssal reflection of her home. The intersection in front of her house seemed quiet and still, so she started to make her way down through the half-destroyed buildings, scrambling over rubble that gave way beneath her feet, making noise that sounded very loud in the stillness of this apparently deserted city. A minute or so later, she reached a doorway at street level and moved towards it. The mist from the street split in through the opening. It had a similar blue tinge to it, as did the rest of the environment, and appeared thickest at her feet. Reaching the doorway, moving quietly and cautiously, she looked in both directions along the street. There appeared to be a few twisted remains of cars, like burnt-out husks, on the sides of the roads that were basically unrecognizable, and apart from a few places where the buildings had collapsed into the streets were eerily quiet and empty. She stepped out of the building, keeping to the wall. She slowly walked towards the crossroads on her left, getting glimpses of the cracked and ruined ground beneath her feet. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she caught movement. She turned to see an eddy in the mist, but nothing else. Had there been something there watching her? Her heart hammered away in her chest. She'd never felt so on edge. Taking a deep breath, she continued on and reached the corner of the building, leaning out to look left and right. Again, the roads appeared deserted, with only mist and detritus in the streets with her. After a moment of thought, she chose to go right, crossing the road next to her and heading what she assumed to be the direction of downtown. If this abyssal reflection of the real world in any way matched the material realm New York. Taking another look around and keeping low, she jogged over the road to the opposite building and started to walk down the street, keeping to the walls of the building on her right. Partway along that block, a shadow passed over the street and the buildings around her, causing Amanda to look up. A huge creature flew or maybe swam through the air above her. It looked black and slick, almost manta ray-like, apart from the mass of tentacles that trailed behind it and the other strange and curious appendages that it had. On reflex, Amanda backed up into a large open hole in the building next to her, while keeping an eye on the thing gliding above the buildings. It banked left and soon disappeared from view. Relaxing for a moment, she suddenly heard movement from deeper inside the building she was taking refuge in. Ever so slowly, she turned to look into the darkness behind her. Something moved. She could see half shapes and shadows shifting and the sound of a deep rumbling groan that came from something unknown. Even with her enhanced vision, she couldn't be sure what it was. Backing up towards the hole and the street beyond, she kept close to the wall and slipped outside, keeping her eyes on the thing in the darkness. She could have sworn she saw several pairs of gleaming eyes open in the dark a half-second before she rounded the corner onto the street. The temperature didn't seem too much different than it had been on her heated rooftop. It was a comfortable temperature that felt neither hot nor cold, and yet Amanda could feel the sweat beating on her temples as she moved away from the building. She knew it came from her growing fear and unease about the abyss and the things within it, but she couldn't help it. Moving further along the street, passing a couple more buildings, she stopped short when up ahead, something big lumbered out from a side road into the avenue she stood on. The creature was huge, maybe twice the size of a human, with massive, powerful arms and shoulders. It stopped in the middle of the street and seemed to be contemplating which way to go, its face hidden from view for the time being. Amanda ducked down again and stayed low, watching the creature, when another walked out to stand by the first. The second one looked just as inhuman as the first, but had a more upright stance as opposed to the first one's more stooped gait. Amanda had no idea who or what these were, so she backed up to an entrance into the ruin of a building she stood beside and moved off the street. Satisfied she wouldn't be seen by these two things for the moment, she looked into the building she'd taken refuge in. Although dark and dusky, this one appeared lighter than the first she ducked into. Looking up, she could see through 5 or 6 floors due to the huge holes in the ceilings above her. Glancing back at the creatures in the street, they were now pointing and motioning down the street Amanda stood beside. Looking back the way she'd come, she spotted another colossal creature pulling itself from the building she'd used for cover a short distance back up the street. Feeling exposed, she backed up further into the structure she stood inside and looked around. She wanted to get out of sight, but had a moment of brain freeze until she looked up again through the holes in the floors above her. She could just shift back into the material world, leave this behind, but as scared as she might be, she didn't want to go yet. She wanted to see what these creatures did, and maybe get a better look at them. She could cross back into the material world at any moment after all, and the situation wasn't desperate yet. Working carefully and gently, causing a few ripples to the local essentia as she could, she worked her magic and attempted to port several floors up to the highest level she could see into. To her relief, her magic worked as she had hoped it would. In fact, if she had to comment, she would say it had actually worked better than in the material world and had been slightly easier to do. She stood on the edge of the topmost hole and looked down, smiling. For some weird reason, she had felt a little scared to use magic here, thinking that things might work differently somehow, and she would have to learn to use her magic differently. But that had been an utterly unfounded concern, and one she now knew to be false. Feeling happier and more confident that she would be able to survive here, she moved away from the hole. She stood in a room without windows, with just a doorway to her right. She moved slowly and quietly into the next room and jumped in surprise, her aegis flaring from the sudden flush of essentia she pushed into it. Someone else was in here. The figure looked human at first glance and was crouched at one of the windows that looked out onto the street. As Amanda jumped, the figure did the same, backing away from the window and pressing itself into the corner in fright. Taking a deep breath, Amanda started to calm down. She looked like a young girl. She was mostly human in appearance, with a few odd things about her. Her face seemed longer and her cheekbones more pronounced than a human's would be, and she had long elfin ears that tapered to long, slender points up the side of her head, although one jutted out at an angle like it had been damaged once upon a time. She wore little better than dirty rags that hung limply from her very slender body, but had nothing on her feet. Also, her left hand and forearm looked blackened, the skin on it flaking in a few places. Curious about this nervous creature, Amanda took a step forward with her hands out, her palms facing upwards. "Hi, I'm not going to hurt you," she said, and she moved into the room. "I'm Amanda. You're safe." Walking around the girl, Amanda realized that she was actually really quite small, maybe 3 to 4 feet tall, and not as young as she'd thought, with womanly curves beneath the elfin creature's rags.
"Huh? Human?"
the girl asked in a light sing-song voice. Amanda nodded and smiled. "Magus," she said, tapping her chest to indicate she was referring to herself.
You're Magus?"
the girl asked. "That's right. My name is Amanda." The girl glanced about the room, moving only her eyes before looking back at Amanda. She put her hand to her own chest then and said,
"Bramble. I'm Bramble."
Edging around the room as she spoke, Amanda finally got close enough to one of the windows to see out. The creatures were all moving further down the road, away from them. Amanda breathed a sigh of relief. They were safe for the moment. Amanda looked back at the girl as she settled against the frame of the window so she could keep an eye on the street. "Nice to meet you, Bramble."
"A Magus? You're a Magus?"
the girl repeated. "I am." Bramble came away from the wall and stepped out into the room, looking Amanda up and down with a critical eye.
"How did you get here?"
"With my magic," Amanda answered.
"But you can't. You're banned, aren't you? Banished."
"We, the Magi, are, but I'm not anymore. People are saying I'm some kind of chosen one, and this is one of my abilities now. I don't know. It's all a bit strange."
"You crossed over to the abyss. This is special. This must mean something,"
she said as she walked about the room. Amanda noticed for the first time that the girl had a pair of huge, ragged-looking dragonfly wings that sprouted from her back. They drooped down to the floor, hanging limp, like they hadn't been used in a while. "Are you a fairy?" Amanda asked. The girl looked up, then down at her wings, before returning her gaze to Amanda again.
"I prefer the word fae. But yes, I suppose I am.
You suppose?
There's not many of us left. Most have been changed, corrupted, like everything else here.
The Archons, Amanda said flatly. She'd heard the stories of the corrupting influence of the Archons, how their incredible power and hate had changed the fragile balance in the etheric realm that had once been called Arcadia, how their corruption had seeped into everything, twisting and changing the realm. Like anywhere else, the etheric realm had been home to good, bad, and indifferent creatures. But this magical realm, fueled by essentia in a way that the material realm is not, could not resist the magical power and the darkness of the Archons. And so, over time, Arcadia became the Abyss. Those creatures who were already closer to the darkness only grew more cruel and powerful, while those who followed the light found their world and their natures changing. A few resisted, but over time, the darkness wore them down, dragging them into the shadows. She knew that the faction of Magi she belonged to took their name from the original name for the spirit world. The Arcadians fought to destroy the Archons and restore Arcadia. During the dark years of their fight against the Archons, millennia ago before recorded history, Arcadia had served as their hideout, their safe haven, and their staging ground for their assaults on the Archons. The etheric realm and its inhabitants had been their allies in the fight against the darkness, and one day they would return the etheric realm back to its former state. Bramble looked down at her blackened arm.
The Archons,
she repeated, mirroring Amanda's tone. I'm sorry to hear that, Amanda said.
But if you're here and you're a magus, then maybe things will change,
she said with hope brimming in her eyes. I don't know.
I think they will. I think this is a good sign,
Bramble said, her face beaming with a huge smile. I hope it's a good sign, Amanda said, mostly to herself, as she gazed out over the rooftops of the surrounding buildings, noticing the strange flying demons soaring lazily over the destroyed city. She'd best be getting back, she thought. Gentle Water would be worried. Haiti. Nymeria sat in an ornately decorated seat that was covered in bones, skulls, and other voodoo paraphernalia, and waited as the man in the black suit approached. He wore a large black top hat and carried a black lacquered walking cane with a chrome skull on the top. From beneath the brim of his hat, the man's keen eyes shone from the painted skull on his face that gave him a macabre yet beguiling look.
Mistress Nymeria, I bring you news from the continent. The one known as Amanda, who took Lucian and New York from you, is being called the Chosen One, based on the prophecy of Helene. They say she has been marked and already bears the signs spoken of in the text.
Nymeria sat forward slowly and rested her forearms on her legs to get a better look at Baron Samedi, her loyal servant from New Orleans.
Is that so?
Chapter 4. Encounter in the Pit, Pit Club, New York. Eudoxia sat with her back to the wall in the soft leather chair behind her large modern desk. The desk sat to one side of the large apartment beneath the Pit Club that she guessed had once been Lucian's private home. In front of her, beyond the desk, stood several soft, modern sofas, each with a metal frame holding the cushions in place. The seating surrounded a glass coffee table, while a huge flat-screen TV hung above them on the wall to Eudoxia's left. To her right, behind a frosted glass partition, her huge bed lay empty, its sheets made and pulled neatly into place. At the far end of the space beyond the sofas, an expansive kitchenette with an island hugged the far wall with the apartment's main entrance on the left side. Eudoxia had decorated the place with a few of her own personal effects, most of which had an Egyptian theme, or failing that, a punk rock theme. She'd been called a tempest of contradictions by some for her eclectic style. Unlike many long-lived magi who struggled to keep up with the changes of the modern world, Eudoxia bucked the trend and loved anything modern, adding the things she loved to her style in day-to-day life. She knew that it had been a trait that her mentor Nefertiti loved and found very useful. At over 3,000 years old, Nefertiti had barely registered that digital technology had become such a huge and powerful thing, and only Eudoxia's guiding hand had changed that in any way. Even then, a magus like Nefertiti usually preferred to do things with magic anyway. Eudoxia sat forward and looked over the open dossier before her. She'd been sent here to watch and find out a little more about Amanda after Nefertiti had encountered her in Los Angeles. Eudoxia had come to know Nefertiti's charge, Shaitan, a bit while he stayed with the coven. She'd never really taken to the man and found him to be unpredictable and scary. He'd clearly seen things during his travels in the abyss, which had served to unhinge his mind to the point that he would and could lash out at any moment. His two apprentices, before they'd met with their sudden death at Nefertiti's hands, had taken advantage of this and channeled these episodes into attacks on Arcadian covens in Los Angeles. Predictably, it hadn't been too long before they hit a coven that caused the council to take notice and do something. Nefertiti's coven had no love for the council, but they were not nomads either. They considered themselves to be independent and outside the war between the two factions. They pursued their own path and did their own thing. This didn't go down terribly well with the establishment. But when you had a magus as powerful as Nefertiti in the mix, unless you wanted World War III on your hands, you let them get on with it. Nefertiti had many interests, both personal and business-related. She loved playing the game of politics and using her influence to guide things to her favor, and she also had an interest in the legends and stories of the Magi. Something had interested Nefertiti about Amanda. Eudoxia didn't know what it was, but her mentor wanted the redhead watched, and so that's what they'd done, to the best of their ability. They'd lost track of her a couple of times over the last few weeks, but they could usually catch up with her at her brownstone before too long. In the last couple of days, new rumors about Amanda had been spread on the D-Web forums, saying that Amanda had recently been marked as the chosen one from the prophecy of Helene. There were a few sketchy half-truths about some kind of fight on a desert island, but already the story had started to take on a new life of its own, with several fairly wild additions to the narrative. Eudoxia preferred to focus on the facts, though, sifting through the talk of nuclear war, or worse, and get the truth. The markings she'd gotten at least seemed to be accurate. Eudoxia thought as she looked at the photo, which showed Amanda on her roof terrace, with some kind of new tattoo on her back that had not been there before. It looked like a reasonably large design as well, covering her whole back from her shoulders down to her hips. She would love to get a better look at that tattoo, to see what it actually looked like. The zoomed-in photos they'd been able to take of it so far didn't show the design clearly other than its general shape. Beside the photo, Eudoxia had printed off a copy of the prophecy of Helene, which she read through once more. Many years from now, a time will come when the Archons will return. Guided by the Red Witch, they will return to Earth. You will know these times by the mark of the Creator, placed upon the body of one of your own. Mark her soul with colors of life and death. see the body marked by the power of the Creator. Mark her passing into the abyss. See the weavers whose company she keeps. She will be your guide in the dark times ahead. Be ready to fight, for the time will soon be upon you. All that I have prophesied will come to pass when Ishtar gives birth. As usual for these kinds of things, the language had been crafted to be suitably vague, meaning that it could be interpreted in various different ways. Did the Red Witch refer to Amanda with her red hair or someone else? Amanda would be the obvious choice, but it seemed to indicate that the Red Witch would be the one to bring the Archons back to Earth. And if Amanda was actually the one who would fight against them, why would she bring them back? She supposed that time would tell. In the meantime, she wanted to check on the renovations that were happening upstairs in the club. The grand opening had been scheduled to happen later this month, and there still seemed to be so much that needed to be finished before then. They used what magic they could to speed the process along, but the opening of a club was a public event, meaning that the right wheels in local government needed to be greased, which in turn delayed things. Nevertheless, everything seemed to be progressing well, so she saw no reason why they wouldn't be able to open very soon. Eudoxia stood up from her chair and after a good stretch of her back and arms, wandered through her living space, pausing to stop at a mirror to check her appearance. Eudoxia had a skinny frame with dyed green hair, several piercings, and tattoos all over her body. The main tattoos being 2 snakes that ran from the backs of her hands, up her arms, over her back, and down the length of her legs. She wore loose ripped jeans with a black fitted top and flat boots. Satisfied with her look, she walked out of her living space and closed the door behind her. She could just port up there, but she felt like a stroll and having a look around as she went. Lucian's apartment had been furnished in a bright, stark modern way with clean lines and very little fuss to it. Outside in the corridors, although the minimalist look had been kept, it had a more Altarian feel to it, with bare concrete walls and little in the way of furnishings. They had cleaned up the mess that had been left from the fight between Lucian and, from all accounts, Amanda and her friends from the Legacy Coven. When they'd moved in, Elba, Nanette, and Tobias each took their pick of their living spaces within the 5 secret levels beneath the club. They'd left the lowest level alone as it had only really housed what they could only guess had been animal pens. The whole level had reeked, so they'd cleaned it with a sweep of magic and pretty much closed it off, preferring to live in the upper part. Eudoxia walked through the corridors that now lay quiet, insulated from the work going on in the club above, where she guessed most of her coven would be. She hadn't walked far, though, when she discovered Elba taking a break in a side room. The large man looked to be resting up after having eaten something, his empty plate sitting on the table that he now had his feet on. "Working hard, I see," Eudoxia said, mirth in her voice. Elba opened an eye and looked over at her, his eyebrows raising slightly. "Just taking 5, he said. Eudoxia raised her hands and smiled. "Just kidding. I'll see you in a bit." "You will do," Elba said, closing his eyes again and sitting back. Eudoxia smiled and walked away from the room. She liked and enjoyed the company of her coven mates, and working together on this renovation had been a great bonding experience for them, bringing them closer together. They didn't want to attract too much attention with the reopening, so they took their time, discussed their options, and slowly brought the club back to an operational state while talking with the right people in the city and state to get the proper permits and whatever else they needed. They brought over a few initiated helpers from Egypt to deal with the small details and to help with the surveillance on Amanda. Walking up through the complex, she eventually passed through the hidden door in the private office and security room at the back of the VIP area before heading out into the club. She found Nanette just outside the office, making adjustments to the VIP area. She'd been just about to say hello when Eudoxia felt something, a sensation that she knew all too well. It felt like reality started to stretch around her, as if it had been suddenly pulled taut. She compared it to being inside a balloon while something pressed in from the outside until the force of the intrusion grew too great for it and it collapsed. Except it wasn't a balloon, it was the club's aegis. The tightness in the air suddenly snapped back as the shield fell. The club's aegis had failed. Eudoxia looked over at Nanette, who already had an expression of fear on her face as she looked back at Eudoxia.
"Security room, quickly!"
Eudoxia barked and bolted back through the door she had just come through and started to scan the screens that showed a live feed from cameras around the club. Suddenly, the door behind them burst open. Eudoxia felt like she was about to have a heart attack as Tobias exploded into the room.
"What's going on?"
he barked breathlessly. "I don't know. I'm not seeing anything on the club's levels," Eudoxia replied, catching her breath. She flicked a switch and entered a code that gave her access to the security feed from the sub-levels as well. The feed cycled through the many cameras until they saw Alba crash through a glass partition, hitting the wall beyond and landing on the floor. "There!" Eudoxia called out as she watched Alba rise up from the floor, clawing at his neck, eyes bulging. A figure stepped into frame. It wore a bulky cloak made from various fabrics, leathers, and netting that trailed on the floor. As they moved, Eudoxia noted the mass of tentacle-like dreadlocks and the feminine form beneath the cloak and knew this to be Nymeria, the voodoo queen of Haiti, Archmagus, and Lucian's former mentor. She also knew that this meant Alba would probably not survive.
"Is it?"
Tobias squeaked.
Nymeria?
Nanette asked.
"I believe so."
Eudoxia agreed as she eyed the screen and noticed Nymeria talking to Alba. She clicked the mouse and turned the sound on from that camera.
"Don't know where she is."
Alba gasped as he fought for breath.
Are you sure?
Nymeria asked. As Eudoxia watched, Alba's eyes went even wider, and he went from grasping at his throat to holding his head. Watching the video feed, Eudoxia couldn't see what magic Nymeria had used on Alba, but she didn't need to see it. Nymeria would be ransacking Alba's head, looking for whatever information she needed. It sounded like she might be looking for someone. Given the recent history of the city, Nymeria's connection to that history, and the she that Alba had said, Eudoxia had a good idea of who Nymeria was looking for.
"What are we going to do?"
Tobias asked.
"We leave, and quickly,"
Eudoxia said.
But Alba,
Nanette said.
"I wish I could help him, but fighting Nymeria is suicide. You know that as well as I do,"
Eudoxia offered. Both of her coven mates nodded solemnly. She glanced back to the security feed in time to see their coven mate's head explode before the voodoo queen dropped Alba to the floor. Eudoxia turned to her two coven mates and quickly worked her effect, porting a split second after Eudoxia saw Nymeria appear in the room with them. A hotel room in Rome. Alicia suddenly found herself standing inside the biggest and most lavishly appointed hotel room she'd ever been in, next to her beloved master Yasmin, with Yasmin's other apprentice Kez and Nate nearby. Since realizing the truth of Yasmin's viewpoint, Alicia had been working with her to unlock the power within her. a power she could now use after joining with the lamprey that fateful day in Ireland. Today she stood cloaked in living shadow, her body apart from her face, a featureless black like a hole in reality itself. The nomad magi who pledged themselves to Yasmin, like Nate and Kez, were known as the Dark Knights, and another of their number, Raphaela Tansy, sat on the edge of the huge bed in front of them, dressed in a nun's habit. Raphaela rose from the bed and sank to one knee. "My belle," she said, her head bowed in deference to Yasmin. "Rise, Raphaela," Yasmin said as she walked to the window and looked out over the city of Rome to the Vatican just a short distance away. "Tell me, what news is there from the halls of the Roman Church?" "There has been a change in the ranks of the disciples of the cross, my belle. Mary Damask has defied the odds and risen to the seat of Witchfinder General and Grand High Inquisitor, replacing Valerio Rossi after his death in New York." "Is that so? Do we have any leverage there?" "Not much. Mary has thus far resisted our attempts at control. There are others on the conclave that we can use, however. Our influence within the group remains strong." "Good. Maintain that. We can worry about Mary later if she becomes a problem. We have other issues to deal with." Chapter 5. Dark Meeting, New York. Amanda looked about the rooftop, checking one last time that everything was in place. She felt so on edge and nervous about this. Her heart hammered within her chest, creating a considerable amount of nervous energy that built up inside of her. It made it difficult to sit or stand still in one place for any length of time. She adjusted the aegis around the house, shifting the barrier so that it no longer covered the roof. Even though she had made sure that all her coven mates apart from Sean, who seldom left the building, were out, she had locked the door that led to the rooftop anyway. Not that Sean would come up here. Everything looked good, so she walked over to a set of 4 seats with soft cushions on them that surrounded a small table and sat down. She felt like some kind of giddy schoolgirl about to meet up with a boy for her first date. It was ridiculous. It wasn't as if she'd never met Yasmin before. They'd spoken on several occasions, but something felt different this time, and might well be because she would be the one to contact Yasmin purposely, with the intent of sitting and talking with her properly. All their previous meetings had been on Yasmin's terms, and had happened spontaneously, but this time, Amanda actually wanted to meet with her. But that wasn't the whole story, and she knew it. Yasmin was a nomad, or so the council and the legends said, and even though Amanda felt that some of the legends might very well be embellished or entirely fabricated, she knew she had to be careful. This could be seen as fraternizing with the enemy. She knew this, but she still felt that she had to know more. Yasmin had been good to her. She tipped her off a few times and had saved her life on several occasions. Amanda didn't know what to think. Her own personal experience with Yasmin told her that although she clearly had a no-nonsense attitude and seemed to be a very driven woman, she didn't appear to be the embodiment of pure evil that so many made her out to be. Yasmin also happened to be an archmagus, and from what Amanda knew of that kind of power, it could bring with it a certain amount of hubris and entitlement. These were not very endearing qualities, but they didn't only apply to nomads. She'd already met her fair share of entitled Arcadians. Then there was the jealousy that many had of that kind of power, jealousy that often led to rumors and falsehoods being spread about them. Whatever the case, Yasmin seemed to have some kind of interest in Amanda, and that alone was enough for her to want to speak with Yasmin in a slightly more relaxed and private environment. Why did she keep helping? What was Yasmin's interest in her? Having taken a few calming breaths, Amanda concentrated and sent a pulse of magic through the link to Yasmin and waited. She could feel her heart again, pumping away inside her chest, her adrenaline making it work much harder than usual. She sat there for what seemed like forever, forcing herself to take calm, steady breaths as her fingers tapped nervously on the arm of the seat. Without warning, the link suddenly opened, and Amanda felt Yasmin's keen and unique presence just outside her mind.
Amanda, what a pleasure, my dear. I wondered when you might use this link. What may I do for you?
The voice filled her mind as if Yasmin was standing right next to her. She even opened her eyes briefly to double-check that she still sat here alone before closing them again. "Yasmin, thank you for speaking with me," Amanda said, choosing to keep things formal. "I wish to speak with you, if you could join me on the roof of my house in New York." The link remained silent but open for a few seconds before Amanda sensed a sudden flare of magic just a few feet away from her. She opened her eyes again to be greeted with the sight of Yasmin standing only a short distance away. Yasmin seemed to like looking good, but her usual outfit didn't appear to be made from fabric at all. Yasmin covered her body in skin-tight, magically created, wet-look blackness, like reflective shadows or magic latex. At her neck, the covering broke up into what looked like runnels of gravity-defying liquid that reached up her neck and onto her lower jaw. Amanda could see that a similar thing happened at her wrists, exposing the skin of her hands as well. Yasmin was a slender woman, tall with a sleek, cat-like feel to her as she moved. Her angular features had a cruel aspect to them, even though her face rarely betrayed any emotion. Her lustrous dark hair swept back and away from her face, looking like a lion's mane, regal and powerful.
"It would be a pleasure,"
Yasmin replied, and even cracked something of a smile as she moved to the seat opposite. Lowering herself into the chair, Yasmin crossed her legs and looked over at Amanda.
"And to what do I owe the pleasure?"
Amanda looked at the curious woman, her magical sight showing quite clearly the strength of the magic in and around Yasmin. She wasn't hiding her power, and even though Amanda had grown in magical strength herself, she wasn't anywhere near Yasmin's level yet. That would take decades or even centuries of training and experience. Amanda adjusted herself and took a breath. Her mouth suddenly felt dry, and she had a momentary loss as to what she should say now that she had this woman here, before quickly regaining her composure. "I suppose the main question I have for you is," Amanda began, leaning forward and resting her arms on her knees. "Why are you helping me?" Yasmin raised her eyebrows slightly.
"Like I said, I'm just a good Samaritan."
"Now you see, I'm not sure I buy that. I think there's more to it."
"And if there is?"
Yasmin asked. "I want to know what it is."
"Why?"
"Because I have a right to know," Amanda stated.
"And if there isn't a deeper reason?"
"The rumors about you don't paint you in a great light, Yasmin," Amanda said, choosing to change direction in an attempt to put Yasmin on the back foot.
"I am aware of this,"
she said flatly. "They call you a nomad, a killer, a murderer, and the most powerful dark magus ever."
"I'm not sure about that,"
Yasmin said.
"But it's nice to be thought of so highly."
"Doesn't it bother you at all that people say those things?" Amanda asked, feeling like she wasn't really getting anywhere.
"Why should it?"
Amanda sat back in her seat.
I've been the subject of a few rumors myself, don't you know? Many of them were so exaggerated that they didn't resemble me in the slightest. The rumors about you say you're awfully dangerous and powerful, someone to keep away from. I can see your magical strength, that's not in doubt, but I have yet to see this psychopath that the legends speak of. You've only helped me, saving my life several times now. There's a disconnect there that doesn't fit. So if you are, as these legends say, then there must be a reason why you're treating me the way you are. I want to know why that is. Think I've earned the right.
Let me ask you a question or two, Yasmin said, leaning forward.
Sure. Amanda agreed, curious to see what she might say.
Do you still have the Lazarus Scroll?
The Lazarus Scroll, Amanda pondered. Why was she after the Lazarus Scroll, apart from the obvious reasons of it being a powerful magical artifact? Yasmin was an archmagus. There was little she couldn't do on her own. What would the scroll do for her? You dodged my question, Amanda answered finally. So why should I answer this one? She felt somewhat indignant and wanted to stand up to Yasmin a bit. She didn't want Yasmin to see her as a pushover. This conversation had not progressed as she had wanted it to. Yasmin had been difficult with her and not very forthcoming, much to Amanda's annoyance. So, if Yasmin wouldn't answer her questions, Amanda chose to do the same in return.
Amanda, darling, it's adorable that you think you have a right to these things, that you think you deserve to know why I act as I do. But these reasons are my own. You will likely one day know the answers to your questions, and much more besides, but I'm not sure that today is that day.
Why not? Yasmin smiled. Amanda let out a breath and just gazed at her. Having started a relationship with another woman, her appreciation of beauty had shifted a little. She'd always seen good-looking girls and thought that they looked beautiful, but that had been all she'd allowed herself to think. Before Maria had come along, she turned away from where their path might lead, but that had changed. Yasmin had a distinct beauty all her own, a dangerous beauty that reminded her of the idea of forbidden fruit, something that would probably be bad for you in the long run, but would be so delicious to taste and sample. A dangerous beauty, a femme fatale, someone that would probably be a demon in the bedroom, giving you a night unlike any other, but not someone you would want to date publicly. Just being seen with Yasmin in any kind of friendly way could be dangerous for her, no matter the reason for the encounter. The council and many other magi would be highly suspicious at least. Despite this, though, part of her wanted to take Yasmin down to her room right now and have her way with her. But Amanda knew better than that. There was living dangerously, and then there was just being an idiot. Nomad or not, evil psychopath or misunderstood independent, getting too involved with someone like Yasmin would be a recipe for disaster and could potentially ruin everything she'd worked so hard for. This talk had been a bit of a waste of time as well. Yasmin had not answered any of her questions and had just refused to be helpful in any way, so maybe she was barking up the wrong tree, for now at least. Amanda stood up. "Thank you for coming," she said, her expression kept carefully neutral. Yasmin rose from her seat and stood before Amanda, a hint of smug satisfaction on her face.
Very well. I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Me too. Yasmin's magic flared again, and with a snap, the woman in black vanished from her rooftop. "Feck," Amanda muttered to herself as she placed her hands on her hips and her weight on one leg. That could have gone better. She felt infuriated by the nomad and her games. With a shake of her head, she busied herself putting everything back the way it had been before Yasmin's visit, grumbling to herself as she worked. New York. Riley sat at the window of the apartment block, one eye looking through the powerful scope aimed at the rooftop of a brownstone on the corner of a busy intersection. Amanda sat opposite another Magus dressed in all black before they both stood and the Magus Amanda had been speaking to disappeared. Riley sat back and rubbed her eyes. The rooftop was a long way off, but her powerful scope gave her a clear and close-up view of everything that had been going on. Riley smiled to herself as she checked the footage the camera next to her had recorded. Chapter 6. Black Seas, the Ocean. The large boat rolled about in the endless ocean as the sun started to rise off the starboard side, its light beginning to catch the crests of the waves as the engine pushed the vessel through the water. Lilith had never seen such a sea-faring boat before. Humanity had come a long way since the day she had last walked the earth. Everything felt new to her, and she found herself marveling at the wondrous things she found every day. From what she could work out, based on the mind she had read, she'd been asleep in the ice for thousands of years. The world had changed considerably during that time, not least of which was that the Magi now hid from humanity, who had grown to populate the entire world and wield potent weapons. It also seemed that the Archons no longer walked the earth. Instead, they slumbered in the etheric realm, which frustratingly seemed to be sealed up against entry. No matter how hard she tried, she could not cross the Acheron and pass into the abyss. Everything about this world appeared to be new and different, and she felt intensely curious about it. But her focus had to remain on finding her most prized possession, the orb. After waking up in the southern land of ice, she quickly read the minds of several mortals to fill some of the gaps in her knowledge. One of them knew that the man who now had the orb went by the name of Mr. Black, and that he called a hidden island his home. Lilith had wasted no time in porting there, quickly finding a complex of modern buildings and a small number of people, servants perhaps, going about their work. From what she learned, Mr. Black had been missing for about a month, with no contact and no communication following a mission with an underwater metal boat of some sort. Lilith had waited for millennia to hold the orb again, and despite her frustration at this latest dead end, she could wait a little longer. Finding a suitable cave hidden out of the way, she retreated there to wait for this Mr. Black. Time passed, and as the hours turned into days, she grew ever more impatient and curious about the world around her. Using her magic, she sent her senses out to look upon the wonders throughout the land. Without the use of magic, the mortals had harnessed the power of lightning, fire, and flight, changing the world to suit their needs. They were like gods in their mastery over the earth. But seeing such wonders at a distance soon grew tiresome. Lilith wanted to experience such things and had started to take trips away from the island to see the world. To experience riding the waves of the high seas, Lilith had ported to this ship just a few hours ago and slaughtered all but one of its crew of 12. She telepathically forced the remaining man to sail the ship while she stood on the bow, enjoying the ride. She would return to the island shortly, sinking the ship in the process to cover her tracks. The ocean. Leon held onto the wheel, guiding the ship through the treacherous waters as best he could. His fingers were frozen, but he couldn't let the wheel go. His mind had been compelled to follow the orders of the creature in black, and he simply could not resist. He could see the nightmare in a black robe outside on the deck, right at the front of the ship, looking out to sea. Beside her on the deck, rolling about as the boat rode the waves, were some of the bodies of his fellow crew members. Dead, killed by that thing. He could only cry. The part of his mind that remained his own raged ineffectually, unable to do anything to fight strange powers that thing possessed. He only hoped for a swift death. He didn't want to suffer in the end. He suffered enough already.
Chapter 7.
Praise You, New York. The doorbell sounded. Amanda stuffed the last piece of baked vanilla cheesecake into her mouth, dropped the fork, and strode from the kitchen through to the front door, enjoying the final taste of the dessert as she went. It was Georgina who'd introduced her to baked cheesecake, and now that she was a Magus, she could have as much of it as she liked and didn't need to worry about putting on any weight. Just one more reason why she loved being a Magus. She opened the front door expecting to see the postman with the delivery. Liz was often ordering stuff online that would get delivered to their door. But instead, Amanda found herself looking at a slim but intense-looking girl with green hair, tattoos, and an outfit that made her look like some kind of punk rocker. The sight of the girl brought Amanda up short, and it took her a moment to gather her thoughts. She could also sense the faint feeling of magic at work, meaning the girl was a Magus, and although her power didn't seem overwhelming, she did seem quite skilled in keeping a low profile. The girl smiled at Amanda, but the expression didn't touch her eyes. Amanda swallowed the last of the cheesecake and smiled. Hi. How can I help you? She asked hesitantly.
Amanda?
The girl asked. That's right, she confirmed, using her tongue to clean her teeth. The girl offered her hand in greeting.
Eudoxia. I took over at the Pit nightclub.
Amanda wasn't expecting to hear that. The girl looked barely in her 20s, although apparent age could be a deceptive thing where Magi are concerned. Aware that a look of surprise had spread over her face, Amanda swiftly changed her expression to a smile and shook the girl's hand with a firm grip. Well, thank you for coming by. It's great to meet you. I'd heard that someone had taken it over, but I didn't know who.
And now you do,
Eudoxia replied. Amanda felt a bit of a loss as to what she should do. General manners would suggest that she should invite Eudoxia in and be a good host, but when it came to the Magi and the potential danger that each one presented, did she really want to invite this unknown Magus into her home? That said, she had already had Yasmin here and had even invited her to the rooftop of this very building. She mulled the idea over in her mind for a second or two before becoming acutely aware that the situation was about to get awkward. That's right. Would you like to come in for a drink? Amanda offered.
I'd love to,
Eudoxia said. Amanda stepped aside and allowed the girl to pass through the house's aegis and into the hallway before leading her through the building into the kitchen. Eudoxia chatted idly, commenting on the house, while Amanda brewed up a couple of cups of coffee and came to sit next to her at the table while making sure her magic was ready in case anything kicked off. So you've taken over the Pit Club. Eudoxia nodded as she sipped at her drink. And how's that working out for you? Amanda asked. Placing her drink down on the table, she looked up at Amanda.
It had been going well until yesterday, which is really the reason I'm here. We had big plans for the club and wanted to bring it back to its former glory, better even. There's enormous potential in it.
But you've hit a problem, Amanda asked.
Something like that, yes. We were attacked yesterday, inside the club itself, and one of my coven mates was killed in the process, she said flatly.
I'm so sorry to hear that. A nomad, I presume, given that you're talking to me. Eudoxia nodded, her face blank and without visible emotion. Who was it? Nymeria, Eudoxia said, looking up and staring into Amanda's eyes. Honestly, she should have guessed that it would be her. In fact, she felt surprised that Nymeria hadn't come to New York sooner. The rumors that she'd killed Lucian, Nymeria's apprentice, had been spread far and wide by now, so it only felt reasonable that Nymeria would have heard them. She was in a better position to know more about the truth of it than most. It was entirely possible that Lucian had told Nymeria about her and the confrontations that they'd had. Okay, sure, Yasmin had been involved, and it would also be likely that she knew that Yasmin had forbidden Lucian from killing her, and maybe that had given Nymeria pause. Maybe Nymeria thought long and hard before taking any action to avoid any conflict with her fellow Archmagus. Whatever the reason, something had gotten the better of her, and it sounded like Nymeria had chosen to throw caution to the wind and try to get her revenge. That is, if this Magus wasn't mistaken about who'd been in the club. Nymeria, are you sure?
Quite sure. I would know the Voodoo Queen anywhere.
Amanda nodded. She'd never met the Archmagus, but felt that even she would recognize her the first time she saw her. Do you know what she was after? Did she not take kindly to your takeover of the club?
Well, that might certainly be part of it, but I don't believe that was the primary reason for her attack, no. She was looking for someone, and it's my belief that she came to the club because it would be the best and most obvious place for her to start looking. I doubt she even knew that anyone would be there,
Eudoxia mused. You were just at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Exactly.
But you say she was looking for someone. Any idea who? Amanda asked, with a sinking feeling in her stomach. She felt sure she knew the answer before Eudoxia said it. Eudoxia smiled in a consolatory manner.
She didn't say who, not exactly, but if I had to guess, I think she was looking for you.
To be sure, Amanda said as she felt a metaphorical weight settle onto her mind. Having an Archmagus hunting for your blood was never something you wanted. Nymeria was a well-known and powerful magus, someone you did not want to get into a pitched battle with. Alongside her considerable magical skill, Nymeria had a massive pool of resources to call from in the form of money, people, power, and influence from her vast organization throughout Central America. The thought that this demon of a magus had finally chosen to come after her scared her more than she cared to admit, and right at that moment, Amanda just wanted the earth to swallow her up and save her from having to deal with it. But life didn't work like that, and she knew that one day soon she would come face to face with that scary lady. So, given that you know where I live, do I have anything to fear from your visit? Like maybe Nymeria following you here? Amanda asked.
I doubt it. We took pains to make sure we lost her when we ported out of the club yesterday, and I haven't seen anything to suggest that she knows of my current whereabouts. She already killed one of my coven mates. I do not want to lose any more of them.
Of course. I'm sorry for your loss, Amanda said.
Thank you. I hope you managed to avoid her. There's not many who could stand up to a magus like her.
Amanda nodded in agreement. Her skill and strength in magic had come a long way, and she was stronger than most magi of her skill level. But she doubted very much that it would be enough to stand up to a skilled archmagus. Eudoxia didn't stay long. She quickly finished her drink and was on her way. Amanda offered to help Eudoxia find a place to stay, given that they were keeping away from the club for this time being, but Eudoxia refused, preferring to make her own arrangements. As introductions to Magi went, that one seemed to go rather well, and although Eudoxia came across as an intense young woman, her heart appeared to be in the right place. and Amanda hoped she would be a valuable addition to the New York community. She'd met most of the Arcadian Magi who'd chosen to settle in New York after Lucian's death, and although she wouldn't call most of them friends, she did like them all and felt somewhat protective of them and the city in general. A little later on, the doorbell sounded again. Waiting for her on the other side was a coven of Magi she'd taken something of a shine to on their arrival to New York. They based themselves in New Jersey mainly, and went by the name the Knights of Newark. This ragtag group of Magi from the street lived in their camper van, moving around town, keeping to the back streets, and going about their business beneath the radar of the council. They seemed to be quite tough and had a fair amount of street smarts to them, which reminded Amanda of her life before becoming a magus. Amanda had escaped that life, but these guys still lived it. The group's nominal leader, Denton Klein, stood at the door as Amanda opened it. Deborah Sane, a skilled magus and Denton's close friend, sat on the wall next to him at the top of Amanda's stoop. Russell, Christina, and Michael, the other 3 Magi in the coven, stood on the street next to their van, which they had parked outside Amanda's house. "Denton, guys, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Amanda asked, feeling a little confused by her second unannounced visit this morning. At least this time she knew who they were, though.
"Oh, hi, Manzi. Sorry to bother you."
It's no bother. What's the crack?"
"The guys were talking the past few days, and we've heard the news, you know."
Amanda sighed inwardly. The news of her being the one spoken about in the prophecy of Helene seemed to be spreading through the greater Magi community with a kind of life of its own. "Ah, I see. And you wanted to come and see if it was all true?"
"Something like that."
"Well, I guess it depends on what you've heard. There's a lot of shite out there."
"But you can do what the prophecy says, right? You have the aura. What about the markings?"
Deborah asked. "Well, yeah, I suppose that's all true." Christina moved up a step as she spoke.
"You mean you can, go into the abyss?"
Amanda sighed and weighed her response. Did she want to talk about this? To let people know that she could enter the etheric realm? She was the first Magi in millennia to do it the old-fashioned way, the way Magi used to be able to do before the banishment of the Archons. Playing for time, Amanda stepped outside, closing the door behind her. She perched on the side wall of her stoop, next to Deborah, while the Magi on the street moved up the steps towards her to listen to what she had to say. The looks on their faces were full of wonder and questions, and as they gathered around her, she felt a kind of responsibility to them grow inside. They were here to talk with her and to learn the truth. They seemed to want to believe in her, or in something greater than themselves. She wasn't sure how she felt about that, or if it would be a healthy thing for them. Did she want that kind of responsibility? "Look, it's all a little overwhelming for me, and I'm still not sure what all this means. If it means anything at all. And who's to say it does mean anything? For all I know, someone is playing a rather cruel prank on me that's getting a little out of hand. But sure, some strange things have happened recently. I have this tattoo that's been burnt into me for a start," she said, showing off the sections on her arms. "I have no idea what it is or says, but it gives me a small boost in magical ability and changed my aura, all of which seems to match the prophecy. As for the passing into the abyss, I'm not sure what to make of that, and I really need to learn more about it first."
"Does that mean you can go there?"
Christina asked. "It means I have been, once, but that's all so far."
"Awesome,"
Denton said.
"What did you see? What was it like?"
Deborah pressed. "Scary and depressing, really, and quite dangerous."
"There's what? Monsters? Demons?"
"I have no clue what they were, but I didn't stick around to find out."
"Sounds cool to me,"
Russell commented.
"Sounds scary to me,"
Deborah added.
"So you are the chosen one then, right?"
Christina pronounced. "How do I answer that without sounding like a pretentious idiot?" Amanda asked. "I don't know. I've no idea what it means or what I've meant to do. If this tattoo is an instruction booklet, I can't read it, so it's pretty useless."
"You're going to kick so much butt," Russell said. "Those nomads won't know what hit them."
"Heh," Amanda answered, feeling uneasy about their confidence in her.
"It's the Archons that need to worry, I think," Christina said. "Who knows, maybe we can storm in there and get them before they return to Earth."
Amanda coughed in surprise at that last comment. She wasn't any kind of expert, but she'd guessed that taking on an Archon would be a very different experience to taking on a Magus, even an Archmagus. "Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, shall we?" Amanda said.
"You're the chosen one, Amanda. The one to lead us through the dark times and defeat the Archons," Russell replied.
"I'm not sure that's exactly what the prophecy says," Amanda pleaded.
"It's what it means, though, isn't it?"
Russell replied. "I don't know what it means, and I think that reading into something as vague as the prophecy, especially when it relates to people's lives, can be a dangerous thing," Amanda stated.
"You're being cautious, we get that, Mandy. I knew you'd not be too gung-ho, but you can't deny this is exciting, right?"
Denton suggested. Amanda smiled to herself and realized that she simply wasn't going to change these guys' opinion of her. They seemed to think she would be some kind of leader or hero fighting the Archons in a coming war. Maybe they were right, but she just couldn't see herself doing that. Perhaps they were wrong, though, and everything had been blown all out of proportion and twisted out of shape somehow. Or just maybe the whole thing was wrong, a hoax designed to offer hope where there was none. Who knew? But the rumors were spreading and having an effect on the Magi populace. People had started to see her as someone special, as someone different, a leader of some kind, a hero. She wasn't sure if she liked that idea. The praise was nice, she thought, and it felt good to be held in such high regard. But she wasn't sure if their opinions of her were correct. She wasn't sure she believed in the prophecy either, so when others did, it made her feel uncomfortable. Denton appeared to think the whole idea sounded exciting, though. "I suppose," Amanda replied. "But let's just wait and see what happens, hey?"
"Of course, Mandy, no problem. We didn't mean to make you feel bad," Deborah said.
"Oh no, don't worry. We're grand." With that, the group said their goodbyes and made their way back into the camper van, with Russell and Christina chatting excitedly about how cool all this was. Amanda rolled her eyes and went back inside. She needed some normality, and quickly. New York. Riley looked at the image of the green-haired girl who had visited Amanda that morning. She'd never seen her before. She appeared to be a Magus, but Riley doubted she was an Arcadian. If turned out to be another nomad or independent, then the evidence against Amanda seemed to be growing of its own accord. Amanda would end up hanging herself. Chapter 8. The Divine Agent, New York. Assunta Bologna bit into the crusty sandwich roll as she fiddled with the program on her laptop. A couple of clicks of the mouse later, and the call had been placed. Assunta took another bite, savoring the ham and salad in the bread roll as the ringtone sounded. The webcam on her laptop sprung into life to show a mirror image of herself chewing her lunch. She dressed simply in jeans and top, with her long, dark hair tied back and out of the way. Moments later, the call connected, but no one greeted her. The line was silent. "Agent 7327, Assunta said into the void.
"Gold 8,
a voice on the end of the line asked. Assunta thought for a moment before answering. "Revelation."
"Good afternoon, Agent 7327. How may I direct your call?"
"The office of the High Inquisitor Mary Damask, please," she said as she took another bite from her roll.
"One moment,"
the voice said, and the line switched to choir music. Assunta sat in the apartment she'd rented and stared into the middle distance as she waited. The place wasn't anything amazing, but she didn't need much, and preferred to be closer to her target than anything else. As she waited for the call to go through, she took a final bite of her sandwich and organized her thoughts on what she was going to say to Mary. Watching Amanda and digging up the current rumors about her had been interesting and somewhat fun. Getting out of the Vatican and coming to New York, somewhere she'd never been before, was good too. She felt like she was finally doing something for the cause. She was finally being useful for a change, rather than just training all the time. She found herself noticing the endless displays of profanity and disbelief in the city and often felt exasperated by it. It was like they were fighting for a humanity that didn't want them. But she knew that the bulk of the population didn't know of the threats hidden in the shadows, moving amongst them, and preying upon them without their knowledge. If they did know, then things might be very different. But that, she supposed, was their cross to bear, like their savior before them. Moments later, the call connected, and Mary Damask's face stared back at her. "Assunta, thank you for calling. How goes the investigation?"
"Hi, Inquisitor Damask. Thank you for taking my call. Everything is going very well, and I wanted to share my initial findings with you."
"Of course. Go ahead."
"So, I've been watching Amanda Jane Page as you asked, as well as looking into recent events, and there have been some interesting developments recently. The main item of interest is all related to a new rumor being spread around the Magi community about our target. The rumor suggests that Amanda is some kind of chosen one. There is a text called The Prophecy of Aline that talks about the return of the demons from hell and how someone, possibly Amanda, is the one to fight against them. The text points to several clues or markers that apparently Amanda fulfills. I'm as yet unsure where this rumor has come from, but it's spreading quickly, and there's a lot of witches saying it's true." As she spoke, Assunta could see that Mary had started to use her own computer, probably to call up the text she spoke of, and see what Assunta was talking about.
Well, it looks like the usual kind of dangerous occult propaganda that these witches like to indulge in. I wouldn't put much stock in it," Mary suggested.
"Of course, Inquisitor.
Anything else?"
"Yes. These rumors occasionally appear to include talk of some kind of fight or confrontation that happened on an island, specifically an atoll in the Pacific that's been in the news recently regarding an unauthorized test of a nuclear device. Seems like the nuclear blast was related to Amanda and the news of this prophecy. This part wasn't easy to dig up, as if it was in the process of being covered up. I doubt most of the witches that know of the prophecy have heard of this link. I wonder if it's worth looking into this atoll and what's there."
"Good work, Assunta. I think it might be worth having a look. We should follow every lead we can to make sure we know what we're dealing with here."
"Very well. I do have a question, though. Why do we not just make a move on this witch if she's such a threat?"
"I'm the Witchfinder General now. Every choice I make is scrutinized by the Conclave and Simon Peter. I have to be circumspect and careful that I work towards the common good and use our resources responsibly. You are doing good work in building our case against her, and for that I am grateful."
"Of course, Inquisitor. It's my pleasure."
"I'll get our people to look into the atoll, and if I need you, I will be in touch. In the meantime, please continue with your investigation. May God be with you. Good afternoon, Assunta." The video feed ended and the link clicked off. Asenta sat back and thought about what Mary had said. Sure, as High Inquisitor, her actions would be under greater scrutiny to make sure that everyone's projects and investigations were getting the right share of the resources available. But Asenta suspected that there was more to her hesitancy than just that. Asenta had been working with Mary for a long time now and knew just how keen she was to bring Amanda to some kind of justice and to hold her to account for her previous actions. Some thought that this interest bordered on obsession, including members of the Conclave, who would obviously be watching developments and keeping a close eye on Mary to make sure her own personal passions didn't take priority over arguably more significant concerns. She didn't envy Mary in her new position as the head of the Inquisition. That sounded like far too much responsibility to Asenta. The Diary of Marcus, Grand Inquisitor. Mary continues her unhealthy obsession with this one witch in New York, even in her position as High Inquisitor. With all the resources at her control, I worry she will use them to pursue her own goals rather than think of the greater good and the needs of others within this organization. I will continue to monitor the situation and pray that Mary will see the light and the bigger picture. Chapter 9. Back to Business, Milan. It felt good to be back. It had been far too long since she'd walked the hall of the empire she'd created. Yasmin had briefly taken that from her, but finally she'd broken away from Yasmin to return to her own path. Angel stood in a corridor partway up the building that her company, Nephilim Industries, owned. Nephilim had been a powerhouse in the fashion, beauty, and cosmetics world for years, and had a global brand that was recognized and loved by people around the world. They put out their own magazine, they had celebrity-endorsed perfumes, and a fashion line that sold everywhere. But little did the population know that the company was ultimately built and run by a coven of nomad magi, led by Angel Alighieri. When she rose into the sights of Yasmin back on that train in France during the hunt for the Golden Book, the Archmagus had abducted her and forced Angel to work for her. But Angel was always looking for a way out, and about a month ago, on the Atoll, Angel finally went her own way. She knew that Yasmin might one day catch up with her, maybe once her obsession with Amanda had subsided, but for now, at least, she felt quite safe from the threat Yasmin posed. Returning to Milan, her coven, and to her business had been long overdue, but she took her time, making sure to spread a few rumors about Amanda and the prophecy of Helene beforehand. There was nothing quite like creating a little chaos. Beyond the glass side of her building, Milan spread out before her. Most of the buildings here were fairly squat, with only a few high-rises in a couple of areas, breaking that general trend, with more being built all the time. The business didn't really need Angel around for it to run. That's what her coven and the board of directors were for. She only stepped in when they needed her help, so the company had continued to thrive and grow as predicted. But she didn't like to be too hands-off for too long and had been keen to return. Standing here now, looking out over the city with her reflection in the glass staring back at her, she felt very much back at home and more like her old self. Angel favored her skirts above the knee, her heels high and her white blouses crisply pressed, and today wasn't any different. She wore her long blonde hair up in a bun on the back of her head to give her a harsher, more businesslike appearance. Turning away from the view, Angel wandered around and eventually came to the doorway of one of the several of her studios in the building. Upstairs, there were several that were set up for taking photos of their fashion lines on mannequins before the images were sent to the many digital retouchers who cleaned the pictures up in Photoshop
to get them ready for their catalogs and website. There were a couple downstairs that were used by the cosmetics arm of the business, shooting the images that would be used to promote their latest line of perfumes or mascara or foundation. The list went on and on. The ones on this level were for shooting with models, usually for their fashion items, but also for the cosmetics line as well. Angel walked into the studio. Apart from the modeling lights that lit up the white infinity cove and the model that stood upon it, posing for the camera, the room was otherwise only dimly lit, with people sitting around a few computer monitors that showed the images as they were captured. People were pointing at the screens and commenting which would then inform the next shot. The team worked like a well-oiled machine, so Angel stood to the side and watched the model and the photographer. A few minutes in, Angel noticed that the model seemed to be getting a little annoyed and kept shooting angry looks at her. Angel gave it little thought and let her mind wander while enjoying the sight of her employees working hard. But a short time later, the model stopped the shoot, pointed at her, and in a voice that Angel would class as a whine, complained.
Who is that? And why is she staring at me? I can't work like this. You know, with random people walking in and staring at me.
Angel raised her eyebrows in slight surprise, but showed no other reaction to the outburst. Nearby, the team looked over, and a woman got up and approached Angel. But as the woman got closer, recognized Angel and stopped short.
"Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I had no idea you'd be paying us a visit."
"That's no problem. Who is the model?" Angel asked, indicating the girl with her hands on her hips, looking indignant and quite oblivious to what was really going on.
"That's Kylie. She's one of your current top models. She can be a little demanding at times, but the public and the clients seem to love her," the woman said.
"Send her to the makeup room. I want a word with her. Alone." The woman looked a little concerned, but nodded and moved off. Angel turned and walked into the currently empty side room with its long table and mirrors along one wall surrounded by lights. Cherubim Cosmetics, the company's makeup line, lay spread out over the tabletop. She stood by the door and waited until the stick-thin girl in heels walked in. Kylie's demeanor was that of a petulant child throwing a tantrum, Angel thought as she shut the door behind her in silence. With her hand still on the door handle, Angel looked up at Kylie with an intense expression. Kylie had her arms crossed, her bottom lip stuck out in defiance. "Well?" Angel asked, her face unreadable.
Sorry, I didn't know who you were. Standing there staring at me in the dark. Frankly, you should know better than to do that. It's off-putting."
Angel left the door and took a few steps towards Kylie. "I don't give a shit what you think. You represent me and my business while you work here. We pay you well. We give you whatever you want. Drugs, money, designer clothes, fast cars, men, women, access to the rich and famous. If you want to hold on to that, I suggest you change your attitude." Kylie stood there, a frown on her face that reminded Angel of a child caught doing something wrong and being told off for it, but she remained quiet. Anger rose within Angel. She moved forward quicker than most humans could follow and got right in Kylie's face. "I don't think you understand your position, who I am, and what I can do to you. You've had it good so far, but I think it's gone to your head. So I think you need some re-education." Kylie stared at Angel, but stood her ground.
"You can't threaten me. Who do you think you are? I know my rights."
"Really?" Angel said, and with a little working of magic, sent visions of what Angel would do to her friends and family should she ever try anything to hurt Angel or her company. Kylie's eyes rolled back, and she dropped to her knees as a foamy drool fell from her mouth. A second later, the visions faded, and Kylie relaxed, breathing hard.
"Do you understand now?"
Angel asked. Kylie looked at Angel with pure fear in her eyes. I think so," she said, her voice shaken.
"Good. Report to the top floor and ask for Gabrielle by 8 p.m. tonight. That is, if you still want to work for us."
I do. Miss," Kylie stammered, her body shaking, the whites of her eyes red.
"Take a few minutes to yourself. Get a grip before you go out there again. I, of course, needn't say what will happen if you speak of this to anyone, right?"
Kylie nodded as Angel stepped out of the room and shut the door behind her. She walked up to the shoot's creative director, who had spoken to her before.
"She'll be a few minutes. Give her whatever time she needs. She'll be out soon."
The woman nodded to Angel. "Of course. Thank you."
"Keep up the good work,"
Angel said and left them. Walking out of the studio and into the light of the late afternoon sun that bathed the corridor in a golden glow, Angel felt great. She felt like letting off some steam, and that little encounter had been just what she needed. She didn't go around threatening all of her employees, of course. That would be impossible, counterproductive, and dangerous. There were times, though, when it was needed, especially with the more public members of the workforce. Also, people like Kylie, who had a more public persona, were more like commodities, people Angel could use to her own ends if needed. She supposed some might call it a form of modern-day slavery, which wouldn't be too far from the truth. But with the use of a bit of magic, the threat of anyone going public was significantly reduced. She would get Gabrielle to work on Kylie a little later, making sure the relevant mental blocks were in place before she did anything stupid. For now, Angel headed upstairs. She called a meeting with her coven to discuss some plans she had regarding the syndicate after Mr. Black's untimely demise. On reaching the highest level this lift would go, Angel concentrated and ported up one floor to the coven's private level, which was only accessible to those who could port. The top 3 floors of the building were used mostly by the coven. The lowest of the 3 floors was the only one accessible via the lift and would be where Kylie would report to later. This was where the Riven employees and the directors would meet with the coven. It also served as a place where visiting dignitaries could stay. The middle of the 3 floors was the coven's private quarters and was only accessible via teleportation. The topmost floor of the building could be reached from the floors below, by stairs that missed the coven's private level entirely. It served primarily as a defensive floor in case of incursion by enemies from the rooftop, and had a strong force of security guards on duty at all times. The main corridors up here looked similar to the rest of the building, with a modern look and lots of glass partitions. Angel walked through the maze of corridors and finally into a large boardroom dominated by a huge oval table surrounded with comfortable-looking office chairs. Her entire coven was already gathered and took their seats with Angel as she entered, each of them greeting her with a nod or curt hello. 6 other Magi made up the rest of Angel's coven, each of them answering to an angelic name. A tall, muscular blonde man named Michael sat to Angel's left, with Cherub, an eternal child, sitting next to him. Then came Uziel, with his dark hair and chiseled features, followed by Uriel, dressed in black, with his long hair giving him a goth look. Next was Azrael, a good-looking woman with wavy red hair, and finally Gabrielle, a dark-haired Italian beauty who sat to Angel's right and greeted her quietly.
Angel, it's been too long. Are you back for good now, or will you be running off to Yasmin again?
Uziel said from the far side of the table. The comment angered Angel, but it was a valid one. She stood up to address her coven.
Uziel, as much as I want to rip your lungs out for that comment, I will let it slide, as it's a fair question, and you're probably all thinking the same thing. Firstly, let me say that I am back for good this time. Yasmin will no longer have control over me. If that changes, you have my permission to kill me.
Why shouldn't we just kill you now and have done with it? Remove the liability,
Uziel answered. The rest of the coven turned back to Angel, looking to see how she would handle this. They were looking for a weakness. Uziel was pushing it on purpose. They were testing her, making sure she hadn't gone soft. Well, if they wanted a display of power, who was she to deny them? She could sense their doubt in her. She didn't give Uziel any warning. Instead, she unleashed a powerful blast of Essentia against him, eating a huge chunk out of his aegis, while simultaneously, telekinetically, lifting him from his seat and slamming him against the back wall. His aegis hissed and sparked as it fought against her magic, but the ferociousness of her attack was so sudden that he reeled from it, trying to get a handle on things before it was too late. But a moment later, his ill-prepared aegis fell away, scattered to the winds by the force of Angel's attack. With that, he stopped struggling and raised his hands in supplication.
Okay, Angel, you've made your point,
Uziel pleaded. Angel narrowed her eyes and looked around the room. Most of them avoided her gaze. She smiled to herself before dropping Uziel to the floor, releasing him from her magical grip. Angel took a breath and sat back down at the table, Uziel following suit as he rubbed his neck.
The business seems to be doing fine, I see. No major issues for me to deal with, I presume,
Angel said.
Nothing pressing, no. Nothing that needs your personal attention,
Michael said.
Good. Then I have a personal project that we should pursue. As you know, I have been looking into the secretive organization known as the Syndicate. During the last few years, I rose to a position of power within that group, and recent events have deprived it of its director. I see this as an opportunity to take control of a powerful and hidden group with influence over some of the biggest corporations and most influential people around the world. It won't be without its risks, but I believe it's worth it. Are you in?
Of course, Angel. You need only ask,
Michael said.
When do we start?
Gabrielle asked.
Very soon,
Angel smiled. Nephilim Industries, Milan. Kylie stood in the lift as it rose through the building, higher than she'd ever gone before. She smoothed her dress down and checked her makeup in the mirror one more time, feeling sick to her stomach. The confrontation with Angel earlier had shaken her up more than she cared to admit, not least because she didn't want to return to her life before her modeling career. The streets of East London and her parents' council flat were worlds apart from the life of glitz and glamour she now led. She would do anything to hang on to that. After all, what would she be asked to do? Nothing too bad, she felt sure. Moments later, the lift slowed and her stomach churned uneasily. With a chime, the lift doors opened, revealing Angel and a dark-haired Italian woman. Angel smiled at her, but she saw no joy in that grin, only contempt.
Kylie, this is Gabrielle. She will tell you what you'll be doing tonight. I expect to have a glowing report from her on my desk tomorrow morning,
Angel said.
Of course. You won't be disappointed,
Kylie said, sensing the threat in Angel's words. Moments later, Gabrielle led Kylie through the corridors of the upper floor, with Gabrielle explaining that they often host some very important guests who stay here for a few days.
We have some staying with us today, and they have requested some entertainment.
Gabrielle stopped outside a door and turned to Kylie.
You will be that entertainment. You will do anything they ask of you, and you will do it willingly and with a smile on your face. Do you understand?
Kylie's heart beat like a hammer in her chest, and she felt sicker than ever. Was this woman seriously asking what Kylie suspected? Surely not. She couldn't quite believe what she was hearing.
You mean, like anything?
Kylie asked. Gabrielle opened the door and motioned for Kylie to enter.
Anything,
she confirmed. Kylie walked into the small entrance area and could hear two male voices talking. Gathering her courage, she stepped forward, determined to keep her job and keep Angel happy. She walked into the living area to see two middle-aged men with dark hair and swarthy skin talking. One wore only his underwear. The other wore only a bathrobe that he left open, revealing his manhood for all to see. Two girls lay slumped on the bed, naked and bored-looking. On the nearby table, a bag of white powder sat open, a couple of lines of the substance next to it.
"Another bitch comes to join the party," said a voice to her left. She turned to see another naked man, uglier and fatter than the other two, standing close by. "Be a good girl and come here and do this for me," he said. She glanced down and wanted to scream as she heard the front door lock behind her.
Chapter 10. A Council of Opinions. Ultima Thule, Enceladus, Saturn. Amanda stood on the viewing platform and looked up at the enormous ringed planet of Saturn that hung in the darkness above her. As she watched, she could see the slight motion of the huge gas giant and even some of the details on the planet's surface as its gases swirled around it. She could also clearly see the rings that encircled the celestial body, although she was nearly edge onto them, making them look more like a line across the front of the planet than a ring. She felt sure that no matter how many times she came here, this view would forever fill her with wonder. Seeing this colossal planet so far from Earth made her realize just how small and insignificant she was. The actions of the entire human race meant nothing to Saturn and the wider solar system, let alone the galaxy beyond. And yet, that thought didn't fill her with melancholy. Instead, she knew that ultimately the materials that made her and all humans came from the stars. They were birthed from the supernovae of a dying star, and whenever she remembered that, she felt more connected to the universe than ever before. Humans and all life were literally star children. No, looking up and seeing the majesty of this view only served to fill her with awe and wonder. She wished that the entire human race could do the same and maybe gain some perspective on their lives.
"Amanda, we're ready for you now,"
said a friendly male voice from behind her. She turned to see Trevelyan standing in the doorway to the viewing platform, smiling at her. She smiled back and took a breath in anticipation of the meeting to come as she straightened out her white blouse and dull green pencil skirt. She'd also put her hair up in a bun in effort to look a little more professional. She didn't often wear heels, but attending a council meeting was enough of a reason to wear a pair, she thought, as she walked towards the Master Magus, her stilettos clicking on the stone floor as she went. She'd been called here a short time ago by Trevelyan. He said that the rumors of her link to the prophecy of Helene had become known to the council, and there seemed to be enough interest to discuss it properly, and they wanted to speak with her directly about the situation. Trevelyan had brought her through a portal and had left her on the observation deck to wait for the council to be ready.
How are you feeling?
He asked. I'm grand, a little worried, I suppose, but I'm okay, she answered.
There's nothing to be worried about, really. They just want to speak with you and find out your side of the story. There's all kinds of opinions in there, so be prepared for that. But don't worry, you'll be fine.
Amanda breathed. No bother. Let's go, shall we? Trevelyan turned back to the doorway that led out to the corridor beyond, but Amanda could sense the flux magic that had been placed upon the door. The doorway had been changed into a portal. Trevelyan walked through without fanfare, and Amanda followed close behind. Feeling the rush of magic as she passed through the threshold of the portal, she found herself in a vast corridor with a high vaulted ceiling, stone pillars, and carved reliefs depicting scenes she didn't recognize. The whole thing looked like an ornate and decorative church, but without the religious imagery. They entered the corridor through a side door, and Trevelyan led her over the polished marble floor with its two-tone geometric pattern that covered the whole massive space. At the far end, a pair of equally large double doors stood slightly ajar, with a man standing just outside them.
The Central Council Chamber, which is huge as you will see, is designed for a large audience. Not that we have one today. We don't usually use this room for our normal, smaller meetings, but when we have guests, protocol states that we must meet in the central chamber.
All this for little me? Trevelyan smiled at her.
Of course, only the best for you.
Reaching the door, the man she noticed earlier, who wore a dark, formal-looking uniform, nodded briefly to them and gestured that they should go through. As the door behind them closed with a soft click, Amanda thought that the room they now stood in must be the biggest room she'd ever seen. Made from the same beautifully carved stone as the corridor outside, the space was basically a large, domed room of stone. The pattern on the floor was an almost endless series of concentric circles, in the center of which, hundreds of meters in front of her, stood a large circular table on a raised dais. It was surrounded by people, many of whom were looking at her as she entered. The intense magic and power she sensed from those gathered was nearly overwhelming. These were all very powerful magi, and as she strode closer, she sensed a flurry of magical communication as they got a good look at her for the first time. Above her, the dome sat atop the surrounding wall, dotted with windows that let hazy shifts of light into the chamber. Hanging from the ceiling were many banners and tapestries with logos and crests and other decorations that spoke of the weight of history that filled this room. She realized that her pace had slowed a touch as she took in the majesty of the chamber, and quickly moved to catch up to Trevelyan as he approached the central table. As she walked towards the waiting group of people, she found she recognized a few of them, including Kai, the Japanese woman she'd met before, Victoria from Liberty's Children Coven, Stephen Bathory of the Order of the Dragon Coven, who'd she'd met on her last visit, and Harry Fleming from the Arcanum. Knowing there were friends here helped with her nerves as she approached the Magi Council in the almost sizzling amount of magic gathered in one place. Also standing beside the table, she could see Forrest Ward from the Magi Legion looking at her with a very stony expression. She thought she could guess what his opinion would be. She knew that there would be a wide variety of opinions about her and the prophecy here today, and she would need to stand her ground under their questioning, which felt odd to think about, as she still felt very much on the fence over the link she was supposed to have with the prophecy. Outside of this meeting, choosing a side for her personal feelings on the matter would be difficult. But with Forrest there, who would likely try and discredit her, and then Trevelyan, who seemed to have an unwavering belief in her, she knew she would side with Trevelyan almost by default. Under Forrest's withering gaze, she felt suddenly alone and vulnerable as she made her final approach to the table and wished she had Maria with her. But she hadn't seen her for a few days, and despite a few messages and attempts to contact her, she hadn't heard anything. She wasn't worried about Maria. She did occasionally drop off the map. Instead, she found she just craved her company even more, and today she could have used a little moral support. Ahead, Trevelyan walked up the steps to the table. Amanda followed his directions to stand in a gap in the arrangement of people as he made his way around the table to his seat. As Amanda watched, 12 people moved to sit in the 12 ornate chairs around the table, while another 15 or so stood around behind them. Most of them looked at her, a few of them greeting her and smiling, others keeping their expressions neutral and unmoved. Trevelyan himself sat opposite, and once he'd settled himself, smiled at her and then called the meeting to order.
Ladies and gentlemen, council members, and other special guests, Amanda, thank you for coming today. It's a pleasure to see so many people at this meeting. We're here to discuss the rumors that have been spreading throughout the Magi community about our guest and her apparent link to the prophecy of Helene. You all have a copy of that text before you that you can reference during this meeting if you need to. So, down to business,
he said and glanced at Amanda. Amanda nodded to him. As she stood there, she willed her nerves to settle and her heart rate to slow as she prepared for what was to come.
As you have no doubt heard, Trevelyan continued, a rumor has been spreading through the Magi community saying that our friend here, Amanda Jane Page, is the one that the prophecy of Helene speaks of, and that she bears the marks spoken of in that text. For those of you unaware, the prophecy was recorded about 2,000 years ago, spoken by Helene, wife of Simon Geta, at the Roman Magi Senate. Helene was a well-known prophet, and her ability to foretell events was unprecedented, even for a magus. She could foretell events from parts of the future timeline that were otherwise inaccessible to other magi. The Senate tested her for days before they took this prophecy seriously. As we know, Simon, her husband, was killed by the schemes of the disciple Simeon Cephas, with whom he had a long-running feud. This led to Helene going into hiding while Simeon tried to discredit her. Despite her disappearance, this, her most well-known prophecy, lived on and is one of the most widely known parts of our history to this day. Of course, this means that when someone is said to be the one spoken of in this prophecy, and this isn't the first time, there is a great deal of interest in it.
And how do we know she is this chosen one? Said a swarthy-skinned man to Amanda's right. He looked at Trevelyan while pointing roughly in her direction.
Of course, you are right, Abramelin, and that is why we are gathered here today. We wish to try and discover the truth.
Trevelyan turned to Amanda then and addressed her directly, which led to the rest of the table turning to look at her as well.
Amanda, thank you for coming today.
Amanda nodded. Of course, my pleasure, she said, aiming to keep things professional.
You must, of course, be aware that there are some rumors that have been spread about you. They say that you've been marked as the one spoken of in the prophecy of Helene, correct?
That is correct, yes, she said, waiting to be given permission before elaborating further.
The rumors say that you have the aura colors spoken of, that you bear a physical mark, and that you can pass into the abyss. So firstly, I think we need to confirm that this is all true."
"Of course," Amanda said. "I'm sure you can all see the gold and purple within my aura," she said to the crowd, pointing to the area around her head. "I'm not generating this myself. In fact, you can see that I have no magic cast upon me at all." The waves of magic that washed over her as the assembled crowd of magi scrutinized her soul felt like it might knock her off her feet. She closed her eyes against the onslaught, but as the magic began to fade, she reopened them. "I've also been marked." She turned, unbuttoned, and lowered her blouse briefly for them all to see the tattoo on her back and arms. The small vest top she wore underneath hid little of the tattoo, but she pulled out the photos that Gentle Water had taken of the tattoo and sent them around the table for everyone to look at while she covered herself up again.
"I think you need to elaborate on how this came to pass," said Stephen Bathory. "I mean, when you say you were marked, what do you mean by that?"
Amanda nodded. "Of course. We were trying to stop the plans of an initiated mortal called Mr. Black, who was planning to use stolen nuclear warheads to try and destroy the Archons. We foiled his plan on an island in the Pacific, the details of which I can elaborate on later if anyone wants. Anyway, one of the bombs became triggered, and after the blast, which we managed to shield ourselves from, a bolt of strange energy from the sky hit me and burnt this mark into my back. Once it ended, my aura had changed. I had the ability to cross into the abyss and the tattoo. My friends and coven mates who were there said that the bolt of energy defied examination and even appeared to blow their magic away, much like a gust of wind would put out a candle.
"So you can pass into the abyss?"
Roxana Bishop, the Scion representative on the council, asked. "I can," Amanda nodded. "May we see?" said another Magi with an Irish accent. "Of course, there's no bother at all," she said. With a simple act of concentration and a few pulls on the magical energy in the room, Amanda opened a portal above the table that looked like some kind of mini black hole, like a rip in the fabric of time and space. To a magus, the nature of the portal and the magic in question were not in any doubt. They knew where that portal went without question. The aura and the tattoo had been of interest, but the reveal of her ability to not only cross into the abyss, but take others there too, created a rush of hushed conversation around the table along with a surge of telepathic talk to go with it. Amanda canceled the magic, and the portal faded away to nothing as the conversations intensified.
"How do we know this isn't some elaborate ruse? A trick to fool us?"
Forrest said from the left side of the table.
"You think this looks like a trick?"
said Count Saint Germain opposite him.
"I mean, obviously I can see with my own eyes the truth of the magic, but we know there's talk of a few nomads making the Great Crossing." "The Magnus Transitus, you think she's a nomad?" Stephen asked, indicating Amanda. "I didn't say that. But what we do know is that these rumors about her have been spread by a nomad who Amanda has dealings with before,"
Forrest elaborated. This captured Amanda's attention. She had no idea who had been talking about her and spreading the rumors, and to hear that it was a nomad caused her concern. She invited a nomad to her home recently. Was it Yasmin who had been doing this? "May I ask who?" Amanda asked, almost on autopilot, suddenly intensely curious who had been talking about her. Forrest turned to look at her, a look of surprise on his face. He seemed offended that she'd suddenly spoken to him. He didn't answer. He just looked at her, seemingly unsure how to respond.
"The nomad who seems to be the cause of all this is Angel Allegari, who I believe you've encountered before," said Trevelyan.
Amanda nodded and looked into the middle distance as she took that in.
Angel had showed up a couple of times now during her time as a magus. The first time had been on the train in France when they'd been after the Golden Book, but more recently it had become clear that she'd been involved with Mr. Black somehow, working for him like the other Magi and Scions under his employ. It did seem, however, that Angel had turned on Mr. Black at the last moment before disappearing from the island at the same time as Yasmin. Was there a connection there between Yasmin and Angel? She didn't know, but she had other concerns for the moment anyway. I had no idea, Amanda admitted.
Of course you didn't,
Forrest mocked her, disbelief in his voice. Amanda wanted to retaliate, but held her tongue instead, feeling that taking the high road would be the better option.
That's all very nice, but what does all of this mean?
Asked an Italian-sounding man.
It means the archons are returning,
said a woman with wild ginger hair and a Russian accent.
Nonsense,
said Aubermelon.
How do you know that? If she can pass into the abyss, how do we know that they can't come back into the material world?
Asked the Russian woman.
We don't, said Kai, but we must trust that they still cannot and that this effect is localized to Amanda only. Working with the nomads or not, surely you can see that she is a danger now. If she were to fall into the wrong hands, or if she had cause to work against us,
Forrest argued.
What are you suggesting?
Stephen Bathory asked him.
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm merely asking the question,
Forrest answered, seeming affronted by the accusation.
A question that insinuates that we take preemptive action to condemn her before anything has happened,
Stephen continued.
Those are your words, not mine,
Forrest countered, crossing his arms.
Then she should be protected, Victoria said. If she's a target now, then she's going to need our help.
I would be happy to assign you some bodyguards, suggested Kai. Amanda shook her head. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I can look after myself. Kai nodded.
Of course, Amanda-san. People will still want to kill you,
Trevelyan said. People have been wanting to kill me ever since I became a magus, it seems, so it's nothing new.
That may be so, but there's no shame in asking for help,
Trevelyan said. Thank you, I appreciate it, and I will bear it in mind, Amanda said. But please, I don't want people to make a fuss. That prophecy is very vague. Maybe it means something, or maybe it doesn't. If I am some kind of chosen one, if I am meant to do something, I'd like to find my own path ideally, and while that might be dangerous, that would always be my preference. The table seemed to relax a bit, and many of them sat back and talked in hushed tones with the people next to them, or looked at Amanda with a range of expressions, from respect to suspicion. After a moment, with a brief look around the table, Trevelyan spoke once more.
I know this will come up as a topic of discussion again, but if we're done for the moment, then might I suggest we bring this part of the meeting to an end?
With no objections, Trevelyan ended the meeting. People stood up from their chairs and started to talk amongst themselves. Amanda found herself standing alone in a room full of people, most of them talking about her, but not talking to her. Feeling ill at ease, she backed away from the table a couple of steps and looked around, catching most of the people here stealing glances at her as they talked about her. She wanted to leave, but the huge distance from the table to the door at the edge of the room looked incredibly daunting, and she didn't like the feeling that they would all be watching her go.
Thinking of leaving so quickly?
Said a voice right next to her. She turned towards the voice and came face to face with Forrest of the Magi Legion. Amanda gave him a look and wasn't sure what to say.
Apologies.
I think we got off on the wrong foot," he said and offered his hand. "I'm Forrest. It's a pleasure to meet you." Amanda looked at his hand for a moment, in two minds as to whether she should be polite to someone who had caused her problems from the first time she came to America. In the end, her better self won out and she shook his hand, doing her best to give him as firm a handshake as she could muster so she didn't appear weak. "Hi," Amanda said, her voice strictly business. It certainly wasn't a pleasure to meet him. "I just want to apologize for the way some of my coven have acted towards you. I know some of them have been outright rude, and for that I can only apologize. I will try to keep them in line in the future." Amanda felt pleasantly surprised by his admission. She certainly hadn't been expecting that from him. "Oh, okay, well, that's kind of you to say, but not needed, really. I can handle myself." "Of course, you don't need any help in that regard. I can see that." "Speaking of help," she said, feeling brave and indignant, "how come you didn't do anything to help find the killers of the Coven of Angels in Los Angeles?" Forrest looked a little surprised by this line of questioning, but after a moment's pause, recovered quickly. "I would deny that we did nothing," he said. "Well, I didn't see you in LA when I was there sorting the mess out," Amanda said, sensing weakness. Forrest cocked his head to one side, but remained calm. "And that's the problem. You see, there's a proper procedure to do these things, which we were in the midst of following when you charged in there without any thought as to what you were doing. While you were discussing what to do, people were dying. From what I hear, an entire LA coven that you used as bait and a whole team of highly trained initiated men and women from DC that went with you died during your ill-conceived attack. Oh, no, sorry, one survived. My mistake." Amanda felt her face flush as she thought of the people who died during that mission. She couldn't deny it. "At least we stopped them, which is more than your meetings could have done." "You have no idea what our meetings would have accomplished. We could have coordinated an appropriate response remotely from Washington or Texas without putting more lives at risk by sending more targets into the city itself. But your rash actions meant that all of our planning was for nothing." Amanda opened her mouth, wanting to reply with a clever argument, but found she no longer had an answer for Forrest. Her actions to take revenge on the nomads who had killed the covens in Los Angeles now felt foolish, and not the calm and measured response that they maybe should have been. At the time, it didn't feel like she had rushed in. It didn't feel like she'd made a mistake. Had she been wrong? "In a response to your actions, I did lodge a formal complaint against you with the council, expressing my grievances with you and your actions, and how you needlessly put more lives on the line for some petty revenge." Amanda felt the bottom fall out of her stomach as she spoke, and she felt about 1 inch tall. "However, my earlier apology was sincere. I do want to build some bridges with you, so I will be withdrawing the complaint today as show of forgiveness. I may disagree with your actions in California last year, but I can see that they were done with the best of intentions, and you clearly have enough on your plate at the moment with the prophecy." "Oh, okay. Thank you. I'd appreciate that," she said, feeling confused but grateful. "My pleasure. You clearly are the subject of this prophecy, and you will have to forgive me. I felt the need to play the part of devil's advocate during the meeting so that the right questions were asked." "Of course, I understand," Amanda said as Forrest wished her good day and moved on around the table. Amanda watched him go, feeling more confused by their conversation than she thought possible. One moment, he's arguing against her and accusing her of gross negligence and with putting the lives of others in danger, and then he's forgiving her and saying he basically believes in her, despite what he'd said during the meeting mere moments ago. This wasn't the first time she'd bumped heads. The first time they'd crossed paths had been in Victoria's office when she had been asking for help with Lucian,
something that Forrest and the Legion had successfully blocked, forcing her to take Lucian on alone. Ever since then, she'd felt that he and his coven shared a common dislike of her. The fact that a foreigner had effectively taken over New York for themselves, which was how they no doubt viewed it, seemed to annoy them. She hated the constant politics that seemed to stall the American Council and keep them from doing anything of substance. She did her best to stay out of it so that if something needed immediate action, she could just do it and avoid the plodding slowness of dealing with them. After this latest meeting, though, she just didn't know what to think of him anymore. She knew that she couldn't take him at his word, though. Pinning him down and putting a label on him was proving difficult. Was he a xenophobe who hated her, or was he a stickler for procedure and doing things the right way? Could he just be a devout politician who hated the violence of her actions? Or maybe he was just playing devil's advocate, as he said, to make others question their actions while secretly supporting them in private. The answer could be any, some, or none of those things, and only time would tell. Still in something of a daze, Amanda walked around the table, making her way past the assembled Magi who talked in small groups, nodding to those who acknowledged her as she passed. She soon approached Trevelyan in his tunic, belted at the waist, to look very much like the mystic wizard he was. He stood talking with the suave-looking Harry Fleming. Beside Harry, a young woman with a neutral but alert expression on her face glanced up at Amanda. She wore a fitted black catsuit adorned with belts, holsters, guns, and pouches, looking the epitome of a Special Forces agent, or maybe the Avengers' Black Widow.
"Amanda,"
Trevelyan said, turning to address her as she approached.
"Well done. You handled yourself very well."
"It doesn't feel like we discussed much, really," she said.
"But of course, they merely wanted to see you for themselves, to be sure of the truth of it all. The real discussions will happen behind closed doors in council sessions."
"Ah, I see," she said. With a brief pause for thought, she wondered what they all thought of her and what they would discuss. No doubt, if it became relevant to her, Trevelyan would be in touch. She looked up and smiled at Harry. "Lovely to see you again, Harry," she said, offering her hand.
"And you, Amanda. This is Rebecca,"
he said, indicating the woman beside him.
"Hi,"
Amanda said. Rebecca nodded back, but didn't offer her hand.
"Interesting situation you find yourself in,"
Harry said. "You're not kidding," Amanda replied. "I didn't ask for any of this, and there are times when I feel like I'm drowning in it. So I'm just going with the flow and keeping my head above water, if you know what I mean."
"Sure. Something like this must be overwhelming, especially when it's launched upon you without your consent,"
Harry said. "You're not wrong," Amanda smiled back.
"You met Shaitan recently, did you not?"
Trevelyan asked out of nowhere. Amanda turned to look at him, a little surprised by the shift in conversation. Yes, I did."
"Harry here is hunting for the Libra Nox Noctis, the rather well-known book that Shaitan wrote."
"You met Shaitan?" Harry asked. "That's right, in Los Angeles. He was terrorizing some of the covens there, and I went in to sort it out."
"And rightly so, too. You did the right thing there,"
Trevelyan commented. Amanda glanced at Trevelyan, noting his support of her actions in L.A., which ran contrary to Forrest's opinion. Had he overheard their conversation and want to show his support?
"And did you manage it?"
Harry asked. "I did. It wasn't without loss of life, but Shaitan won't be causing any more issues in that city for the foreseeable."
"Then that's a success. Well done." "Agreed,"
Trevelyan said, smiling at them. The doubt that Forrest had planted in her mind was swept away by Harry and Trevelyan's supportive comments, and Amanda started to feel much better about herself again.
"Do you know where he went?"
Harry asked. "Not for certain, but the Magus Nefertiti took him, and said she would watch over him, so maybe Egypt.
Thank you. That's helpful,
Harry said and nodded to Rebecca.
If you don't mind, we have a few matters to attend to. Good day to you both,
Harry said and gave each of their hands a brief shake before walking off with Rebecca, who gave them a curt nod as she departed.
Here, let me walk you out,
Trevelyan said and led her down the steps and off the raised dais to the floor of the council chamber.
Thank you, Trevelyan. You have been a great support to me, Amanda said.
My pleasure, and don't let the words of a few people cause you to get downhearted. You have only ever tried to do what's right. Anyone can see that.
Amanda smiled back at him. I guess these markers, like this tattoo, only serve to confirm your belief that I'm the subject of the prophecy.
You are correct,
he said. I don't have all the markers, though, do I?
No, that's true. You don't. Yet.
Amanda smiled. Near Amarillo, Texas.
It's all goddamn bullshit if you ask me. Someone's having us all for fools, I'm sure of it. Chosen one my ass.
So you don't believe it?
Saxon asked. Forrest looked up at Saxon, his right-hand man, and his second in command of his coven.
You're damned right I don't.
But you followed the plan and removed the complaint.
Forrest sat back in his chair, a feeling of defeat filling him.
Yeah, I did. Now all we gotta do is wait and see how it plays out.
Chapter 11. Absence, New York. Where were you? Amanda asked as she filled the kettle with water from the tap. It was a mundane thing, sure. She could just conjure up some drinks if she wanted, but sometimes the process of making coffee was therapeutic. She didn't look at Maria as she talked, preferring to look out of the window and into the garden beyond. I was away in my null realm. I'm sorry. I didn't know you needed me. You know I can't be with you all the time, Maria said from behind her. I know that, but I tried contacting you to say that some support would be grand, Amanda said. And sometimes I won't get those messages if I'm in Fornix. Again, I apologize, but you seem okay to me. Amanda nodded. Maria had mentioned her null realm, Fornix, to her a few times. She'd never visited, but hoped to go there someday soon. I am. Everything went smoothly from what I can tell. Then what's the problem? Maria asked. Sorry, I know I'm being selfish. I just need you there from time to time, so I do. And so do my other lovers, Amanda. You know this. I can't spend all my time with you. Amanda nodded. That Maria had other lovers. An open relationship had been a condition of them getting together. Today was the first time that this arrangement bothered her. After all, Maria had already been away a couple of times during their short relationship and had been quite open about where she'd been and what she'd been doing. But today felt a little different. Maybe because the council meeting felt like such a huge thing. Maria had served on the council before and knew how these things went. Having her there would have helped to calm her nerves, given her someone to speak to and ask questions of if she needed. But Maria had been gone, and the last-minute nature of the meeting meant that she had no idea. Was it anyone I know? Amanda asked. That's not important. And why ask that? You've never asked before. I don't know. It doesn't make any difference, I suppose. No, it doesn't. Amanda heard Maria approach her. She let her come, still facing away from her. Maria pressed into her back and wrapped her arms around her. Maria's touch felt good. She enjoyed the warmth of her body next to hers. It sounded like it was an important and difficult meeting. I am sorry that I missed it. Amanda turned to face Maria and smiled. That's okay. The meeting was fine. There was a few tough moments, but everything went well, really. That's good. I'm proud of you, Mandy. We all believe in you, you know. I'm just wondering when you'll start to believe in yourself. I don't know. I really don't.
Well, I believe in you. Gentle Water does, so does Trevelyan and Liz. We all do.
Then you'll also know that things can change, and what might be true today might not be true tomorrow. We're dealing with a very fluid concept here.
True, but I know for a fact that we'll all be there for you, no matter what happens.
Amanda hugged Maria tight. She loved her, of that she was sure, but she had yet to take advantage of their open relationship, and it did occur to her that maybe that was the issue. Maybe she was feeling a little left out. When Maria went off to be with one of her other lovers, it left her feeling somewhat unfulfilled and alone. Maybe if she had someone else she could turn to, then perhaps the next time Maria went to see someone else, Amanda could do the same. She'd have to have a think about it, and if she did decide to do it, she would need to find the right person to be with.
Are we okay now?
Maria asked. I think so, yes, Amanda answered as they pulled apart so they could talk.
I mean it, you know. I am sorry that you felt that, but you went into this relationship with me knowing what you were getting into.
Amanda nodded, avoiding Maria's eyes.
Good. So why don't you get out there, be adventurous, try a few new things, and have some fun?
Maria encouraged. Amanda smiled and looked back up at Maria. You think?
Hell yeah, go for it. You're still young, with your whole life ahead of you. Just start to believe in yourself a little more. Have some confidence, and live your life.
I can try, Amanda mumbled.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Amanda burst out laughing at Maria's Star Wars reference.
I mean it, Maria said. It makes even more sense as a magus. We have so many people wanting to kill us that it seems stupid to me that so few of us really get out there and live our lives. There's so much to sample, so much to see and do, so many people to meet. And when you could be killed by a vengeful nomad tomorrow, today is so much more precious, right?
Right, Amanda agreed, feeling her confidence grow in a need to live her life. Maria was right, after all. Some psychotic nomad could turn up tomorrow and kill her, so why wait? Why be filled with self-doubt and miss out on all that life has to offer? If Maria could have other lovers, then so could she. To Assunta. Make haste and report back to me at the Vatican. We have a new assignment for you that needs your full attention. Thank you for all your efforts in New York. Your hard work and dedication to the cause has been noted. May God go with you, High Inquisitor Damask. Chapter 12. Deal with the Devil, Nowhere. Alicia strode along the corridor after Yasmin, the heels she'd created, clicking satisfactorily on the floor as they walked. After the hard lessons that Yasmin had taught her, the new sense of freedom she now had felt great. She was free to live her new life finally, and to see what she could do with the powers that the lamprey had given her. She felt determined to make herself useful to her mistress and to prove her worth, not least because she knew what happened to those who failed, although that wasn't her primary reason. Pleasing Yasmin was what made her happy. It gave her life meaning, and as she'd come to realize that her position as a new kind of scion put her above the mortal masses of humanity, her whole perspective on life had changed. The best analogy she could think of was that she didn't think twice about killing ants. During the summer months, they'd been a real problem around her former classroom. There'd always seemed to be an ant colony nearby, and she hated to come to her classroom to find a swarm of ants there, with the flying ones being the worst. She'd always end up squishing some of them as she went inside, then she'd boil a kettle of water and pour it over the mass of crawling insects. They'd surely died in agony, but she'd never thought twice about the mass murder of a lower creature. Instead, she got on with her day and thought nothing of it. Yasmin taught her that as a magus or scion, they were so far above the mass of humanity that humans might as well be ants. Ants could be annoying and get in the way, and while a few individual ones might bite you, they never really did any lasting harm. However, if you were swarmed by the deadly ones, they could potentially kill you, but that only happened if you went looking for trouble. Humanity was the same. They were annoyances that were of little consequence to the day-to-day lives of most magi. They could hurt you, but as long as you didn't go looking for trouble, they weren't really a threat, and killing them should mean nothing to a magus or scion. There were times when she struggled with that viewpoint, but it was still early days, she reasoned, and these things took time. They walked through Yasmin's sepulchre and followed her into a large Geiger-esque room that looked like the inside of some kind of alien stomach with its ribbed structure and pulsating, fleshy walls. Standing ahead of her in the center of the room, Alicia could make out Kes, Yasmin's most beloved, Nate, her apprentice, and Sybil, Yasmin's oracle. They waited patiently as Yasmin approached them and gave a respectful nod of their heads to her as she came to stand before them. "Any news?" Yasmin asked. "Nothing much, as predicted. Angel eventually returned to Milan and her business there. We'll keep an eye on her," Nate said. "That's fine. She's not important at the moment. She played her part. We don't need her for what's to come, and I can deal with her later should she become a problem." "We have no further information on the whereabouts of the Lazarus Scroll or the Libre Nox Noctis, I'm afraid," Kes said. Yasmin nodded. "I believe the last person to have the scroll was Amanda. I have plans to make inroads there so that hopefully I can find out more." "Might we not just take what we want from her?" Nate asked. "Amanda is my concern and mine alone. I will deal with her in my own way," Yasmin barked, annoyance seeping through her answer. "Of course, my ball," Nate answered, lowering his gaze. Yasmin had some kind of special relationship with Amanda. Alicia couldn't work it out, but since she had no information to go on, that wasn't really surprising. It seemed like the others were as in the dark about Amanda and Yasmin as she was, even though they'd been a part of Yasmin's coven for much longer. "Speaking of Amanda, Nymeria seems to be on the move again. We don't have much information, but she's disappearing from Haiti for days at a time. Is it possible she's seeking revenge on Amanda for killing Lucian?" Kes asked. Yasmin pressed her lips together in thought. "Perhaps. Keep an eye on that for me, will you?" Yasmin asked. Kes nodded. "I have an errand to run in Japan. You two will be joining Alicia and me," she said, indicating Kes and Nate. They nodded their assent, and with a sudden and powerful flare of magic, the scene shifted, accompanied with the now familiar feeling of dislocation, before the flash of light in Alicia's eyes faded and she felt solid ground beneath her feet again. They appeared in a large, lavishly appointed room with a strong oriental style to it. Alicia looked about her in wonder at the deep mahogany furnishings and all the attractive ornaments placed with care around the room to guide and channel qi in line with the rules of feng shui. Movement caught her eye, and she saw a man in a black suit walk past the open door to the room. He glanced inside and stopped in surprise upon seeing Alicia and her three companions. "Hi!" he exclaimed, and had been about to shout and make a fuss. With a thought, Alicia created black tendrils from the shadows that shot out from the darkness and wrapped around the security guard, including his face and mouth, keeping him from making further noise. The tentacles deftly lifted the man off his feet and brought him into the room where she held him. "Thank you, Alicia," Yasmin said. "No need to kill him, though." As she nodded in acknowledgement, Alicia felt magic flare up around Yasmin again, but in a much smaller and lighter form. Alicia couldn't see magic like Yasmin could, but she could feel it, sense it, and because of that, prepare for it. Yasmin had also told her that she possessed a natural aegis, a magical shield that would help protect her from magical attacks. She hadn't used it yet, but it felt good to know it was there. Moments later, another man approached the doorway, and this one she could sense way before he reached the room. He was a magus. "I will deal with this," Yasmin warned. Alicia relaxed and waited to see who would appear at the door. She didn't wait long as in walked an incredibly handsome man in a very expensive-looking suit and shirt. He wore no tie. Instead, the top few buttons on his shirt lay open to show off the top of his defined pectorals. The man had an unshaven look to him with strong cheekbones and chiseled features. The suit hugged his figure, giving him an enviable silhouette that many men would love to have.
"Yasmin, my goodness, it's such a pleasure to see you again. It's been too long."
Thank you, Marmaduke. You've been expecting us.
I have, yes. Only a few of us know about your visit, though, as you requested. Was there any trouble on your arrival?
Not much, no,
Yasmin answered, nodding to the man Alicia held in the shadows.
I see. I think you can let him go now,
Marmaduke suggested. Alicia glanced at Yasmin, who nodded. With her approval, Alicia let the man go, and he quickly left the room.
Are we interrupting anything?
Yasmin asked.
Oh, only the usual club night. Nothing to concern yourself with. Follow me. I'll show you to your meeting,
he said, and led them out of the room. As they walked through the maze of corridors, Alicia could make out strange sounds coming from inside the house. It sounded like some melodic kind of music, as well as human moans and yelps. Alicia furrowed her brow in confusion and concentration as they walked, trying to make out more of the noise as it grew louder the further they went into the building. Marmaduke led them upstairs, and as they passed through a door with glass panes, Alicia found herself on a balcony above a large room filled with people. This was the noise she could hear, and it all suddenly made sense. Everyone in the room below wore masks, sometimes just around their eyes, others with their whole face covered, but no one was without one. Most of them were also naked and lost in indulgent, passionate lovemaking. To one side played a band, who all wore similar masks, but without eye holes, rendering them blind. They also wore clothes and headphones as they played. What was this? What was she looking at? It was some kind of sex party, sure, but it looked like a very high-class ritualistic one. Alicia slowed to look over the balcony at the writhing bodies as they moved hypnotically. Kez came to her side and put her hand on the small of Alicia's back, keeping her walking. What am I seeing here? Alicia asked. This is the Hellfire Club, run by Marmaduke and his coven. It's a secret society for the rich and famous, or infamous. Down there will be bankers, judges, business people, celebrities, politicians, royalty perhaps. You get the idea. Membership is anonymous and grants you certain privileges that only a magus can provide, including completely anonymous nights of debauchery like this. But what do we get out of it? Leverage, my dear, leverage, said Kez, and walked on with a smile. Come on, let's not keep Yasmin waiting. Alicia snapped out of it and hurried along the balcony to catch up with Yasmin, Nate, and Marmaduke as they went through another door and into another corridor. A couple more turns and they came to a door, which Marmaduke opened for them. In the room beyond, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, knelt on the floor on the far side of the table that sat low to the ground. They all looked to be of Japanese origin and came to their feet as Yasmin entered. The eldest of the 3 stood in front of the other 2 younger individuals who appeared to be his aides. The trio bowed in greeting. Alicia copied Yasmin, Kez, and Nate, and bowed in return. As Alicia concentrated, she felt sure she could sense magic coming from these three people. It was difficult to gauge due to the powerful magic that shone from Yasmin and her companions, as well as the effects that had been cast upon the house. But if she had to guess, she would say that these three were either Magi or Scions.
Yasmin-san, it is a pleasure to meet you once again,
the older man said as he kneeled, his aides helping him sit before pouring the green tea that sat on the table for him and Yasmin.
Kenji, the pleasure is all mine. You and your business have been loyal partners for many years now. I thank you for this.
We are grateful, Yasmin-san. We have much to discuss. Indeed. We trust the assistance we gave you during the recent turmoil in New York went as planned.
It did, apart from the loss of your agent, Mr. Takahashi,
Yasmin said. Kenji lifted his head a little bit and looked away from Yasmin as if willing his emotions to remain under control. Alicia wondered what had happened here. What was she missing?
That is one of the reasons for this meeting, Yasmin-san. I have a request.
Name it,
Yasmin said.
I wish for you to resurrect my daughter Kimi, so that she might complete her mission against my son.
Yasmin, ever so slightly, cocked her head to one side and seemed to think about this for a moment. Alicia had no idea who this Kimi was or what her mission against her brother might be, but it sounded severe. Yasmin looked up at Kenji again and spoke in low tones.
I will agree to this on one condition. The assassination will happen when and how I say it does. Between now and then, Kimi works for me, but on the completion of her mission, she will be free to go.
Kenji's eyes narrowed as Yasmin finished. He appeared to think about her terms before looking back up at her.
Provided this is completed within 5 years from today, I accept. After 5 years, Kimi is free to go.
Excellent,
Yasmin said, happy with the result.
I will be in touch when Kimi is revived.
The Pit Nightclub, New York. Eudoxia moved slowly through the tunnels beneath her club, keeping as quiet as she could, hoping that Nymira had chosen to move on. So far, everything had been as quiet as a tomb, and only Alba's body and the ransacked rooms showed any sign of Nymira having been here. She peeked around the next doorway into her office to find it similarly wrecked and sighed at the mess before her. She'd come here alone, much to the annoyance of her two remaining coven mates, but they knew it was the right thing to do. No point in them all getting killed by a marauding nomad. Moving deeper into the office, she edged around her desk to see a file laying open on it. The file contained documents relating to the Dark Side of the Moon nightclub, and as Eudoxia scanned the text, she noticed that it mentioned Amanda a couple of times. Chapter 13. Checking in and checking out, New York, USA. Yo's arm clamped around Amanda's neck, squeezing hard and making it difficult for her to breathe. As she gasped, she pulled at his arm with one hand while jabbing her free elbow into his kidneys as hard as she could.
Give up, Amanda-san,
Yo said, the strain showing in his voice. Her kidney strikes weren't working, so she chose another tactic and shifted her weight. Yo saw what was coming, but didn't move quick enough. With a pivot, she lifted him off his feet and flung him over her shoulder. Keeping hold of his arm as he landed on his back, she twisted it into a painful lock.
Ah,
he yelped. Me give up? Never, Amanda said as Yo tapped out with his free hand. Amanda let go of him and stepped away, her white martial arts uniform looking somewhat disheveled from the fight. She straightened herself out and walked to the nearby bench where she picked up her towel and dried her forehead and face. Yo walked up next to her and sat down on the bench, wiping the sweat away from his face. Thank you for the sparring session, Amanda said as she sat down next to him, catching her breath.
Anytime. I enjoy the challenge.
Hopefully you're not too tired to take on me,
said Liz's voice from the stairwell as she stepped up into the gym from the floor below.
Looks like you have a new challenger, so it does, Amanda smiled.
Of course, Liz. It would be an honor,
he said. Liz smiled and tied her blonde hair back as she walked over to the bench, dropping her own towel onto it. Amanda stood up and gathered her things.
"You're not staying to watch?"
Liz asked.
Nah, I'm going to pop over to the dark side and see Tony and Tabitha. It's been a while since I heard from them, and with Melissa's recent passing, I'm a little worried.
Of course. Wish them all the best for me, won't you?"
Liz said.
And from me, Yo added. I will. I'm sure they're fine, Amanda said. Give it some socks, won't you?
Amanda said to Liz as she walked past.
Hi?
Liz asked, a little confused.
Give it your all. Go for it, she said, clarifying.
Sure. Will do.
You Irish bent,
Liz joked back. Amanda laughed and walked down the steps to the floor below. Heading back to her room, she stripped and climbed into the shower. As she stood there, letting the water hammer away at her shoulders and back, washing away the fatigue and minor pains from the fight with Yo, she couldn't help but think back to her chat with Maria the day before about living her life and enjoying things a little more. Having a sparring session with Yo had been fun, and it had been a while since she'd last fought him. Getting up close and personal with him, feeling his body pressed up against hers, even though he'd had her in a chokehold, did feel good. But the time for doing anything with Yo again had long since passed. Things had changed between them, and he simply wasn't interested in her. Fantasizing about him was all well and good, and led to a very satisfying time in the shower. But it would never happen again between them. They were no longer in the same place as people, and she felt sure that they would only ever be friends going forward. Still, a girl could fantasize. There was no harm in that. Finishing her shower, she got herself dressed before concentrating and calling on her magic. Refueling her Aegis first, she made sure she was ready for anything. Magically speaking, before picturing the dark side of the Moon nightclub in her head and porting across town, appearing in the back of the club's grounds. The black church looked imposing in the daylight, towering over her, its spires clawing at the gray skies above. The enormous black edifice seemed like a fitting place for these two grieving women to live, she thought as she made her way through the grounds of the club and to the side door. Letting her senses shift into the magical spectrum, Amanda eyed the building's Aegis and pressed her lips together in concern. The Aegis really wasn't strong enough. Any half-competent magus could bring it down in one quick casting if they tried, and to her or a master, it might as well not be there at all. She wondered if the death of their friend had caused Tony and Tabitha to become distracted, to let things slide. Like most things, an Aegis on a building needed to be strengthened from time to time to stop it from slowly fading away. The results of a magical effect, such as an enhanced body, could last forever, but the effects themselves rarely did. Although Amanda could rip down that Aegis like a cobweb in front of a door, it wasn't the right thing to do and would probably cause alarm where none was warranted. So she walked up to the side door and pressed the buzzer. She didn't have to wait long, and she heard the sound of a lock being turned. She wondered if she might be greeted by Howie again. As the lock clicked home, she could see the part of the Aegis over the door fade away to allow entry to Magi such as her. The door swung outwards, and the considerable form of her friend Howie stood in the doorway. Howie was not a small man and towered over Amanda by about a whole head. He wore his usual security outfit of a dark suit, his jacket left undone for the moment, his top buttons open, showing off his powerful chest. Howie shaved his head, keeping it smooth with no hair that a drunk could grab when he ejected someone from the club. His dark eyes settled on Amanda with a huge welcoming smile on his face, his white teeth standing in stark contrast to his dark skin.
Amanda, how you doing? It's been ages, girl.
Yeah, sorry. I should have popped over sooner. What's the crack? Have you been? God love ya. You look good, so you do. She said, her Irish accent coming out strong.
I'm all right, thanks. Keeping this place in line for the girls. And you?
Ah, sure, you know yourself. Same old, same old. It's the girls I came to see, actually.
Ah, you break my heart, girl. Here I was thinking you were here to see little old me.
Amanda smiled. Maybe after if you're free. Howie raised his eyebrows.
Ah, sure. Let me see what I can do,
he said as he led her in and closed the door behind her. How have they been? I presume you know that they lost their friend recently.
I heard, yeah. They've been keeping quiet and staying out of the way a little more than usual, letting the manager run the club pretty much. I'm sure they'll see you, though.
They've been okay, then? They're coping? Amanda asked.
Seems that way, Red,
he said as he led her out into the club proper. She'd seen the place in daylight before, and it always looked a little odd to see it fully lit without the strobes and colored lights. But she paid it little mind and followed Howie up to the VIP level upstairs. The place seemed very quiet. You here alone today? Amanda asked.
I always get here first and open up before the rest of the team arrives. They'll be here later. The girls often sleep here going to bed in the early hours and not rising until midday, which is when I get here usually,
Howie said. Amanda nodded and followed Howie to the office door on the VIP level, where he sounded a buzzer that Amanda could hear upstairs somewhere. Amanda looked up. Above them, a suspended walkway hung inside the pitched roof space of the former church in a cross shape to mirror the floor plan. The bell tower had been extensively renovated and filled with 2 levels of living space that hung above the club below. A door into the girls' apartment opened and Tabitha stepped out onto the hanging walkway. Amanda smiled up at her and waved. Hiya, have you got a moment? I just wanted to stop by and see how you are. Oh, hi, Amanda. Sure, come on up. I'll get the door for you, she said and stepped back inside. Moments later, the office door buzzed and unlocked. Howie pushed it open and held it for Amanda. The only way up to the apartment was through the staff office and up the stairwell. Thank you, Amanda said. It was cute. Howie had always been the chivalrous type. I'll come find you in a bit, Amanda said with a smile and a wink, enjoying the smile he gave her in return, and walked inside. She had a complicated history with Howie, but she always felt there was something there between them, although it had never been acted on over the years. While she had lived with him, back when she first came to New York as a stowaway on a cargo ship, he had taken her in and looked after her. She'd made a few advances during that time, but nothing too serious, and he always resisted her, saying that it just didn't feel right. And then, after she started walking the streets with Georgina, and he found out, their relationship had crumbled. It had taken a long time for her to pluck up the courage to see him again. After a few more meetings over the past year, their friendship seemed to have returned. But Amanda had kept him at arm's length. Her life was fraught with danger and people wanting to kill her and her friends. Forcing that and her life as a magus on him by association just didn't seem like the right thing to do. She wondered if there might be a way to make it work, though, somehow, if she were careful to keep things quiet. She wasn't sure, but she really did want to take Howie to dinner and to see if there really was anything between them. Of course, then there was the issue of her open relationship with Maria. Maybe her love life was about to get a little more complicated. In the meantime, she needed to see her friends and check that they were okay. She walked through the back of the office and found the large set of stairs that led up to the walkway in the eaves of the bell tower. As she ascended the steps, Tabitha appeared at the top and smiled down at her. Tabitha, like most magi, was quite stunning. She was slim, with a feline quality to her face, emphasized by her golden yellow eyes that had been magically changed to be like a cat's with a vertical slit for the pupil rather than a circle. Her blonde hair was cut into a bob cut, just a little longer than her jawline, and today she wore dark-colored leggings and a baggy top. As she smiled down at Amanda in greeting, Amanda noticed a sadness there, and Amanda felt very sorry for her and Tony. They'd been through a lot these past few months, losing their coven, including their close friend Melissa, to the nomads. "Hi, how you doing?" Amanda asked, giving Tabitha a hug.
"We're fine, as good as can be expected, really. Come through and see Tony,"
she said, and led the way to the doorway of the living space in the center of the cross-shaped walkway.
"Hi there, Mandy. Lovely to see you,"
Tony said, stepping out onto the catwalk. Tony was the better-looking of the two, in Amanda's opinion, with long, lustrous dark hair and a classical beauty to her features, even in the no-effort outfit of an old pair of fitted jeans and camisole top that she wore today. "And you, Tony, it's been a while, and I wanted to pop by to see how you both are."
"Yeah, sorry about that. We just needed some time to ourselves after, well, you know."
"Yeah, I know. Well, I'm glad you're okay," Amanda said as she leant her hip against the railing at the edge of the walkway. "You've both been through a lot recently. But we've all lost someone before, and I just wanted you to know that we're here to help you if you need us."
"Thank you. We appreciate that,"
Tony replied.
"Yeah, thanks,"
Tabitha said. Looking at them both together as Tony hugged Tabitha with one arm in a gesture of support, Amanda felt a little more confident in them and in their ability to cope with what they'd been through. If she had to, she would say that based on this quick meeting, it looked to her that Tony was taking the loss worse than Tabitha was, but not by much. Getting through the loss of a close friend was never easy, and it was clear that Melissa had been very close to these two, more like a sister than a friend. When Magi came together as a coven, their magical nature often served to separate them from their non-magical family and friends, and drew them closer to their coven mates. The loss of those people always hit hard. "That's no problem," Amanda said, smiling, and looked down to see Howie on the VIP level below, sitting on the edge of one of the tables down there, looking at something on his cell phone. Amanda sensed the flare of magical energy at the same time as Tony and Tabitha, based on their reaction to it. Amanda quickly shifted her senses into the magical spectrum and saw the club's aegis being ripped apart from the outside. Seconds later, the aegis was destroyed. Fueling her aegis, bringing it up to full power, Amanda leant out over the walkway, looking into the club below. One floor down, Howie still sat on the table, oblivious to the magic happening around him. Amanda scanned around, looking to the dance floor below the VIP area on the ground floor, but saw nothing. "What was that?" Tony asked. "Someone just destroyed the aegis on the club," Amanda said. "You think?" Tabitha said, sarcasm dripping from her reply. Amanda let the remark pass. Given that this was happening during her visit, she had to wonder if the attacker was after her, or if it was just a coincidence. A powerful magic-fueled explosion rocked the ground floor. As they watched, smoke and debris flew onto the dance floor below them from one side of the building. As she watched, a nexus of essentia moved through the debris and onto the dance floor, visible as only a dark shadow to the naked eye through the cloud of dust that billowed out from the explosion. Howie peered over the balcony of the VIP area, looking down at the ground floor. As the dust started to settle, a cloaked form materialized, and as Amanda got a better look,
she felt sure she knew who it was. The person looked up, revealing very dark skin and a face covered in white paint that looked like a skull. Her head was surrounded by thick dreadlocks, adorned with jewelry, trinkets, and bones. Amanda felt sure this was Nymeria, the Voodoo Queen. She wore some kind of heavy-looking cloak, made from layers of material leather and skins adorned in feathers, animal skulls, and other things she couldn't make out. Nymeria looked up, a sneer of hatred on her face, making Amanda feel suddenly very much out of her depth. "Hey, you!" Howie shouted, clearly with no understanding who he was talking to and the danger he was putting himself in. "Feck!" Amanda cursed. They needed to get out of here. Nymeria was here for her, but Amanda felt sure she would kill her friends without a second thought. She could try and fight against this archmagus, but she doubted she would last long against someone of her rank. Better to run and fight another day. Reaching out with her magic, Amanda focused on where she could port them. Suddenly, a new, more powerful aegis sprung up around the building, fueled by Nymeria's magic. There'd be no running this time. "Fecking feck!" Amanda cursed and looked back down at the nomad. Nymeria smiled back at her.
"Come out, little mouse. The cat wants to play."
Amanda glanced at Howie and then back at Nymeria. Nymeria followed her gaze to Howie and then briefly back up to Amanda. The look on Nymeria's face chilled her, and Amanda knew she had to protect Howie. Reaching out with her magic, Amanda conjured an aegis around Howie, and not a moment too soon. Visible green and yellow energy flew from Nymeria's small hand gesture and smashed against the invisible shield. Howie staggered back in surprise as the edge of the balcony disintegrated just in front of him. She needed to get down there. She could protect him better if she were close to him. "Follow me down," Amanda called to the girls as she took one step back and vaulted the railing on the edge of the walkway. She dropped to the floor below, landing with a bang beside Howie, who yelped in surprise as she appeared next to him without warning. Half a second later, Tabitha and Tony followed suit, and with her next thought, Amanda pushed her aegis out and surrounded all four of them in her much stronger personal shield. Nymeria moved, and another incredibly powerful Essentia blast of green and yellow energy, visible to a mortal such as Howie, hit Amanda's aegis like a freight train. Her aegis hissed and popped with the golden energy of her own magic as they were thrown from their feet, landing 20 feet away, demolishing tables and chairs as they went. They were hurt, bruised, and scratched, but aegis protected them from the worst effects of the fall. Amanda looked over at Howie as she picked herself up, brushing her long red hair behind her ear. He sat on the floor with a look of complete confusion, fear, and bewilderment on his face. His eyes were wide, his mouth was hanging open, and he mouthed silent words. What a way to be introduced to magic, she thought. Well, provided she could get them out of here, she would take it upon herself to explain everything to him, and hopefully he would be able to deal with it. But for now, she had other priorities. Looking back in the direction that they'd been thrown from, magic flared as Nymeria ported up to the second floor in a burst of dark smoke-like energy and started towards them. Amanda watched the cloak flare out around Nymeria as she walked, revealing the Voodoo Queen's ebony skin marked with white and red war paint. She wore little beneath her cloak. A pair of small golden discs covered her nipples, while a long, thin sash covered in bones and strange markings hung down in front of her crotch, nearly reaching the floor. She wore fur-covered boots
with bones dangling from strings and animal skulls. Other than that, she adorned her body and legs with more bones, ribs, and animal horns that contoured her body as if they were some kind of armor. Howie yelped in fright at her sudden appearance as Amanda rose to her feet. "Your fight is with me. Let them go, and I won't run from you." "No, Amanda, we're not leaving you."
Run from me, little mouse. You can't run from me. And as for your friends, they will die first. Fair's fair, after all,
Nymeria said, referring to Amanda killing Lucian. "You can try," Amanda countered. She knew Nymeria was right. There was no way they could get through the aegis that she'd thrown up around them. But the outlook for them if they stayed and fought was just as bleak. She flooded her aegis with power anyway, though. The longer she could hold Nymeria off, the better chance they had. Amanda clenched her fists and concentrated hard, quickly using her multitasking effect to split her mind into several parts, most of which she just used to power her aegis.
"I will,"
Nymeria answered, and suddenly threw a staggering amount of energy at Amanda and her friends. The blast splashed over Amanda's aegis, causing her to stagger, but she stayed on her feet, and her aegis weathered the storm. The girls yelped. "We need to get out of here!" they screamed. The look of confusion on the Voodoo Queen's face caused a smile to play over Amanda's mouth.
"You're strong, little one, stronger than I've given you credit for,"
Nymeria said. Amanda stood in front of her friends and looked hard into the dark, soulless eyes of the Archmaster, but said nothing in reply, waiting for her to hit her again with her magic.
"But you can't stand against me forever,"
Nymeria continued.
"I will break through your defenses, of that you can be sure. There is no way out."
Amanda knew she was right. As strong as she might be, Nymeria was more skilled and more powerful too. It was just a matter of time. With Nymeria's aegis surrounding the building, Amanda couldn't port away or call for help. They were trapped.
"Amanda, if you're going to do something, do it now,"
Tabitha yelled.
"The law will gorge on your spirit, little mouse,"
Nymeria mocked her. Spirit, of course. Why hadn't she thought of that earlier? She looked up at the Voodoo Queen as she worked her magic, a plan forming in her mind. It was risky, but staying here was much more dangerous. Nymeria's magic hit her again. As it did, hidden behind the powerful flare of thundering Essentia, Amanda reached out and shaped the Essentia around her, opening a gateway into the abyss. All four of them dropped through and the scene around them changed. They were still in the club, but the blue-tinged darkness of the abyss changed everything as silence filled the air. The noise of Nymeria's magical attacks abruptly ended with a change of scenery. Amanda relaxed and took a breath. They were safe, relatively, for the moment.
"Is this?"
Tabitha asked quietly. "What the fuck is going on?" Howie said, his voice raised as he looked around in stunned confusion. Amanda put a finger to her lips and shushed him. "Quiet, Howie. We're not out of the woods yet."
"This is the abyss, isn't it?"
Tabitha whispered. The sounds of the city had gone, and the silence of the abyss made the noisy material realm they'd been in moments ago seem almost deafening. Amanda crouched down near to Howie and the girls. "Howie, I can't explain everything to you right now. We might have escaped the immediate danger we were in, but this place is not safe either," she said before turning to the girls. "Yes, this is the abyss, and we can't stay here long. We need to leave. We need to get back to the material world, but we need to move first." Looking around her, they were clearly still in the converted church of the Darkside nightclub. The interior of the club seemed basically similar, if somewhat decrepit, and slowly falling to ruin, so she concentrated and scried the building that was the mirror of her home. The image of the inside of the ruined house appeared in her mind's eye. Everything looked clear, so she concentrated on her friends. Okay, we're good to go. Howie, this will feel a little strange, but you will be fine.
Wait, what are we doing?
Howie asked. Teleporting, Amanda said and worked her magic. Appearing on the ground floor of the ruined house, Howie let out a worried yelp and put his hands on the floor to steady himself. He looked around, his eyes wide in fright.
Whoa,
he said. Amanda smiled. Part of the roof fell in suddenly, the loud sound of falling stone and debris shattering the quiet of the abyss. Falling with the stone and landing on the floor, a huge, inhuman thing roared at them from the dust and debris of the collapsed ceiling, its fang-filled maw dripping gross-looking spit. Amanda didn't want to waste any more time here. She worked her magic once again, dragging her friends back through the barrier of Acheron and into the material world of her front room as color, light, and noise flooded their senses again. Liz, who sat in a nearby seat, jumped in surprise as they appeared in the room.
Jesus,
Liz said, her aegis flaring up in a reaction to the possible danger. Amanda looked around her, confirmed where they were, and relaxed. She stood up, brushing herself off as she looked at her friends to check they were okay. Tony and Tabitha crouched nearby, and Howie sat on the carpet, looking around in shock. They were all okay, if a little shaken.
And we're back, Amanda said.
Are you sure? Are we safe now? What the hell happened?
Howie blurted out. Amanda felt terrible for putting Howie through that. Such a sudden and scary introduction to magic was never the best way to find out that it existed. But it had been the only way, otherwise he would have been dead. She walked over and crouched down next to him, putting her hand on his shoulder. "Howie, it's okay, you're safe now," she said. Howie looked up at her, his eyes wide and filled with fear and questions.
What are you?
Amanda opened her mouth to speak, to answer his question, but then closed it again and had to rethink. "Hold that thought. I will tell you everything, but I just need to speak with my friends here first. Here, come here, sit down for a moment," she said, helping him to his feet and guiding him to one of her soft, comfy chairs. Once he was settled, she walked over to Tony and Tabitha, who had stood up and were hugging each other. They separated and looked at Amanda. "Thank you, Mandy. You were awesome," Tony said.
"Yeah, that was incredible. I can't believe we've been to the abyss,"
Tabitha said.
"Yeah, how did you do that?"
Amanda smiled and saw no reason to lie. "Well, I'm the chosen one, you know." "The chosen one?" Tabitha asked. "You've not heard the rumors. They're all over the dark web," Amanda said, smiling. She quite enjoyed the looks of wonder and awe on their faces. She glanced over at Liz as she spoke and caught her giving her a strange look, with one eyebrow raised. Amanda wasn't sure what to make of that, but turned back to the girls to continue their chat.
"No, we don't go online much,"
Tabitha answered. "Well, it's a whole thing. I'll tell you later," she said. "Look, you can stay here for a bit. You can't go back to the club for a while. You can have the same room as the last time you were here, okay?" The girls smiled at her and a few moments later disappeared upstairs. Amanda watched them go and took a deep breath. That had been a terrifying moment, but she suddenly felt incredibly alive and full of energy. Maria had said to live life because tomorrow a nomad could kill you. Well, today was yesterday's tomorrow, and a nomad had tried to kill her. Tried and failed. Amanda felt like jumping for joy. She wanted to whoop and holler her lust for life. Taking on a legendary archmagus like Nymira was not something she thought she could do, but she had, and she'd survived. Was there really something to this prophecy?
Chosen one,
Liz said from close by. Amanda turned to face her, a smile still on her lips, but Liz's look of concern wiped it away. Oh, don't worry about that. We just had a bit of an encounter with Nymeria.
The Voodoo Queen?
Liz asked, incredulous. That's the one, and I can finally confirm that yes, she does want me dead, Amanda said.
Are you all right?
We're fine. We had to escape through the abyss, but we're good, Amanda said. Liz looked over at Howie, sitting nearby, staring into the middle distance, clearly terrified.
I think some of you are better than others,
Liz said. Amanda followed her gaze, and the weight of what she'd just done started to settle on her shoulders. Howie's life, his view on the world around him, had been shattered and shown for the lie it had always been. Amanda took a deep breath. This would take some time. The Syndicate Island. With a long, low, grinding crunch, the cargo ship ran aground just off the beach of the hidden island. As the sky darkened and evening approached, Lilith steadied herself as the ship came to a halt, and the sounds of the waves hitting the beach filled her ears. She turned and looked at the man who stood at the helm. She had him under her complete control and hadn't allowed him to move for days. Fear filled his eyes as he looked at her, and rightfully so. With a minor working of magic, she spun his head around 180 degrees. Even from this distance, she could hear the sickening crack of bone as her magic did its work. She let him go then and watched him drop to the deck, paralyzed, struggling for breath through his ruined throat, but still alive. He'd die soon enough, so Lilith dropped off the edge of the boat into the shallow water and walked up onto the beach. She'd been here before, and it was where she'd hoped to find Mr. Black. But for now, she would wait. Chapter 14. Hostile Takeover, the Syndicate Island. The air snapped, and where a moment ago there had been only carefully maintained gravel, suddenly there stood 7 people. Angel glanced to either side of her, making sure everyone had appeared, and then looked around at the tropical environment. It was early evening on the island. The sun was setting to the west and cast a golden glow over the heavens. Before them, lit up by lights both inside and out, sat the Syndicate's main building, a squat modern affair with glass walls and landscaped grounds. Everything seemed quiet. She could only see 2 people outside, a pair of security guards who stood outside the front doors chatting idly. Angel had worked here for several years, firstly for herself and then for Yasmin as an undercover agent. She'd made contacts, seduced several of the employees, and slowly made herself more and more valuable to them until Mr. Black had finally taken notice of her. Things had changed, though. Mr. Black had been caught in the nuclear blast on the Atoll and had not been seen since. Most likely, he'd been vaporized by the explosion, leaving his organization and empire free for the taking. His best people, his most elite guards and most powerful scions and magi, had been on the Atoll with him, leaving a skeleton crew of operational personnel, the board of directors, and an accompanying security team here to run the place. Feeling energized, Angel set off.
Let's get this done,
she said to her coven as she strode towards the building.
You all know what to do. No killing unless you absolutely have to.
Her coven mates nodded, agreeing with her before several of them ported to other parts of the complex to cover all the exits. Angel continued on with Gabrielle and Uziel at her side. As they neared the building, the 2 guards noticed their approach and stepped forward. The lead man peered at them through the darkness. "Are you okay?" he said, not suspecting anything was amiss.
"We're fine,"
Angel said, smiling. Ah, it's Angel, isn't it? I thought that you were on the mission.
I was, and now I'm back.
That's great. Where's Mr. Black and the rest of the team? He asked. Angel walked up to him.
They won't be returning. Only I survived. I'm here to take on the position of director,
she said, curious to see what his reaction might be. What? What do you mean? He asked. His friend, however, was clearly more suspicious and quickly raised his semi-automatic machine gun, pointing it at Angel. Get the fact, he said. Jake, calm down. We don't know what happened, the first guy said. Sure I do. This bitch here is taking the piss. She probably killed Mr. Black and Roxanne. That's a little dramatic, don't you think? Angela has worked here for years, right? We have no idea what is going on. I don't believe a word of it. We needed to take them in for questioning, he said, and turned to address Angel. Get on the ground and put your hands on your heads. Now, he shouted. Angel frowned at him. She didn't like being shouted at, least of all by a Riven. Anger rose up within her, and she just couldn't help herself. With a flare of magic, the belligerent security guard's body suddenly pulled itself apart. Skin and bone ripped away and dropped to the ground in a wet, bloody heap. The first guard watched this happen and started to back away as he struggled to keep control of his stomach that clearly wanted to purge itself. He heaved, retching and collapsed onto the nearby grass, being violently sick. She reached out with her magic once more and pressed into his mind, and with a quick twist of magic, knocked him unconscious. He collapsed onto the grass. Are we finished? Uziel asked.
Patience, Uziel. I'm going to enjoy this,
she said and set off toward the building. She wasn't too annoyed at Uziel for his comment, but she would not be rushed in this affair. After working as a lowly employee for several years, she hated most of the people here and their elevated idea of their own self-worth. She had seduced several of the chauvinistic men who made up the majority of the managers and aides to the board, all of whom she'd gratified sexually in one way or another. Sex was her weapon, and she always made sure to appear as if she was enjoying it. But each of those acts had been carefully thought out and planned, all in an effort to get closer to her goal through non-magical means, remaining hidden from the capable Magi Mr. Black employed. As it had turned out, that was a very wise choice. Echo Black, a powerful and clever magus, had remained hidden from her throughout her mission. But Echo and Mr. Black were gone now, and Angel wanted nothing more than to demonstrate her power to the men and the occasional women who'd she seduced along the way. Her true colors were on full display today. As she approached the main entrance, she could see the employees inside, sitting at their computers and going about their business. This main central hub had an open plan aspect to it, with everyone working in cubicles while meeting rooms and the manager's offices were placed around the edges of the space. At the back, a large boardroom could be seen, with the entire board of directors inside in the middle of a meeting. Her own coven mates were entering through the two other wings of the complex and would be ushering everyone into the central area. Most of the people left here to run the organization would be in this main room, though. The wings were for the now absent Magi and Scions, along with a few of the more senior directors. Angel's office had been inside one of the wings, which were not open plan. Some of the workers closest to Angel as she walked in stopped what they were doing and stared in her direction. She paid them no mind. Her target was the boardroom at the back and the directors inside, but she wanted everyone to see her, to be aware of what she was doing. porting straight into the room would not have built the same level of anticipation. Angel strode along the main path through the room, right through the middle of the workstations and cubicles. Whispers and rumors spread quickly as she walked. She could hear her name being mentioned by a few who recognized her. Halfway through the room, one of the higher-up managers, a man named Lawton Davis, caught wind of her approach and stood up. He had been one of the men she had been working on, engaging in some office sex from time to garner favor. However, as she'd gained support further up the chain, she'd used Lawton less and less. He frowned at her as he saw her striding through the building. He moved closer to the main walkway as she approached him. She didn't really acknowledge him, but she could see he was on a mission.
"Angel, where have you been? Come here. I think we need to have a talk. And who are these two?"
he asked. Angel found his tone distasteful and disrespectful. She didn't pause, but as she strode forward, she raised her hand and made a twisting movement as she worked her magic. Bones snapped inside of Lawton's body, and his terrifying scream made those closest to him shrink back. His body twisted into an unnatural shape before falling to the floor in a howl of pain that barely sounded human. People screamed and shouted. Some of them surged away from Angel or from Lawton. Others came forward, curiosity getting the better of them. Chaos erupted from the calm of the working day as Angel reached the doorway of the boardroom and slammed it open with a ram of magical energy. Angel walked inside and with another working of magic, closed the door behind them. While Gabrielle and Uziel guarded the door, she stepped up to the table.
"Gentlemen, ladies, it's a pleasure to see you all," she said.
"Angel,"
said Grant Connolly, a board member who'd she'd been working on.
"Can we help you?"
"What's the meaning of this?"
said another.
"What are you?" "Excuse me. What the hell?"
said someone else. The explanations blended together as they all talked over each other. "Quiet," she said, in a voice that she made sure would be heard. As they fell silent, she started to walk along the edge of the room, around the side of the long table.
"Mr. Black is dead, by my hand."
"What?"
someone said. A couple of others spoke up too, but their comments quickly died away upon seeing Angel stop and frown at the group.
"Angel?"
Grant said again.
"What's going on? What's the meaning of this?"
"I'm taking over," she said. "The syndicate is mine."
"And what makes you think you can do that?"
Grant asked. She didn't want to waste any more time on Grant, so she pulled on her magic and sent its effects at him. The magic hit him hard and flung him from his seat. Blood splattered onto the wall behind him as he hit it. His body stayed there for a moment, half crushed, with blood leaking from his eyes and mouth before dropping to the floor. "This does," she said, and let her gaze pass over the rest of the board. A few of them had shouted and screamed at her attack, recoiling from Grant's lifeless body, but now they all looked up at Angel in terror.
"Anyone else care to argue the point?"
she said. The ocean. Clancy looked out to sea. Night had just fallen, and through the gaps in the clouds, he could make out the pinpoints of light in the heavens. The boat moved slowly, riding the waves as best it could. They had a long trip ahead of them, and his passenger seemed keen to get to where he wanted to go. This was no island on any map that he could find at the grid reference he'd been given, but his passenger had paid him well, very well, so who was he to argue? The night air had a chill to it tonight. so he went back inside and made his way to the main hold and stepped inside. The room sat in almost complete darkness, but he could make out the vast and deformed body of his passenger sitting in the shadowy corner. In the center of the room, laid out on a table, a good-looking black-haired girl wearing mismatched clothes remained unmoving. Clancy looked back over to the figure in the corner.
"We're in international waters now. Thought you'd like to know."
The passenger said nothing, so Clancy chose to back out of the room and leave the pair alone. Chapter 15. Coming to Terms, New York. Amanda crossed the street with Howie, approaching his apartment block. Looking up, she realized she'd not seen this building in what seemed like an age. The last time she'd been here was before she'd become a magus, and her life had changed so completely. Looking at it now, that old life seemed like a distant memory, almost as if it wasn't her life at all, but someone else's. Originally, she found this place when she'd been sleeping rough as a teenager after arriving in the city. She'd been desperate for a place to sleep, but found it difficult to find anywhere even remotely safe that she didn't get moved on from almost straight away. This was the first place she had spent more than one night, but she hadn't been sleeping here long before Howie spoke to her and offered her a place to stay. He'd been a true gentleman to her throughout her time staying with him, and for that she'd always been grateful. He had introduced her to many of the things she still had an interest in today. He loved bikes and had been forever tinkering with his Honda, something which had rubbed off on her, creating a love for bikes and biking within her as well. Even today, she loved going out on her modified Fireblade and hitting the streets. He'd also been the one to get her to take self-defense classes, which over time had transformed into full-on martial arts training, something which continued after she became a magus. Howie had been a significant influence on her, and she'd always felt bad about letting him down by working the streets with Georgina. But that had all been a long time ago, and it seemed like they were well beyond that now. Certainly, with today's events, the relationship had taken another big step forward as Howie was introduced to Amanda's world. After getting back home in the afternoon after their escape from the nightclub, Amanda had spent the rest of the day talking with Howie, explaining what he had seen, who she was, what magic was, and answering his many questions. He'd stayed at her house all afternoon, fascinated by what she told him and deeply curious about this crazy new world he'd stepped into. To his credit, once he had calmed down after the initial shock of the attack and the trip to the abyss, he had taken it all pretty well. She'd even demonstrated a few bits of magic, showing him what she could do. He'd been curious about her history and asked a lot of questions about how she'd become a magus and about her training in Ireland. Amanda didn't see the need to hold anything back. There was nothing about the world of the Magi and her story that she felt he shouldn't know. He'd been a true friend to her in those early days, and she felt like she owed him that at the very least. Spending time with him had been cathartic for her, and she felt she'd finally started to put her guilt behind her. She felt like the debt had been repaid, and as she had walked along the New York streets with him, taking him back to his apartment, she felt much more at peace with him. Also, she found she really enjoyed his company, and if she were honest with herself, kind of fancied him a bit. Every time she found herself eyeing him up and enjoying just looking at him, she heard Maria's words echo in her head about enjoying life and finding someone else, apart from her, to be with. She wasn't sure how Howie felt, though, and really didn't want to go poking about inside his head in what would feel like a massive breach of trust. Instead, she would have to do things the old-fashioned way. During the few moments she had alone during the rest of the afternoon,
Amanda found herself thinking about the events of the past few days. Her meeting with the council and how Forrest had agreed that she did seem to be the chosen one weighed heavily on her mind. She thought about her newfound power and ability to pass into the abyss and how it had saved the lives of her friends from the clutches of the nomad Nymera. She also thought about the visit by the Knights of Newark the other day and how they seemed fascinated by the prophecy. As she thought about these things, she found her opinion shifting a bit. Maybe they were right. Maybe everyone around her was trying to tell her something, and she needed to finally listen to them. It all seemed to fit together. Everything that had happened to her, everything she could do, all pointed to her being the chosen one. She struggled with this concept these past few days, but escaping Nymera and seeing the reaction of the girls and Howie made her rethink it all. She'd saved them, and only she could have done that with her ability to shift into the abyss. Without her, they would have likely died. She turned that phrase over and over in her mind, the chosen one, and started to quite like the idea. It was late. Night had fallen hours ago, but the city's lights meant that Manhattan was never really truly dark. Dodging a couple of cars, they crossed the street and walked up the steps to the front door of Howie's building. "Here you are," she said.
"Thanks," Howie answered. "How long has it been since you were last here?"
"I've no idea. A few years at least," she said and looked up the front of the building. "It's not changed much, to be sure."
"Never does,"
Howie answered. "This is where we first met, isn't it?" Amanda mused. Howie looked down at the ground behind him, where he'd first seen Amanda sleeping all those years ago.
"It is," he said. "I've often walked past here these last few years and thought of you. Wondered where you were, what you were doing, but I'd have never guessed the truth."
Amanda nodded in agreement, a slight smile on her lips.
"You want to come up? Have a cup of hot chocolate for old time's sake?"
She smiled up at him. "That sounds grand, thank you." She followed him upstairs. Once inside, the familiar sights, sounds, and smells made her feel instantly relaxed and calm. She'd come to know his apartment so well, it had felt like home to her. The first home she'd ever known in the USA. Some of the decor had changed, and a few bits of furniture had been moved, but it was essentially the same place she'd left way back when.
"You remember it all then?"
he asked from the kitchenette. She looked up, realizing he'd caught her looking around and smiling to herself, remembering her time here. She flushed slightly, walked over to the breakfast bar, and sat on a stool opposite him. "I do, yes. It's good to be back." She glanced around once more as he finished making their drinks.
"So, I'm one of these initiated now that I know of magic and the Magi."
"That's right. You stepped through the curtain, so you'll be more aware of it now."
"So most people don't see magic?"
"Not really, no. When people happen across something magical that their brain can't rationalize, the Riven mind kind of blocks it out, which helps us to remain hidden."
"Riven? You've not used that word before."
Riven is the name we're given to anyone who is a normal human and still unaware of magic. It means separated, which is a reference back to an event in prehistory when the Archons tried to get rid of all the Magi by separating us from the magical energy in the world. It worked for the most part, and the numbers of Magi were vastly reduced, but we still survived, so the story goes.
"Jeez, there's so much to take in. It's crazy,"
he said, looking a little overwhelmed. Amanda could sympathize. She remembered her first days in Ireland, learning under the gentle water's tutelage and feeling like she was drowning in all the information he was giving her. "There is, but you will get there in time, so you will, depending on how involved you want to be with this side of the world."
"Do I have a choice?"
Howie asked, handing her a mug of hot cocoa.
That was an interesting question. Unlike being a magus, which would automatically mean a certain level of involvement in the magical world, there was still a healthy amount of separation between him and the dangerous world of the Magi. The initiated were no more connected to magic than a Riven was, meaning they were indistinguishable from the general masses of humanity the world over, something that the initiated of the Arcanum and those who worked directly for a coven used to their advantage. So, did he have a choice? She supposed he did. Yeah, you have a choice, Amanda said. You're not a magus, and you won't show up in our magical site as an initiated, so if you wanted to stay out of the magical world and continue on the path you know, then sure, you could do that. I'm sure there are plenty who do, but you might find that since you peeked behind the curtain and seen the truth, it will be harder than you think to keep out of things. He said, and walked over to the couch with Amanda, where they sat and sipped on their drinks. You could work for me, Amanda said. Howie looked at her over the top of his mug, pausing as he thought about it.
Really? You're offering me a job?
Sure, why not? She smiled.
Doing what?
I don't really know yet, but I'm sure I can keep you busy and pay you well. You could work with Sean on the security intelligence side of things.
Work for the scary vampire in your basement.
That's the one, Amanda said with a smile. He said, mulling it over.
I kind of like that idea.
Think on it and let me know, she said, going back to her drink. They chatted for a little while longer, finishing their drinks before Amanda decided that she really must be going home. She liked Howie a lot, and a part of her ached to take him there and then, but she just wasn't sure if that was a good idea or not. Pulling her denim jacket back on, she made her way towards the door. Thank you for the drink. I'll see you soon.
You can count on it,
he said, and moved towards her to kiss her goodnight. She stepped in as well, and their lips met. As they pulled apart, Amanda looked into his dark eyes. There was something there. A connection that had never been addressed before. She almost felt like she could get lost in those deep, dark eyes and wondered if he felt the same way. She leaned in and kissed him again. It lasted a little longer this time, and she could feel his hands on her back as they kissed, burning through her jacket and all the way to her soul. Maria's words echoed through her mind, and Amanda made her mind up. She deepened the kiss as they slowly moved against each other. He pulled her tight against his chest, his muscular arms lifting her up easily. She enjoyed that feeling of strength. She felt safe in his arms, secure. Her kisses grew more insistent, filled with energy and passion. She pulled off her jacket and tossed it aside, never parting lips. She enjoyed feeling his hands as they ran up and down over her back, squeezing her flesh. Amanda did the same to him, tracing the strong, toned muscles of his torso. Needing more, she pulled on his shirt buttons, undoing them as quickly as she could before pulling it off and drinking in the way the light played across his chest. She ran her hands over his velvety brown skin as he kissed her neck. She took his head in her hands. "Are you sure you want to do this?" she asked.
"Are you?"
he replied. She nodded back to him, smiling.
"Then I am too,"
he said, and kissed her. She wanted this more than anything else. She wanted him, and there was nothing that could stop her. This would be a night to remember. Approved email from Syndicate staff member to partner on the mainland. Hi, babe. It seems like we have new management here at work. Nothing changed much, but we had a few dramatic scenes when they first arrived earlier today. Looks like things will calm down quickly, though, and it's business as usual. Not sure if this will change my work rotation, but I'll let you know if my return date changes. I'll Skype you later. Lots of love, Nick. Chapter 16. Searching,
The Atoll, the Pacific. The seaplane bounced once, its skids skimming the water, kicking up spray all around it. Her view of the small island in the center of the atoll was blurred by the water that ran down the window. The trip out here had taken hours. This chain of islands was the first thing they'd seen since leaving the Honolulu airport, and it made for a welcome change. The atoll had a curious shape that looked quite unnatural, no doubt a result of the recent events that had taken place here. 6 small islands formed an almost perfect circle around a single central island. The ring islands were all tiny, nothing more than sand, with just a hint of grasses growing on a few of them. But the central island, while still not huge, held a good amount of vegetation, as well as a rock that jutted up from the center.
"Here you go. You should be able to walk to the beach from here,"
the pilot said as the plane came to rest in the shallows close to the beach on the central island. Assunta nodded to one of the Crusader Knights who sat next to the door. He opened it and then jumped out into knee-deep water. Assunta followed him out and took the lead as she walked up out of the water and onto the beach. Mary had called Assunta back from her mission in New York to follow up on a related lead. A contact in the U.S. military had reported to the Vatican that they'd recently picked up some strange survivors from an atoll in the Pacific after detecting a nuclear blast there. Their investigations led them to this island, where they picked up several people, including the crew from a missing sub and a few civilians. Mary had put this together with the rumors she'd heard about Amanda Jane Page and the prophecy of Helene, and the choice had been made to investigate. To keep the assets assigned to this personal mission of Mary's to a minimum, Assunta had been called in from her stakeout. She didn't mind jetting about the world, and it kind of made sense to her that she should be the one to do this mission in order to keep some continuity in the broader investigation into Amanda. It might be the middle of winter back at the Vatican, but here on the equator, the days were hot year-round. A few steps up onto the beach, away from the gently lapping water, she stopped and dropped her bags, looking back to the 6 other Crusader Knights that she'd brought with her. They all followed her up onto the beach and stopped close by, catching their breath in the bright sunlight of the day. "Right, first things first. Let's set up camp somewhere, and then we can start to organize the search," she said and watched the team move into action. Turning to face the sea, she gave the pilot a wave. He waved back, and within minutes had the plane back in the air and heading back to base. She'd call him back on her satellite phone once they were ready to leave. They chose to base themselves beneath a cluster of trees to keep out of the sun as much as they could. Also, the ground was much sturdier and made for a better area to pitch their tents. They were planning to stay for a few days to make sure they thoroughly searched the whole area, so she made sure the team took their time setting up and making themselves as comfortable as possible. They were making good progress, and she felt hopeful that they would be organizing search teams later today. After an hour of hard work in the unrelenting sun, they were all sat around the fire that Caesar, Assunta's second-in-command, had built, sipping on water and catching their breath. Assunta sat next to Caesar in their pop-up chairs and organized the search teams, choosing to send Valeria, the only other woman on the team, and Leon off to swim out to the outer ring where they would do a circuit of the outer islands. Today would be about getting a lay of the land, checking out the terrain, and figuring out the order of their search. Later, after they had enjoyed a light lunch, the team set about their assigned tasks. Valeria and Leon changed into their swimming gear and set off for the outer ring, while the rest spread out and started hunting through this central island. Although it was the biggest bit of land in this atoll, it was still relatively small, and you could walk across it in just a few minutes. Still, looks could be deceiving, and they'd been told to go over the island with a fine-toothed comb, leaving no rock unturned. Halfway through the afternoon, one of her team, Ignacio, called out to her from near the central rock. Walking up the beach from where she'd been searching, the ground changed from sand to hard-packed earth, and the vegetation grew thicker. Ignacio led her through the undergrowth and eventually to the side of the rock and a small clearing in the middle of some very thick bushes. The small clearing appeared to be deliberate, and the way that it had been hidden behind a wall of branches that she struggled to get through would have been enough to pique her curiosity. But that wasn't the strangest thing about this find. Set into the rock face was a metal door, clearly man-made. The rounded vertical rectangle had been cut perfectly into the rock. Assunta stepped forward, her breath ragged from the difficult climb through the bushes, and she looked at the curious metal door before her. Made from a dull but polished metal, it had irregularly shaped holes cut into the surface to reveal inner workings that didn't look dissimilar to the insides of a watch or clock. She stepped closer to it, and with some concentration, called on some divine help from God to reveal the door's clearly divine nature. Standing right next to the door, she raised her hand and moved to press it against the metal. She found she could touch it without issue, its cool surface hard and unyielding beneath her hand. Pulling her hand away, she stepped back. "Well done, Ignacio. This is an amazing find." "Thank you," he answered. "We need an easier way in here, though. Clear some of this foliage. Get Max and Miguel to help you." Assunta turned back to the door and examined it again. There didn't seem to be a handle anywhere. There was what looked like a button or two, and there was a small hole in the upper middle part of the door as well. She looked closer, and the only thing that popped into her mind was the possibility that this might be a keyhole. But who had the key, or was it here on the island somewhere? Ignacio had climbed out of the clearing, and she could hear him calling on his two teammates. She pushed against the door with her hand. It didn't move. This would take some time, she thought, and turned to see Ignacio return with Max and Miguel, machetes in hand. They wasted no time in choosing the lightest section of foliage and started to hack at it, clearing a way through. Assunta spent the next 20 minutes inspecting the door, pressing things, trying to make the exposed mechanisms move, and just generally searching for clues while the three knights cut their way through to her. Finally, with a path cut through the wall of branches, Assunta decided to give it a break and take a walk, leaving the knights to clear more of the space before the doorway. She wandered out onto the beach and back into the sun and made her way around the island. She wondered what on earth that door could lead to, and whether it was witch magic or divine grace from God above. The feel of the energy around it seemed quite pure and reminded her of the divine energy that she and the other inquisitors wielded against the witches. She wanted to report back to Mary with something big, something juicy to prove herself to her mentor. Mary had elevated her to the position of Inquisitor Knight from the ranks of the Crusaders, partially due to the manifestation of her divine gift, but also because Mary, like herself, believed that the Inquisition needed more female members. The organization still felt incredibly sexist, with the vast majority of those in position of power being male. The fact that Mary had somehow risen to the highest rank within the organization, the first woman to do so, was an incredible achievement, but they couldn't be complacent. They needed to continue to push for greater equality within their ranks, or risk losing more of their numbers to the witches. she knew several who had grown so disillusioned with their near-constant promotion of men far less capable into higher positions that they defected. She understood the frustration and had been overlooked many times herself, but Assunta could never defect. God chose those he felt served him best, and she felt confident that as she proved herself to those in power, she would continue to rise in the ranks. She walked over to a collection of rocks that rose from the sand and sea and spotted a place to sit. Placing her boots next to her, she sat and enjoyed the feeling of the cool water on her feet and the powerful sun beating down on her, warming her forehead. After a few moments of enjoying the sun, she looked down, lowering her face into shadow to relieve her skin from the heat building up there. She opened her eyes and looked down into the water around her feet and the glittering light reflecting off the top of the ripples. Something appeared to flash beneath the water. She tilted her head to make sure she wasn't imagining things. Sure enough, something seemed to be down there. Leaning forward, she reached down into the water and pulled the gleaming item from the sand. 3 inches long, it was a curiously shaped bit of metal on the end of a chain. Assunta couldn't believe her luck as she realized what she was looking at. This must be the key for the door they'd found, just here, lying on this beach, waiting for her. Rising from the rock she'd sat on, she picked up her boots and walked back to the camp where she dried her feet and pulled on her shoes before heading back to the door and the secrets it held. Her 3 teammates were still there and had cleared plenty of undergrowth. They stepped aside to let Assunta in and watched as she approached the doorway. Lifting the key, she pushed the end into the hole where it fitted perfectly. "You found the key?" Ignacio asked. "It appears so," Assunta said and turned it. It clicked once to one side before returning to its original position. Assunta waited, but nothing happened. She frowned and wondered if she'd done something wrong, but felt sure she hadn't. She pulled the key back out, whereupon the sound of movement from the mechanism inside the door started up. Then a beat later, the door slid to one side. So, that's how it works. Assunta thought and smiled to herself as she marveled at the powerful energy that flowed from the other side of the door. The energy had a peculiar feel to it that she recognized as temporal energy. The room beyond the door was pitch black. Only a small part of the floor just inside the door could be seen and seemed to be made from the same kind of metal as the door. Assunta stepped forward. "Careful," Ignacio cautioned. "I will be," she said, and cautiously lifted her foot and stepped over the threshold into the darkness. The moment her foot hit the floor, recessed lights flared into life, bathing the room in a soft, cool glow. The room was made entirely from metal with sections cut away, exposing the mechanisms beyond. It looked as though someone had cut a donut shape from the inside of this rock and lined the walls in this strange metal. In the center of the room, a circular platform rose up a couple of feet from the floor, with a similar platform descending from the ceiling above, mirroring the one below it. Assunta could feel the energy of the divine almost tearing at the timeline, and felt confident that this must be some kind of time device. As she neared the platform, she could see a control panel on a metal pedestal. Only 2 controls were obvious to Assunta. One of them seemed to be another keyhole, and the other a fairly large button. Assunta looked behind her and saw the 3 faces of the men peering inside, watching her with looks of fear and curiosity etched on their features. "What is it?" Ignacio asked. "Looks strange to me. Alien, maybe," Max suggested. "Alien?" asked Miguel, skepticism drawing his eyebrows up. "Well, it doesn't look like anything I've ever seen before," Max answered. "But why does it have to be an alien? More like some kind of weird government place. No doubt linked to the Americans." Miguel said.
Have you ever listened to yourselves? Ignacio asked, interrupting them. It's probably the witches, right, Santa?
I'm not sure, she said. It's strange. Lifting up the key, she inserted it into the control panel. It slid in easily, clicking in place. Turning it, the key clicked to one side and stayed locked into the hole. Around her, a hum of power grew within the room, and she could feel the energy quickly build up while a soft light glowed from beneath the button.
Let's see, shall we?
She said and pressed it. Bursting into life, a blinding light hovered between the two platforms on the floor and ceiling. Assunta fell back against the chamber wall in surprise. Starting life as pure, brilliant light, it quickly grew into a massive ball of flickering blue energy that filled the space in the middle of the room between the platforms. When it finally settled, the massive ball of energy was about 8 feet across, and its surface roiled and flickered with blue and white energy. Sitting up, Assunta stared at the sphere of energy, while the knights outside uttered expletives that were both unbecoming of an inquisitor of their rank and also understandable, given the situation. The energy that this thing generated was intense and almost unbearable, and yet she couldn't help but stare at it, fascinated by this curious development.
I think Mary will be interested in this, she said to herself.
The High Inquisitor Damask. I am writing to request your presence at the Atoll at your earliest convenience. We have found something that we believe you will find of great interest. I hesitate to say more in a message such as this that can be read by others. I await your contact. God be with you, Assunta Bologna.
Chapter 17.
Warsaw Whispers, Warsaw, Poland. Walking along the street in Warsaw, Dmitriev pulled his long leather trench coat close to keep the warmth in. As a magus, he didn't usually need to do this, but whenever he was out in public, he kept his enchantments to a minimum and only used his magic to smooth over the ripples in the local essentia he created with his presence. The Arcadian magi were sneaky, and when he went for one of these walks, he didn't want some upstart apprentice causing him trouble, trying to prove himself to his masters by taking on a nomad such as he. Dmitriev enjoyed getting out of his underground sepulchre and either wandering the streets or stopping by one of the places he frequented around the city. It helped him think, and it felt good to get some fresh air. Today, he headed towards one of his regular haunts, a greasy cafe that served a wide range of foods, most of it likely to cause a heart attack just by looking at it, but he loved it. The front of the shop looked as run down as the rest of the block. Its dirty windows with rusted metal bars made it look more like a prison than a cafe. The cheap neon sign in the window declared the place to be open, so he stepped through the front door, which set some bells that hung above it a-ringing. Dmitriev saw the two magi immediately upon entering. They glowed brightly in his magical sight, and they weren't hiding their nature. They were also the only customers. Dmitriev paused for a beat in the doorway as he considered his options. He'd taken care to hide his magical nature to the best of his ability, but it wasn't foolproof, and there was a chance that they'd recognize him for what he was. On the other hand, if he left right away, they might suspect him. As he made a show of scanning the seating and checking his watch to hide his indecision, one of the magi glanced up at him and looked away, paying him no further mind. Dmitriev didn't like the idea that there were two magi, probably Arcadians, sitting in his favorite diner. He'd hoped to sit here and kill a few hours in thought, just to relax and have some time to himself. The magi hadn't picked up on his nature yet, but the longer he stayed, the riskier it would become. But he was inside now,
and they had apparently not realized who he was. Plus, the man behind the counter, the owner, was a friend. A Nazi sympathizer and someone Dmitriev liked. Without further pause, Dmitriev found a seat not too close to the other Magi. The owner, Ludwig Zabek, a man almost as wide as he was tall, and with an almost permanent frown on his face, glanced up and nodded to Dmitriev. Dmitriev nodded back and sat down. Ludwig knew what he wanted to order, as it was always the same thing, and Dmitriev always got it for free. Sitting back in his chair while he waited, Dmitriev closed his eyes and used his superior hearing to listen to the hushed conversation the other two Magi were having.
So I have no idea if it's true, but I did some digging through some recent reports on the Pentagon database, and it seems like some kind of nuclear test had been detected. A few survivors were found there as well. So something happened. But that's not the interesting part. Oh really? A nuclear explosion possibly caused by Magi is not the interesting part of this story. This just keeps getting better. Have you heard the rumors of the Chosen One? Chosen One? No, not in real life. That only happens in films with a plot so cheesy that you could cut it up and eat it. I mean, come on. A Chosen One? No, I swear it's true. You've heard of the prophecy of Helene, right? Who hasn't? The new Magus that killed Lucian in New York. They're saying it's her. That was never confirmed, though. The council says they killed him. Don't believe everything the council tells you. They're just trying to protect her. No, it's the same girl. They're saying she's the one talked about in that prophecy. They're saying that this Amanda Jane Page is the chosen one.
Dmitriev's eyes snapped open. Amanda, had he heard that right? He couldn't believe it. He'd not heard that name for so long, and now here it was, appearing out of nowhere to haunt him once again. He hated that bitch so much that just hearing her name made his blood boil. But what was this talk of being the chosen one? He moved his eyes and looked over at the pair of Magi sat to his left, whispering under their breath.
The chosen one, said the skeptical Magus. Well, in the prophecy, it talks about signs or markers that will let you know who that person is, and apparently she has most of them. You're going to have to remind me of the prophecy. I can't remember exactly what it says. I thought you said you knew it. I know of it, sure, but I've not memorized the damn thing. It's the one that says the Archons will return, isn't it? That's right. It also speaks of a woman who carries a physical mark. She has an aura with the colors of life and death in it, and the ability to pass into the abyss, too. And she can do all that? I think the only one they missed out is the one about being friendly with the Weavers. That's not been mentioned.
Dmitriev had heard enough. The fact that Amanda had once again appeared out of the woodwork after being gone for so long would have been enough to catch his interest. But with rumors of the prophecy as well, he simply had to do something. But he needed to know where Amanda was these days. Where could he find her and hopefully, finally, kill her? He stood up and walked towards the two Magi.
Where are you getting this information, Arthur? The dark web, you know, the usual places, said Arthur. And you believe it?
Why wouldn't he believe it? Dmitriev asked them both.
Excuse me?
Asked the skeptical one. Dmitriev looked down at him and cocked his head to one side. He sensed the magic within this Magus as it just started to stir. Dmitriev was ready, though, and brought all of his strength to bear in an Essentia strike that hit the Magus with a power that saw his aegis shatter. Colored flares and crackles of light spilt out from the magical blast. lighting up the cafe while the other man, Artur, looked out in terror. Dmitriev wasted no time and followed up the Essentia strike with a direct attack on the man's body itself, which the Magus did his best to resist. His magic pushed back, trying to cancel the effect, but some started to get through, and his body began to pull itself apart where he sat. The man screamed as he lost the battle of wills, and his magical resistance faltered under Dmitriev's unrelenting attack. Breaking through, Dmitriev's magic ripped the Magi's body into shreds and covered the fake leather seat in gore. Artur looked on in horror, apparently rooted to the spot. He looked up at Dmitriev and then to the door, only to see the enormous form of the owner standing there, locking it from the inside.
"Thank you, Ludwig," Dmitriev said. "Now, Artur, is it?"
Artur nodded, a vigorous nod of someone fearing for his life and hoping that his compliance will save him.
"So, tell me, Artur, where can I find this Amanda?"
Paris, France. Royston sat back in his chair and reared the note he held. He felt consternation at seeing Dmitriev's name. It was too early, but for the time being, it was all hearsay. 2 Arcadian Magi had disappeared in Warsaw, Poland, and the main suspect, due to the proximity of his rumored sepulchre, was Dmitriev, or one of his coven. At this delicate time, someone like Dmitriev could really make things go askew. He'd pass the information on, of course. She'd know what to do.
Chapter 18.
Three's a Crowd, New York. Amanda padded over the carpet towards her front door, her bare feet keeping her movements practically silent as she opened it, already aware of who was on the other side. Amanda gave Celeste a huge smile and a hug in greeting. "It's wonderful to see you, Celeste. How have you been?" Amanda asked. "I'm great, thanks. How about you? I've heard some curious rumors recently." "Yeah, I'm the chosen one," Amanda said, no longer feeling quite so shy about it. Why should she? She could pass into the abyss for pity's sake. Who else could do that? Everything that the prophecy had said about her seemed to be coming true. All the Magi seemed to believe it. Even the council appeared to be convinced, including Forrest of the Legion. She hadn't been keen on the attention at first, with all the people coming up to her and wanting to talk with her. But they hadn't meant any harm. They just wanted to see her. "The chosen one indeed," Celeste said, tilting her head to one side slightly as she said it. "Yup, that's right," Amanda said with a smile. "I've become quite famous with all this going on. I've had a few of the local covens come around to see me. I'm happy to entertain them, of course." "And you're dealing with this okay?" Celeste asked. "Oh yeah, it's all grand. It took a little getting used to be sure, but I'm good now." "So, what does this all mean then? What can you do?" Amanda went through it with Celeste, happy to open up about it and tell her what had happened. They moved into the living room and sat talking for a while, Amanda going through the recent events, while Celeste listened and asked questions. By the end of it, Celeste seemed a little off with her. She wasn't sure, but the friendliness she had shown upon first arriving seemed to have been withdrawn somewhat. Amanda didn't know what was going on in Celeste's life, though, so it could be anything. "Are you okay?" Amanda said. "Of course, I'm fine," Celeste answered. "So, what have you been doing recently? Anything interesting?" Celeste smiled inwardly and let out a sigh before answering. "I've been volunteering, actually, working at a local women's shelter called The Sanctuary. They help women who've escaped from abusive relationships. They try to get them back on their feet and living their lives again." "That sounds perfect for you," Amanda said, smiling. "I bet you could show those men a thing or two, if you know what I mean. Yeah, sure. Rip some balls off, you know. If you say so, Celeste said. They talked for a while longer, but it soon became apparent that Celeste didn't want to stay and chat. Amanda wasn't sure why, but felt confident that Celeste had her reasons. She was a werewolf, after all, and she had no idea how that changed you and affected your personality. Thanks for coming over. It's always great to see you, Amanda said as Celeste stepped outside the front door. Yeah, sure. Thanks for the chat, Celeste said. I'll see you around, Amanda said. Celeste just waved as she reached the bottom of the steps and continued down the street without looking back. Amanda frowned. It seemed strange that Celeste would come over and then be in a rush to leave. She was also a little dismissive about her new status as the chosen one, like she didn't believe it or something. She closed the door and turned to see Liz standing over by the bottom of the stairs watching her. Are you all right? Amanda asked.
Everything's all right with me, she said, putting some emphasis on the last word.
Did you see that? Did she seem a little off with me somehow? Amanda asked.
A little, yes. I couldn't possibly think what the issue could be.
The sarcasm came through clearly, making Amanda frown and wonder if Liz had a problem as well. I'm not sure I like that tone, Liz, Amanda said.
Oh, really? You don't like my tone?
No, I don't. What is wrong with you? Amanda said, feeling lost.
Nothing is wrong with me,
Liz replied with anger in her voice. Well, clearly there is, and I don't like how you're talking to me. Look, I've got people to speak to, so I'll see you later, Amanda said, deciding she didn't like this conversation anymore. As she stalked off down the corridor, Liz just watched her go. What had gotten into people today? First, it was Celeste, and now Liz. It was probably nothing. She hoped so anyways, as she had Howie coming over tonight and felt confident he wouldn't want to deal with a stroppy teenager in the house with them. Later on that afternoon, Maria arrived unexpectedly, and after Liz had put her in a bad mood, it had been just what Amanda needed to lift her spirits and put her in a better frame of mind. She'd been itching to tell her about Howie anyway. After all the encouragement to try new things, she hoped that Maria would approve. So I've got something to tell you, Amanda said after they chatted for a while in the kitchen.
Oh, really? Go on,
Maria said. She adjusted her position on the stool at the breakfast bar. Yeah, well, I took your advice finally, and I started seeing someone else, besides you. It was an odd thing to say, almost as if she was admitting to some infidelity, and yet she knew that Maria had encouraged this.
Oh, that's great. Well done. So, he's okay with us being together as well? It is a he, right?
It is, and yeah, we talked a bit. I said I wanted to keep it as an open relationship for the moment, and he agreed. He seemed to like the idea.
So, don't keep me in suspense. Who is he?
His name's Howie. He's an old friend of mine and a newly turned initiate.
Oh, I see. Excellent. An old friend. From before you became a magus?
Yeah, it's a long story, but Nymira attacked us.
What? When did this happen?
Oh, only yesterday. Don't worry, we survived just fine, Amanda said.
Well, obviously, but geez, Amanda, I had no idea, and you move fast if you only got together with him yesterday.
Grab the bull by the horns, you said. Live your life every single day. So, when that nomad attacked, your words suddenly made a lot more sense to me.
Maria smiled. You know what? You're right, and you did exactly that. Good for you.
Thank you, Amanda said.
I can't wait to meet him,
Maria said, a wicked grin. I bet you can't.
What has your life become, hey?
Maria said, listening to her and Howie talk about the fight in the club. That had been one hell of a day, and it felt like it had happened ages ago, even though it was really only yesterday. Although getting together with Howie seemed like a natural progression, the next logical step in their friendship. "Feckin' weird is what it's become," Amanda replied. She sat at the kitchen table with Maria to her left, Howie to her right, and Liz opposite. She'd appeared a short time ago and as yet hadn't mentioned the terse exchange they had had earlier. Amanda felt that Liz had acted like a child and was showing her age. She felt like it really should be up to Liz to come to her and say sorry, rather than the other way around. As such, they barely said 2 words to each other, but she had joined in with the general chat with all 4 of them sitting at the table.
"And dangerous. I'm still not sure who that scary witch woman was at the club,"
Howie said. "Namira?" Amanda asked.
"Ah, the voodoo queen. She's a powerful magus, very well known and very dangerous,"
Maria explained.
"Not someone to get into a fight with, then,"
Howie said.
"No, she has a habit of killing anyone who doesn't agree with her,"
Maria commented. "She hasn't met me yet," Amanda said, somewhat deadpan.
"Ooh, look at you,"
Maria said in mock outrage.
"That's big talk for someone who ran away,"
she said, smiling.
"You think you could take her?"
Howie asked Amanda. "Hello, chosen one here," said Amanda, feeling confident in her abilities.
"Get over yourself,"
Maria said, laughing. Amanda laughed too, but wasn't sure if Maria realized that she was being at least somewhat serious. Howie also smiled, but Liz didn't and gave her a very funny look. But she ignored it. "Hi," Amanda said to Maria. "Even Forrest Ward seemed convinced I was the chosen one. What does that tell you?"
"Who's Forrest Ward?"
Howie asked.
"The leader of the coven over in Texas, and someone who's,
Maria faltered. "Been a feckin' idiot is what he's been," Amanda interjected. "At least, this prophecy seems to have made him see the light at last. About feckin' time, if you ask me."
"This was at the council meeting you went to?"
Maria asked. Amanda was fairly sure Maria already knew this. Maybe she was asking for Howie's benefit. She played along. "Yeah, I think I did well. Showed them what I can do. I think most of them will be on side." Liz stood up from the table, a look of disgust on her face as she turned and walked out of the kitchen. Amanda watched her go, a frown on her face. After a moment, she looked at Maria and Howie. "I don't know what's gotten into her. She's just really emotional and seems to take issue with everything I say." "Are you going to go after her?" Maria said. "You think I should?"
"Yeah, I would."
"Okay," Amanda said and followed Liz out of the kitchen. She caught up with her upstairs close to her room. "Hey, Liz, wait up," she said and closed the gap between them as Liz waited in her doorway, her face stern.
"What?"
Liz said. "What's going on with you? Why are you acting like this?"
"What's going on with me? Jeez, this is the problem, Mandy. You can't see it, can you?"
"See what?"
"I mean, do you even hear yourself? What you sound like?"
"I have no idea what you're talking about, I'm sure. But this attitude of yours, these teenage hormonal outbursts, they're getting a little out of control."
"Oh my God, are you being real right now? You're trying to pin this on me."
"You're the one with the problem," Amanda said, feeling confused.
"No, you're the one with the problem, not me. You need to listen to yourself sometime. You're being a self-entitled, stuck-up bitch that I just don't have any time for right now,"
she raged, before walking into her room and slamming the door in Amanda's face. Amanda stood in the same spot for a while, feeling shocked by Liz's outburst. After a moment, she stepped up to the door and knocked on it. "Liz, I'm not sure what that was about, but I think maybe we need to talk about it."
"Piss off! There's nothing to talk about. Go away."
Amanda sighed and backed off from the door. she was at a loss. It was totally out of character for Liz. She had never seen her act out like that. She was still young, and Amanda supposed it wasn't all that long ago that she had basically lost everything. Was it just teenage hormones or some kind of stage she was going through? She didn't know, but for tonight, at least, she decided she would give Liz some time and space in case she had some stuff she needed to work through. She'd make sure that Liz knew she was available for a chat if she wanted to talk about it, but for now, she felt that Liz would appreciate some space and time. Her choice made, she walked away from Liz's room and back downstairs into the kitchen. She found Maria and Howie chatting and laughing and enjoying each other's company. "Getting on well?" Amanda asked. Maria looked up at her and winked.
"You'll have to let me know where you found this one."
"I'm one of a kind, I'm afraid," Howie said.
"Then we'll just have to share. You don't mind, do you, Mandy?"
Maria said.
"Join in any time you like," Amanda joked.
"Phew, I'm getting a little hot under the collar here,"
Howie said, laughing. As the drinks flowed, Amanda quickly forgot the little altercation she'd had with Liz upstairs. She chatted and laughed with Maria and Howie and had a great evening with them. They soon retired to the lounge and continued to drink. She wasn't sure what it was. Maybe it was the alcohol, taking away her inhibitions and emboldening her. Perhaps it was her growing self-confidence or her new outlook on life. But later that evening, she snuggled up to Maria, with Howie apparently enjoying the view. A gentle glance at his surface thoughts confirmed her suspicions. Throwing caution to the wind, she chose to take things a step further, curious to see where it might lead. Kissing Maria in front of Howie gave her a thrill that felt new and exciting. Maria's words to her just a couple of days ago came back to her. Enjoy life. Make the most of it, for tomorrow you could be dead. Yesterday's attack only served to reinforce the idea, solidifying it, making it real. Giving him some knowing looks as they made out, she couldn't help the giddy smile that spread over her face. Maria whispered in her ear, "Shall we take him upstairs?" "Absolutely," Amanda answered with a thrill of excitement. Diary of Marcus, Grand Inquisitor. Mary has left the Vatican today on another of her personal missions, heading who knows where. If I had to guess, I would say it's another mission related to the witch in New York she seems so fixated on. I worry that this might become an issue and bring weakness to the Inquisition, but I have plans in place, so I must be patient and wait for the right time. Chapter 19. Strategy, the Atoll, the Pacific. Assunta stood on the island beach, her feet planted firmly in the shallow water as it lapped against her ankles. With her hands behind her back, she watched the seaplane taxi over the waves and come to a stop close to the shore, but not close enough to become beached. The side door opened, and preceded by a pair of Crusader knights, Mary Damask stepped down from the plane and walked through the waters towards her. In this intense heat, she wore a long white dress and a light shawl over her shoulders. Sunglasses hid her eyes, while her bob-cut black hair glistened in the light of the sun. Assunta offered her hand to Mary as she got closer. "Hi, Inquisitor Damask. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for coming." Mary briefly shook Assunta's hand in greeting. "Your insistence about not talking about this remotely is what has brought me here, against my better judgment. The Conclave will not be happy with me disappearing like this, so this had better be good, Assunta." Assunta had lowered her gaze as Mary had spoken, feeling somewhat chastised by her comments, which she supposed were justified.
Assunta knew that the conclave took a dim view of Mary's personal vendetta against Amanda. But she also felt certain that once Mary saw what was here and what it could potentially do, she would understand why she'd been so insistent that she see it for herself. I understand, Inquisitor, but I beg your indulgence on this. I don't think you'll be disappointed. We shall see. Well, let's get on with it, shall we? Mary said impatiently. Of course, follow me. Assunta said and led Mary and her entourage up the beach towards the dense green foliage in the center of the island. There was now an open and clean path through the bushes to the clearing and metal door, which Assunta reached with Mary in tow. This is what we found on the first day here. This doorway set into the rock. I hope there is more to see than just a door, Mary said, but Assunta felt certain that Mary was more intrigued than she was letting on.
As you can see, there appears to be no handle on the door, and only this keyhole, she continued. Later the same day, I happened across the item on the beach nearby.
Assunta held the metallic key aloft. She then placed the key into the lock and opened the door. As it opened, she saw the look of curiosity on Mary's face and her reaction to the intense wave of temporal energy that washed over her from inside. Assunta smiled to herself. She knew she had Mary's complete attention. What is it? Mary asked. I have my theories. Inquisitor, please, follow me inside. I have more to show you. Stepping inside, the device proceeded to light up as before. Assunta waited as everyone filed in and they all had a good look around the room. Are we sure this is not powered by witch magic? Mary said.
I don't know how we can be sure of that,
but the energy in here does seem to be quite pure, and without the typical feel that the witches give their magic. I can see that, Mary replied. Assunta could feel the divine power from their Lord and Savior flowing through her mentor as she used his grace to look upon the energy that fueled it.
But what does it do?
Asked Augusto, an Italian-looking man and Assunta's fellow knight who stood next to Mary. With your permission, Inquisitor, Assunta asked. Mary nodded, fascinated. Please stand back, she said, inserting the key into the control panel before turning it 90 degrees. The now familiar hum started up all around them, and the button on the panel next to the key began to glow. I would shield your eyes. This tends to be quite bright, she said, and pressed the button. The bright white flare of light flashed above the central platform and then grew into the huge globe of blue energy, like a mini azure sun hovering before them. Even though she'd felt it before, the temporal energy that flooded the room stunned Assunta, and she could see the impact it had on the group that had been graced with the ability to sense God's power. After a short time, the group settled, unshielded their eyes, and gazed up at the globe in wonder and awe. Our best guess, Assunta began. This is some kind of a time-traveling device, and that is a portal. She pointed to the globe. But we needed to send something or someone through to test it. Time travel, Mary said cautiously. That's right. I'm not sure where or to when it leads, but I think this is a portal into the past. I'm also unsure how Amanda fits into things. But given the fight she had here recently and the new rumors about her, I'm reasonably sure of a connection. We just need to know what it is. Request whatever you need, Mary ordered. I want to know what's on the other side of that portal. We have a thing we jury-rigged that's about ready to go.
We're just going through some final test now. What thing? We're calling it our rover, she said and gestured to the door where Ignacio stood holding an all-terrain remote control car with a camera duct taped to the top of it. Mary looked at it, then back to the portal and then back to Ignacio. Does it work? We've not yet sent it through, Ignacio answered. Would you like me to? Do it, Mary said. Assunta felt like protesting. She would have liked to have had a little more time to test it, but she also knew that complaining would only serve to annoy Mary and not stop it from happening. So she kept quiet. A short time later, Ignacio and Caesar had the camera hooked up to the monitor, with both a long cable taped into place and a wireless connection as backup. They had no idea what would happen when they sent Rover through the portal, but they hoped they would get a picture of the other side. They could also use the cable to pull the car back through once they were done. With everything set up, Caesar gave Ignacio the thumbs up, and he placed the car on the edge of the platform, right at the base of the energy globe, while being careful not to touch it himself. Ignacio then backed up slightly and pushed the stick on the controller forward. The moment Rover passed through the outer shell of the globe, the picture on the monitor fizzed and went to static for a second before an image of trees and bushes appeared on the screen. Is that a forest? Mary asked. It appears so, Inquisitor, Caesar said, peering at the screen before him. Ignacio had the remote next to him and played with the controls, but to no avail. Rover appeared dead, or, at least, the radio signal didn't pass through the portal. Put the aerial through, Caesar said. Ignacio looked at the metal extendable aerial and moved closer to the globe. Inserting the aerial into the energy ball, he tried the controls again. This time, the car moved. Ignacio watched the screen and worked the controls, but even at the full extent of the wire's length, all they got were images of a forest. After a minute or two, the sight of movement a short distance away caught everyone's attention, making them look closer at the screen. A woman in modern clothes, with bright, long red hair, was seen for only a few fleeting seconds. Amanda, Mary whispered. Are you sure? Assunta asked. I'd bet my life on it, Mary stated. Ignacio tried moving the car around some more, but to no avail. Nothing further could be seen, which meant only one thing, Assunta thought. We need to send someone through, Mary said, voicing what Assunta was thinking. We're not set up for that here, Assunta said, referencing their lack of proper tactical gear and other tools for such a trip. I completely agree with you, and I want to handpick the team to do this as well. We have the key, right? If we take it, then no one else can get in here, correct? I believe so, yes, Assunta said. We're leaving then. I want to plan this carefully. Gather your things and get back to the seaplane. We'll be back and ready to explore the world on the other side of that portal soon enough. Time is on our side, I think, Mary quipped. Is it not wise to leave somebody here to watch the place? Your call. While leaving a guard might give us some eyes on the island, it also shows our hand, especially if any witches pass by who can read his mind. It's a risk either way, so that's up to you, Assunta. And if anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable. Very well, Inquisitor, Assunta replied. The ocean. Echo opened her eyes as she canceled the mental link she'd been concentrating on and found herself back in the darkened room on the boat that was taking them back to their island.
she had only just recently woken up from whatever kind of coma she'd fallen into after the nuclear blast late last year, to find that her father had been horribly disfigured by the same event. He'd been taking care of her to the best of his ability ever since. His huge, disfigured body held a tremendous amount of power, and suddenly, for the first time, Echo actually felt a little afraid of him.
So?
His voice rumbled from across the room, where he sat in shadow. Well, it seems that the Syndicate has been taken over by a magus who calls herself Angel. I think we both know who that is, she said with a grim smile. So, when you're ready, we'll port over there.
Chapter 20.
Evicted, the Syndicate Island. Angel sat at the large desk in the largest office on the Syndicate Island. This was the seldom-used office of Mr. Black. Usually, he lived aboard an almost constantly airborne converted jumbo jet that was refueled in the air to negate the need for landing. Only technical issues would bring the jet to the ground, and then usually only to the private airstrip on the island. With a bit of magic, Angel had easily gained entry into his office after taking control of the island. She'd also soon broken through the security on his computer so that she could access his files. These past few days, Angel had focused on only one thing, hunting through Mr. Black's files to find out as much as she could about his operation. She was under no delusion that there would be others interested in the Syndicate, so she had ordered her coven to gather everything they could, so that if they needed to leave in a hurry, this wouldn't be a wasted trip. Some might call her paranoid, but Angel saw it as prudent. She wanted to know who Mr. Black controlled and why. She hunted for the people who owed him favors and the people he had information on for bribery purposes. When the alarm went off, warning her of an intruder on the island, she didn't feel at all surprised. With the calmness that came from decades of life as a nomad, she opened up the security camera feeds and quickly found that they were under a two-pronged attack. She could see Echo Black, Mr. Black's daughter, walking in, not even trying to hide. She looked confident, striding purposely with her fists clenched. Meanwhile, another camera showed something huge and monstrous striding over the grass towards the compound. Dressed in a thrown-together outfit of black that looked ripped and hastily stitched together from maybe 10 different garments, the giant was 8 or 9 feet tall, with layers of muscle beneath a tough, deformed hide of pale, hairless, death-like skin. Angel glanced at Echo again. She looked the same as she had when she'd last seen her, just a bit rougher around the edges. And then she looked back at the huge, deformed man. Was that Mr. Black? She tried to get a closer look, but struggled to see much at all on the security feed. That's when the first of the telepathic messages from her coven started to come through, making sure she had seen the alert and asking what she wanted to do. Angel glanced at the screens again, at the 2 people walking through the island's landscape towards the complex they were in. It was just too much of a coincidence that Echo and this other thing were here at the same time. So she made the assumption that this was Mr. Black and his daughter making a bid to take back the island and his organization. The way they were approaching the complex from basically opposite ends also spoke volumes about how much they knew about the current situation. You wouldn't do that if you thought nothing had changed. Angel had to assume that Mr. Black knew she was here and knew she'd taken control of the Syndicate. She didn't see the point in getting her coven killed trying to keep hold of the place, but she didn't want to just run away either.
Okay, Michael, take Cherub, Uriel, and Azrael. and see what you can do with the girl. Don't get yourselves killed over this, but if you can scare her off, or even kill her, then do it. Gabrielle, Uziel, you're with me. We'll take on the big guy. I'll meet you out front ASAP. She said and called on her magic to split her mind and multitask. She set all but one of her minds to building up her aegis and the store of essentia she held within her. With her remaining mind, she ported from the office to the front of the building. Moments later, Gabrielle and Uziel appeared next to her. Concentrating, Angel sent her senses out to where the cameras had picked up the creature's approach and easily found the huge man walking towards them. He was still a long way off, though. She gifted this information and view to her two coven mates through their mental link. Let's go and meet our guest, shall we?
She said and ported all of them so they appeared a few meters ahead of the striding creature. The thing stopped in its tracks upon seeing them.
Angel, thought you could have my empire all to yourself, did you?
The thing said. She actually kind of recognized the voice. It sounded much deeper, with a more gravelly tone to it than before, but it was undoubtedly Mr. Black's voice.
So, it is you,
Angel answered, confirming her suspicions that this ugly thing was in fact Mr. Black.
You could really do with some skin treatment, I think,
she quipped.
Leave,
he said, ignoring her joke.
Not just yet. We're not done here,
she said, pulling as much magical energy as she could to her and then casting it out at Mr. Black with as much force and power as she could muster. Angel had seen Mr. Black's aegis when she had first appeared before him. She could see it had some serious power behind it, and as her magic hit him like a speeding freight train before cascading around his aegis, it started to become clear just how powerful it was. Through the flares and pyrotechnic display of her magic hitting his shield, she could see the smile on his face growing. He would not be an easy opponent to beat.
A little help,
Angel sent out through her mental link to her coven mates. A moment later, they joined her in blasting him with more essentia in a combined effort to take down his aegis. Beyond her magical attack, Angel could make out something glowing green on Mr. Black's chest. It seemed to be fueling his shield, and as the power of their attack grew, so did the energy that poured out of the thing on his chest. And then it hit her what it was. This was the green orb that she'd helped recover from the ice at the South Pole. Somehow it had fused into Mr. Black's chest and seemed to be protecting him. Doubt grew inside her, and she wondered if this was a fight she could win. As her fear grew, she began to take a few steps back from Mr. Black.
And magic is doing a nothing, Angel. He's too powerful. I can't see us ever getting through his shield,
Gabrielle stated.
I agree,
Angel replied, and indicated that they should cancel their castings. As one, following her lead, they all broke off their attacks.
Finally realized what you're up against, have you?
Mr. Black said, a sneer on his lips. Angel merely frowned. She didn't like the idea that she could be beaten by this man, but she also didn't want to end up in a losing fight and risk the destruction of her coven. There would be other opportunities to deal with him.
Let's see how you do against me,
said a raspy feminine voice to Angel's right. Looking over, she watched as a huge cloaked figure stepped out of the bushes. Its flowing robes covered a body that looked to be nearly 12 feet tall and seemed to ooze from the nearby undergrowth. Mr. Black turned to the new arrival
apparently forgetting that Angel was even there. The attack from this new challenger was swift. With a sudden kinetic ram, the newcomer's magic slammed Mr. Black into the ground. She followed it up with a rapid series of attacks that hammered him into the earth and made his aegis fizz and pop as it tried to hold off the onslaught of magic. As Angel watched, huge boulders hauled themselves out of the ground and threw themselves at him while nearby trees were uprooted to do the same. Debris and smoke rose from the growing crater that Mr. Black found himself pummeled into. From thin air, without a cloud in the sky, bolts of lightning started to lance down at Mr. Black's barely visible form, followed by balls of fire and lava that caused more smoke and dust to rise into the air. The strange new Magus strode into the maelstrom of magical attacks while Angel and her coven-mates looked on in awe at the power she brought to bear. Angel didn't know who she was. Its voice suggested a female creature, but from the sheer strength, power, and number of attacks that were hitting Mr. Black, she guessed this was an archmagus of fearsome ability. Angel backed off further, but continued to watch the fight.
I don't know about you, but I'm feeling quite out of my depth here, Angel said.
Agreed, Gabrielle said.
Damn right,
Uziel said. Michael, how's it going over there? Angel sent through to her other coven-mates who were trying to repel Echo.
She's proving to be problematic. She's fast and powerful and holding her own,
Michael answered. We're way out of our depth on this end, and we have a new player on the island, who I would guess is an archmagus. Suddenly, from the clouds of dust and smoke, a hand shot out and caught the cloaked magus by the neck. Mr. Black stepped out from the storm of magical attacks, holding the figure aloft before slamming it against the nearest tree. The creature's hood fell off with the impact, revealing a long, angular, almost alien face that sported a small pair of horns on top of its head. The thing looked barely human, let alone male or female or anything else. The creature's own aegis crackled and hissed as it tried to resist and get out of Mr. Black's iron-like grip.
Who are you?
Mr. Black bellowed.
You don't know,
the thing said, amused by the question.
Don't play games with me,
Mr. Black said.
You freed me from the ice. You woke me up when you took that,
the thing said as it nodded down at the green orb embedded in Mr. Black's chest.
Did I?
Mr. Black replied. Angel watched and listened closely, desperate to know what was going on.
I am Lilith, and I want it back.
You want it back? Take it,
Mr. Black said before punching Lilith across the face with a force that made Angel wince.
Go on, take it,
he said again before hitting Lilith a second time.
If you can.
Then he threw a third punch and a fourth and more, punching quicker and harder each time. The Essentia in each of his strikes smashed against Lilith's aegis, cracking it, overwhelming the shield, and allowing the force of the hits to break through and hurt her. Then, with a sudden flare of magic, Lilith disappeared from beneath Mr. Black's attacks. Mr. Black roared and swung left and right, looking around him for the aggressor. Having seen enough, Angel knew the time to leave had come and sent out the call for the team to port away. Her two coven mates next to her called on their magic and ported, leaving Angel standing before her former employer.
It was fun while it lasted,
Angel said, causing Mr. Black to turn and fix Angel with a piercing stare.
but I have new horizons to explore. Maybe we'll meet again sometime,"
she said before calling on her own magic and porting away. Back in Milan, Angel walked out of the meeting room, her coven mates leaving to go about their business. After getting back from the island, they convened here to discuss their mission and what they had gained. Each had been filling numerous hard drives and memory sticks with as much data from Mr. Black's servers as they could, and now they would pass the data on to their most trusted initiated tech guys, who would go through it with a fine-toothed comb and present it back to Angel in a more accessible format for her coven to use. It had been a more dramatic end to their mission than they had planned, but watching Lilith fight had been incredibly impressive. You don't often get to see an archmagus let loose and anyone live through it. Mr. Black was another matter. He'd survived the nuclear blast on the Atoll and apparently come through it not only alive, but also stronger. With the green orb now embedded in his chest, he was able to fend off an archmagus. Things had certainly taken a turn for the strange, it seemed. She wondered what Mr. Black would be planning now that he was back in control of his organization. It would be much more difficult to keep track of him now, not least because he knew who she was and would be on guard for such things. But Angel had several other endeavors underway. She walked through the modern minimalist corridors of her coven's private residence at the top of the tower her company owned, and stepped into her private office, glad to have some time to herself. Closing the door behind her, the sudden rush of Essentia and the speed of the attack against her left her no time to defend herself. Within a split second, she found herself pinned by the neck against the wall by the dark figure of Lilith.
"Hello, Lilith."
She coughed as Lilith's hand slowly crushed her throat. Deep within the shadows of Lilith's large hood, her eyes had a red glow to them and bored down deep into Angel's soul. Going by the sheer power she had unleashed upon Mr. Black earlier, she knew that if Lilith wanted to kill her, she'd already be dead. She had also clearly bypassed the aegis on this building undetected, meaning she was not only powerful, but also highly skilled. But Lilith said nothing. She held Angel for a moment more before suddenly letting go and dropping her. The strength in Angel's legs failed her, and she fell to the floor in a heap, coughing as she fought to get her breath back. After a moment, as her breathing steadied itself, she looked up at the dark figure, its cloak billowing as if a breeze blew through the room.
"What can I do for you?"
Angel asked.
"You can tell me everything you know about Mr. Black,"
Lilith said, her voice deep and powerful.
"Everything? That's an awful lot to go through,"
Angel said.
"The main thing I want is a weakness, something I can use against him, and I do hope you know of such a thing for your sake,"
Lilith threatened. Her life meant nothing to this archmagus. She knew that, which meant Angel could only really cooperate and hope for the best. As for a weakness, that was a tough one. Angel knew about as much as Lilith did about the new form that Mr. Black had taken, and there seemed to be little, if any, weakness at all. But maybe that wasn't what she meant. A weakness could also be leveraged. Having recently spent a reasonable amount of time with Mr. Black and finding out quite a bit about his history and his family, maybe there was a weakness after all. Angel looked up at Lilith.
"I suppose there are his daughters,"
Angel suggested.
"Daughters?"
Lilith repeated, clearly interested.
"Yes, Echo and Amanda. Both are Magi, and he seems quite attached to both of them." "Tell me more,"
Lilith said. To Counselor Count Saint Germain.
I'm writing to you to express my concern about the behavior of a magus here in the USA, specifically Amanda Jane Page. It has come to my attention that she has been spending a non-significant amount of time with several undesirables, dissidents, and most worryingly of all, nomads. We first noticed this a short time ago, and in the interests of security, given her relationship with Counselor Trevelyan and others, we chose to monitor her to the best of our ability. Below you will find a list of the incidences that are of note and the proof we have of each of these meetings. I would ask that you look through this list and the proof we've gathered, and that you take the necessary action needed to make sure that the Council is secure and the threat is minimized. I trust that you will take this seriously and act appropriately. Kindest regards, Forrest Ward.
Chapter 21. About Face, New York.
Amanda appeared in the alleyway behind the Jade Palace, porting into the quiet gap between the palace and the surrounding buildings. Yo tried to keep it as clear as he could, knowing that Magi such as Amanda and others he knew used it to visit his establishment quite regularly. Amanda visited several times a week to see Yo and Maya, and also because Liz worked here with Yo's apprentice and PA, Stella. It had been a couple of days since she'd last spoken to Liz. She seemed to be taking pains to purposely avoid her, and it had occurred to Amanda that maybe Liz had spoken to Yo or Stella about what had been going on, and it might be able to give her an idea of what was wrong. When she had first arrived in New York, back when Lucian ruled the city, traveling around had been tricky, and they had to pretty much port everywhere. Yo had managed to keep such a low profile that Lucian had no idea where he was in the city, had remained an innocuous eatery and self-care business throughout Lucian's reign, and to keep it that way, Amanda and her friends only visited if they ported here. That had changed with Lucian's death, and Amanda often walked to the palace now, enjoying the street life she saw on her walks. But today would be different, and reminded her of those days hiding from Lucian, only she was hiding from Lucian's mentor now instead. It was entirely possible that Nymeria knew of the Jade Palace and was watching it, so she ported in with as little fuss as possible and appeared in the alleyway around the back of the building. She looked in either direction and, seeing nothing, approached the rear entrance. She had a sudden, intense feeling that something was about to happen, so she boosted her Aegis on reflex and rushed for the palace's back door. If she could just get inside its Aegis! The enormous kinetic blast slammed into her as she turned the key in the door. Unlocking the door created a hole in the building's Aegis. Amanda was knocked flying through the doorway. The thick metal door buckled under the power of the attack. Hitting the wall on the far side of the room, Amanda saw Nymeria drop into the alleyway as her magic reached in and caught the swiftly closing hole in the Aegis and leveraged it open. The conflicting magic emitted sparks and lightning-like bolts of energy that arced about the room until the Aegis flared briefly and then ruptured. Amanda worked her own magic and quickly split her mind into several parts that would allow her to multitask and cast several magical effects at the same time. From outside, the large bin that stood on casters in the alleyway flew through the air and crashed through the door. It took out the wall and crashed into Amanda's Aegis. The interior wall behind her gave way, and she crashed through it into the office on the other side, her unyielding Aegis protecting her from the attack. Wanting to take this fight away from the palace, Amanda tried to port, but clearly Nymeria didn't want her going anywhere, as the nomad countered the effect. Simultaneously, Amanda felt an Aegis, a new one,
spring up around the building on Nymera's command. She couldn't see the Voodoo Queen for a moment as she lay in the office at the back of the Jade Palace. Around her, several office workers looked terrified. A couple of them were screaming in panic. Nymera's magic reached out and tore at the debris between her and Amanda, creating a hole. Getting to her feet, Amanda disliked the idea that she was on the defensive, but registered the renewed screams of those around her. These were probably ordinary Riven mortals who had never seen magic before, and from a quick glance around, she could see a few of them were hurt from the flying debris. Amanda wanted to do something to help, to stop these innocents from getting hurt. But Nymera sent a powerful spike of Essentia at her that stabbed at her aegis, attempting to crack it open. Amanda concentrated on her aegis, putting as much effort into protecting herself from the skilled magus as she could. "Run!" Amanda screamed at the bystanders. They backed off in fear as strange energy sparked and flew about the room. At the same time as the Essentia attack, more of Nymera's magic ripped at the ceiling directly above Amanda. The floor above collapsed on top of her, the heavy wooden beams splintering as they broke against her aegis. Striding into the room, Nymera noticed the 5 or 6 mortals cowering away from the fight, trying to open the doors that had been partially blocked by the debris. Vaguely, Amanda was aware of more magic flickering about the room as she concentrated on refueling her aegis. As she defended herself, filing cabinets and desks flew from where they rested and hit her as if they'd been fired from a cannon. During a sudden break in the attacks, Amanda looked up at the smirking archmagus and felt the red-hot flush of anger rush through her veins. An office worker threw herself at Amanda, her face filled with rage, and Amanda suddenly realized what Nymera had done. She was controlling the Riven. The mortal woman jumped at Amanda with no thought to her own safety. Landing on her, she grasped Amanda's hair and clawed at her with her fingernails. Amanda tried to push her off, grateful that her force shield protected her from any real damage, as another worker piled on trying to bite her face. Within seconds, Amanda found herself buried beneath several snarling Riven, hell-bent on ripping her apart like a pack of wild dogs. When another massive chunk of concrete hit the brawl Amanda found herself involved in, she wondered about the depths that Nymera would sink to in order to have her revenge. The concrete missed Amanda, but did break the leg of one of the mortals. Not that it slowed the woman down or had any effect on the savagery of her attack. Amanda tried to pour out of the brawl and into the abyss, but once again found her magic blocked by the Voodoo Queen, who laughed at her predicament.
"You will die here tonight, Amanda. I promise you that,"
Nymera said, her voice ringing out loud and clear through the snarls and inhuman sounds her mind slaves were making. Unable to pour it away, Amanda concentrated on her force shield, and with a concentrated working of magic, pushed it out, expanding it suddenly and shoving the rabbit workers off her. They fell backwards. Amanda looked up at Nymera, who only laughed. Amanda jumped up and ran at Nymera. She used all of her minds and magic on keeping her shield up and intact, but she had plenty of Essentia stored within her that she could use if only she could hit the nomad. As Amanda ran at her, Nymera cocked her head to one side and with a look that said, "Really," hit her with a powerful kinetic blast. Amanda flew back, smashing through the next wall and out into the peace garden in the center of the palace. Hitting the floor, Amanda rolled and looked up, the bruises and scrapes on her body starting to become a little more debilitating. Nymeria laughed again as she walked towards the hole in the wall that Amanda had created. The office workers under her control scrambled through the gap, snarling and running at her, wanting only to tear her apart. Looking up at the nomad, Amanda realized that she might not actually survive this. As that dark thought surfaced, a shadow appeared behind Nymeria in the office, followed by a flash of shiny black claws that raked across her back. Nymeria fell through the hole in the wall, landing on her knees in the peace garden as Horlak stepped out of the office behind her. Amanda backed off, her stomach doing flips upon seeing the nightmare creature from her past up close and personal once again. Stepping out into the garden, Horlak rose to his full height, twice as tall as a man and nearly as wide. His dark, heavily muscled body was covered in patches of coal-black hair. He looked like a demon from hell with his bat-like head, enormous tusks, and the cancerous-looking, twisting horn that grew from his forehead. The talons on his right hand dripped with blood, Nymeria's blood. He looked down at Amanda and paused for a moment before turning his attention back to the nomad. The office workers who had been running towards Amanda had also stopped to look up at the demonic werewolf, waiting to see what would happen. Horlak reached down and grabbed Nymeria by the legs. He picked her up and proceeded to slam her back down onto the floor again. He repeated it several times, as if she were a hammer he was using to drive home a particularly difficult nail, before throwing her in a fit of rage at the far wall of the building. But she never hit it. Nymeria poured it away in a flare of magic and a soft snap of air. Around her, the office workers suddenly regained their minds and collapsed to the floor. Most of them were in pain, with one woman nursing a broken leg. Those who were still alert enough to take notice of Horlak screamed and backed away from the creature. Amanda stared up at him, unsure what was about to happen. This thing had tried to kill her several years ago, triggering her epiphany. She had retaliated with instinctual magic, blasting Horlak with it. She thought she'd killed him. But after the nomad at the nuclear power plant had brought him back, it became clear that she hadn't, and maybe she'd only pushed him into the abyss. Sitting on the gravel, Amanda looked up at Horlak. His shark-like eyes stared back at her, his expression unreadable. She had no idea what Horlak was doing, but she refueled her Aegis and healed the damage that Nymeria had inflicted, waiting for Horlak to make his move. As she watched, he sank down into a crouch and offered her his hand.
"May I help you up?"
Amanda looked at the hand and then back at Horlak's face. This was a new one. Realizing that he probably wasn't going to attack her, she picked herself up, ignoring his hand and doing it herself. Remembering the panicked mortals on the far side of the garden, she sent a quick wave of magical energy at them that would put them gently to sleep. She would deal with them later. She stood, but even at her full height and with him crouched down before her, he was still taller than she was.
"What can I do for you, Horlak?"
I want to apologize."
He looked down at the floor. Amanda stared at him in shock as she processed his statement. She wasn't sure she'd heard that right. "Excuse me?" she asked, wanting to be sure she wasn't in some kind of fever dream.
"I want to make amends for my actions. I want to apologize to you,"
he rumbled. Why? Amanda asked, suddenly suspicious.
I want to meet with Maya, please.
He said please. This thing that looked like it was from hell had just said please to her. She wasn't sure she could take much more of this weirdness. You want to meet with Maya? Can't you just ask her yourself?
We have a history, and I don't think she wants to see me. But if you were to vouch for me, maybe,
he suggested. Amanda looked down at the blood on his claws and then back up at his face. It seemed strange to see this animalistic nightmare talking, like the human it must have once been. But she knew now why he had attacked Nymeria. He wanted someone close to Maya to speak for him. Hey, look, I appreciate your help against Nymeria, but if Maya doesn't want to see you, she began. Horlak leant forward, lowering his head some more, his movement interrupting her. While it wasn't meant to be threatening, his size and appearance made it look and feel that way. Amanda broke off and backed up a step.
Please, Amanda, just tell her what I did today, and tell her I wish to speak with her,
he said, pleading with her. Amanda smiled to herself, not quite believing what was happening. He was trying to prove himself worthy to talk to Maya. Okay, I'll do it, so I will. But I can't promise anything, she said, and opened a mental link between herself and Horlak, which he accepted.
I understand. I look forward to your message, and thank you.
Turning, he leapt up to the roof of the building before disappearing from sight. The hour was late, and luckily the Jade Palace was empty, apart from the few workers sleeping peacefully around her. With some careful use of magic, Amanda had soon wiped the memory of the fight from their minds, healed them, and sent them home before she turned back to the mess that Nymeria had made of the back of the building. She wondered if Nymeria would try her luck again, or had Horlak scared her off for good. The Arcady, etheric craft, in geosynchronous medium Earth orbit. Stepping up from the portal in the Null Realm onto the deck of the sleek ether ship that she knew so well, Maya walked through to the main living space. It was an open-plan area with plush white leather seats and polished wooden decking. Everything had a clean, modern design with minimalist decor. Nearby, a large saber-toothed cat with honey-colored fur lay sprawled on the floor, watched her with his glistening eyes. Maya smiled and gave him a playful scratch behind the ears. It purred loudly at her as she walked past. Good boy, Saman, she said. The ship's captain and owner stood at the windows, looking down at Earth's curve far below. They were several thousand kilometers above the planet and had a breathtaking view. Hey, Maya, the woman said. What's up? I'm a little concerned with how, Amanda is acting. Liz came to me yesterday, a little concerned. I know, I'm aware. Let's just say it's not her finest hour, and things will get worse before they get better. Chapter 22. All Pile On, the Jade Palace, New York. Feeling drained after fixing the damage that Nymeria had done to the back of the building, Amanda walked through the front of the Jade Palace and into the bar area with its glass frontage. It turned out that Yo and Maya were not here tonight, and even Stella had apparently left early, leaving some of the other office staff to finish work and lock up. She realized how lucky she'd been that there weren't any customers in tonight. Otherwise, she would have needed to bring in the Arcanum to help with the fallout. Instead, she had been able to handle it herself and clean up the mess quite easily. The only thing that Amanda would have to leave, as it would be the outer aegis at the back of the building that Nymeria ripped holes in and was now basically useless. The main inner aegis that had been left untouched only covered Yo's apartment upstairs. Amanda walked behind the bar, pulled a glass down from the shelf, and poured herself a tall glass of water. She then walked back to the stools around the front of the bar where she sat and sipped at it. As she took another mouthful of water, she sensed the stirring of magic outside the front of the building and looked up to see the essentia in the street start to pull in on itself. The energy shot forward, smashing the cafe door open. Glass and metal flew everywhere. Amanda boosted her aegis as she ducked off the stool, raising her arm to protect her face. Looking up, she saw a magus with neatly trimmed blonde hair stepped through the glass. It crunched under his black patent leather boots. The man had a haughty look on his chiseled features and held one hand behind his back as he moved, his long black leather trench coat flaring out around his legs.
There you are, Amanda. Why, it is such a pleasure to see you once again. It has been too long, Fräulein,
the man said with a heavy German accent. Amanda didn't recognize him, or the Magi who walked in behind him. A man with mousy hair, wearing a suit and glasses, with circular lenses, stood close to Trenchcoat Man. Behind Trenchcoat and suit, 2 more Magi followed. A bald man in a bomber jacket and jeans, wearing boots with red laces, walked in next to a woman with a curious haircut of bleached blonde hair, cut to various lengths. Red laces and bleach spread out to the sides, but kept to the front of the building and watched the street outside. Amanda looked back at Trenchcoat and blinked. "I'm sorry, do I know ya?" She might not know who they were, but she felt sure they were not here to play nice. They were here for a fight, and any talking before things kicked off was merely foreplay. But she didn't want to fight again, so keeping them talking was always preferable, and there might be a chance that she could defuse the situation.
"No me, don't play coy with me, Fräulein. It's not been that long. Surely you have not forgotten the last meeting we had on the battlefield."
"Well, that all sounds grand, but I'm pretty sure I've never met you before. I'm sure I would remember you if I had."
"Really? I suppose 1944 is quite a long time ago, but still," he mused.
50 years, Amanda sputtered. What was he talking about? This could only be a case of mistaken identity, because she had certainly not been alive for that long. "I'm sorry, but I'm only 21 years old. You must have me mixed up with someone else." Trenchcoat narrowed his eyes suspiciously.
"No, I am quite sure you are the woman I am after, and I don't appreciate these games you are playing, Fräulein. You are trying to take me for the fool, and I will not stand for it."
A spike of essentia flew at her. The attack was powerful, but nowhere near what Nymera had been wielding. The energy struck her aegis, but it held firm and deflected the energy. "Now that's not nice," Amanda quipped, not at all fazed by the cheap shot. The man's own aegis benefited from a boost, while another of his minds reached out to telekinetically kick some glass up at her that only smashed harmlessly off her aegis. It did make her flinch, though. "Hey, quit it, ya Aegis!" she called, still hoping she could defuse things. Sue followed Trenchcoat's lead with a similar attack of magical energy, but to no avail. Amanda's aegis weathered it easily. The effects from her fight with Nymera were still active, and she healed the damage to her aegis with a thought. Nearby, red laces and bleached hair lifted a pair of high-powered revolvers and fired at her. The essentia-infused rounds bounced off her aegis and buried themselves in the back wall. "Right, that's it," Amanda spat. Her magic surged, slamming red laces and bleach sideways into the wall. Their aegises flared in protest, and then failed, and they dropped to the floor in a heap. Magic flared from Trenchcoat, and a sword appeared in his hand. He rushed forward, roaring at her as a sentient blast tore out of him, smashing into Amanda's aegis. Her aegis held fast as Amanda raised her arm to block the sword. It hit her heart. A sentia burst forth, ripping over her defenses. Behind her, Suit released withering bolts of lightning that exploded from his hands and lanced into Amanda's aegis. Trenchcoat swung his sword again, catching it in her left hand, her aegis protecting her from the cutting edge. She twisted the weapon, freeing it from his grip. She flung the weapon behind her, where it embedded itself into the wall. Momentarily distracted by the loss of his sword, Amanda backhanded him. He doubled over, spitting blood on the floor as his aegis flared. She kneed him in the chest before bringing her magic to bear and throwing him across the room. Turning her attention to Suit, she leapt at him. Her magic burned and tore at his aegis. His shield sparked and crackled in protest, fighting against Amanda's magic. Throwing her weight behind her punch, a sentia ripped out of her and shattered his aegis in a shower of glittering sparks in her etheric sight. Spinning, she kicked him clean across the face. He dropped to the floor, out cold from the kick. Amanda turned to Trenchcoat, who was picking himself up with a look of hate and rage on his. With a smirk, Amanda poured it across the room, appearing right next to Trenchcoat, and delivered an sentia-filled uppercut. "Sure you can!" she shouted as she hit him, lamenting that none of her friends were here to appreciate the joke. Her hit destroyed the nomad's aegis and slammed him into the wall. He stumbled, but she caught him by the scruff of the neck and pushing him into the wall again. Trenchcoat grunted. "But do you have the guts to finish what you have started, Fräulein?" he asked with a sneer. "You Arcadians, with your ethics and codes of honor, you're weak, and is this the reason we will win in the end?" "Weak? I'm weak. You're aware that I just knocked the stuffing out of your entire coven, right?" "It is no matter. You are nothing to our masters. They will crush you." Gripping his shirt, she slammed him into the wall again. "Shut your feckin' mouth, shite-hawk," she spat. "I killed your coin before, and I'll do it again. Have no doubt about that." "Then do it, Fräulein. Kill me and have done with it," he taunted. Frowning, she tightened her grip, only to sense another burst of magic and a presence and a signature within the sentia that she recognized. Looking left, Amanda saw Yasmin leant against the wall watching them, her face blank and unreadable. "Are you sure you want to do that, Amanda?" she asked. Amanda glanced between Yasmin and the man she held by the neck. Rolling her eyes, she sighed and let go. Staggering on weak legs, Trenchcoat finally found his balance and stood up again. "No, I guess not." Amanda backed off. Yasmin stepped away from the wall and approached the blonde man, turning her back on Amanda. He looked up at Yasmin in undisguised fear. "Had enough fun for one day, Dmitriev?" she asked. "Fuck off," he said from where he leant against the wall. Yasmin stiffened briefly, apparently offended by his comment, before she visibly calmed and unclenched her fists. "Leave this place, Dmitriev. Take your coven with you, and don't try this again. Understand?" Dmitriev frowned at her for a moment, his eyes narrowing suspiciously and glancing at Amanda. With a frown, he poured it away with his coven. Amanda stared at Yasmin's back and her rather enticing behind. The thought of squeezing her bum cheeks, creating an enjoyable feeling of arousal. Was it the rush of battle making her feel this way, or the feeling that Yasmin had her best interests in mind when she stopped her from killing this Dmitriev? Did Yasmin actually care for her? "You know him?" Amanda asked. "Dmitriev?" Yasmin asked, turning to face Amanda and walking towards her. Was she swinging her hips a little more? Amanda wasn't sure.
We have a bit of a history, yes, but we parted ways a while back.
He seemed to think he knew me from over 50 years ago, which was a bit odd, Amanda said.
How strange. A case of mistaken identity, perhaps.
He knew my name, Amanda interjected.
Who doesn't?
Yasmin shrugged, coming a little closer. She had a point. The rumors about her and obviously recent events had put a bit of a spotlight on her these past few weeks, after all. She sighed. Her recent fame in the Magi community was always going to bring the freaks out of the woodwork. She looked over at the mess that the fight had created. It wasn't as bad as what Nymera had done, but she would still need to clean and fix what had been broken.
You handled yourself well,
Yasmin complimented her. Amanda looked up. Yasmin stood quite close. The dark-haired seductress smiled at her, an expression that spoke of passionate nights and naughty promises, and Amanda couldn't help but smile back. She thought about what it would be like to take this clearly dangerous woman to bed, and got the feeling that Yasmin would be something of a devil between the sheets. The idea of that forbidden fruit only made her arousal burn stronger. Yasmin moved closer, her movements fluid and feline, like a cat hunting her prey.
See something you like?
Yasmin asked as she stepped up to Amanda, only inches away from her now, and languidly licked her lips. That's a very forward question, Amanda replied coyly.
What's the point in beating around the bush? Life's too short, my dear. Everything is there for the taking for those brave enough. We live a dangerous life, and for many, one that is all too short. I intend to live mine, doing what I want when I want. It's the only way that makes any sense, don't you think?
Yasmin's words sounded so similar to Maria's, and yet seemed to come from a very different place. But the sentiment behind them was essentially the same. With the recent attacks on her, today and in days gone by, the idea of living each day to its fullest had been hitting her harder than ever before. Yasmin reached up, taking Amanda's chin in her fingers. Lifting her face, Yasmin pressed in, her lips an inch away, her warm, sweet breath caressing her skin as her body pressed into hers.
Don't you agree, Amanda?
Yasmin asked. I do agree. Looking deep into Yasmin's eyes, she felt like she could lose herself in them all too easily. The depths that path led scared her, but in a very enticing way.
But not today, I think,
Yasmin said, and stepped away before her magic whipped about her and she was gone again. Amanda blinked. Shite. With a sigh, she dropped into the nearest seat and took a breath. What the hell was that? Did Yasmin fancy her? Jeez, it felt strange to look at someone like Yasmin and feel that powerful need to ravish them. She was, by all accounts, a nomad, and yet everything she had ever seen of her ran contrary to that idea. She was dangerous, sure, but so were most Magi, herself included. She wondered if that day came, would she go through with it? Would she take a walk on the wild side? Only time would tell. In the meantime, she had some cleaning up to do before she returned home to get some rest.
Sounds like you had something of a crazy night, Maya commented. Thank you for cleaning up. I'm sure you will be pleased.
Amanda sat in her living room opposite Maya, who had listened intently to her slightly edited version of the events at the Jade Palace last night. She left out the visit by Yasmin, thinking that she would be better off keeping that to herself. It was certainly one of my stranger nights, that's for sure.
And this Dmitriev said he knew you from years ago? Maya asked.
Yeah, like 60 or 70 years ago or something. I have no idea what he was talking about. It's probably just one more crazy person with an axe to grind, and I've made a convenient target."
"That sounds like the most likely scenario," Maya agreed. "So, why did you call me over? Shouldn't you have called you, seeing as it was his property?"
"Maybe, but there was something else that happened that made it necessary for us to meet today," Amanda explained.
"Go on."
"Orlak asked me for a favor. He wants to meet with you. I said I would pass the message on."
"Orlak? I'm not surprised. We have something of a shared history, I suppose."
He said the same thing. Amanda was curious about what that shared history was, but felt it rude to ask.
"Did he say anything else?"
Maya asked. "Not that I remember, only that he seemed to know you from somewhere."
"Indeed,"
Maya said. Maya was being elusive, but Amanda respected her privacy. The world of the Magi was getting ever more interconnected as the histories and relationships between those she knew drew closer together.
"So,
will you meet him?"
"I'm not sure."
"I think you should," Amanda suggested.
"Oh, really? And why's that?"
"Well, I think maybe he's turned a corner. He's trying to prove himself to you, and I don't think it would hurt to meet with him."
"Are you sure? It might hurt a lot."
"I don't think so. He's not out for blood. Leave it with me. I'll sort it out. Get a date and time. I'm thinking on the roof of the Jade Palace one night. He'd behave himself around me."
"Oh, really?"
"But of course, he wouldn't dare disobey me." Maya raised her eyebrows.
"You're being a bit presumptuous, Amanda. I've not agreed to this yet."
"But you will. This'll be good for both of you."
"What?"
"Trust me, I know what I'm doing."
"You have no idea of the history I have with him. No idea at all,"
Maya protested. "I know what I'm doing. This'll work. I'm only doing what's best for you." Maya stood up.
"Sure you are, but I think that maybe you should take a look at yourself sometime."
"Is that so?"
"I don't have time for this."
Maya snapped and left the room. Amanda sat and watched her go, slumping back into her chair. First Liz was all confrontational with her, and now Maya. What had gotten into these people? Everyone seemed to be so touchy at the moment. She couldn't say anything right. But before she could think any more about it, she felt the telepathic presence of something contacting her. She recognized Sean's signature within the surge of Essentia and opened the link.
"Amanda, can you come downstairs for a moment? I have some urgent information for you,"
he sent. Of course, she answered and stood up from her chair, curious about what Sean had for her that needed her immediate attention. She made her way into the basement as quickly as she could. Moments later, she sat on the opposite side of Sean's desk.
"You asked me to find someone for you recently who goes by the online name of Edge, correct?"
Amanda nodded.
"Well, we found him, and we think he's walking into trouble."
"What kind of trouble?" Amanda asked.
"He's been in online correspondence with Angel Alighieri, who's been telling him about the world of the Magi. They're meeting today for the first time."
"Where?" Amanda asked.
"He's trying to be smart about it. He's chosen a cafe in London, somewhere public, but I think we both know what Angel is capable of."
"Damn right," Amanda agreed. "What's the address?" Walking through the small tree-lined area of grass and winding paths in London, Amanda approached the cafe on the other side of the road at the edge of the park. She suppressed her magical signature, doing her best to blend in with the crowds. The weather was pleasant, and several people were sitting at the tables outside. She paused at the edge of the park, close to one of the exits, and quickly spotted Angel seated at the table, looking like any other businesswoman taking a break from her hectic day. Her bright red handbag
placed on the table before her. She was reading a newspaper, sipping at her coffee, apparently oblivious to the world around her, until a man walked up to her.
"Seraphim,"
he asked, Amanda's enhanced hearing picking up his voice easily. Angel looked up.
"And you must be Edge. A pleasure to meet you. Please sit down."
"Thank you. I hope I didn't keep you waiting,"
he said as Amanda started to approach them. The man, clearly a riven mortal, looked to be in his 40s and wore jeans, a coat, and carried a bag over his shoulder. He had a mop of dark hair and wore a pair of glasses. Amanda had never seen him before, and the idea that he would know more about her past than she did bemused her somewhat. But appearances could be deceiving. The apparently harmless, yet sexy and appealing look Angel had was a cover for a very dangerous woman. Her appearance was no doubt having the desired effect on Edge right now. The pair continued to exchange some polite conversation as Amanda made her final approach to the table.
There was no major revelation so far.
"So, what do you want to talk about?" Edge asked.
"Oh, and do I call you Seraphim?"
"Call her Angel," Amanda said as she pulled the free chair out and sat herself down. Amanda smiled at the nomad, who only frowned back. "Hi, who are?" Edge started to say, but stopped as soon as he got a good look at her. "Holy shit," he said, his eyes wide with shock. Amanda glanced at him. "Everything okay?" "Sophia," he whispered in a shocked voice. Amanda's body tensed as she fought to make no outward sign that she recognized the name. Inwardly, however, she wanted to scream with joy. Sophia had been the name that Mr. Black had used for her mother, and now this man also said it when he saw her. The link was clear, but he was still in danger. He needed to leave, and quickly. Amanda considered porting him away, but she had no idea how much he knew about magic. She already impacted Howie's life with a forceful introduction to the world of the Magi, no doubt changing his life forever. She wasn't keen on doing it again in such a short time. She needed an alternative plan. "Edge," Amanda said, keeping her eyes locked on Angel. "I want you to get up from this table and leave. Go home. I will find you shortly." "But I just—" "Go, now," she ordered and opened her link to Sean. "Sending him out on foot. Can you follow him on CCTV? "I'll see what I can do," Sean answered. Without further argument, Edge rose from his seat and walked off down the sidewalk, glancing back as he went. Amanda watched him go with a second set of senses, but kept her eyes on Angel the whole time. Angel looked back at her, and she could almost feel the simmering rage that bubbled away beneath the surface of Angel's otherwise calm exterior.
"I wasn't going to hurt him,"
she said. Maybe not, but you will leave him alone," Amanda said.
"Special to you, is he?"
"No, but I'm monitoring you, and I will frustrate your plans, whatever they are."
"How lovely. So I have a secret admirer."
Amanda sensed Angel's magic stir. She was opening a link, but with a thought, Amanda countered the magic and stopped it in its tracks. "Oh, no you don't."
"So you get to use your magic, but I don't? Is that it?"
"You're going to sit there and finish your coffee and not make any false moves. Understood?" Angel smiled and shrugged.
"Understood,"
she said. Amanda wasn't sure if she could take Angel in a fight or not. She was a powerful magus who had bested her before. Amanda suspected they would be more evenly matched now, but this was a public space, and she hoped that Angel wanted to keep this as calm and cordial as much as she did. She observed Angel for any magic use, wanting to give Edge as much of a head start as possible. To Angel's credit, she did just go back to reading the paper and waited for Amanda to leave. After 20 minutes, Sean contacted her again.
"He's on the train.
and well away from you now. I'll try to keep tabs on him, but coverage is spotty. But I think you're good to leave."
"Understood," Amanda replied and stood up.
"I'll see you soon,"
Amanda said to Angel as she left, crossing back over to the park. As she walked, another mental link came through as she considered her next move in dealing with Edge. She was intensely curious about what he knew about her mother. Amanda recognized Yasmin's presence in the link request, and with a deep breath, opened it up. A feeling of trepidation settled over her mind as she did so.
"Amanda, meet me at the Jade Palace. I'll be waiting,"
Yasmin said before cutting the link. London. Matt had walked away from that meeting with Seraphim, or Angel, whatever her name was, as quickly as he could. He walked directly to a tube station before going round the Circle Line a couple of times, changing trains 3 times and then heading home, in the hope of losing anyone that might be following him. Despite his best attempts to throw off any potential tail, though, by the time he got back to his home, he just couldn't shake the feeling that someone had followed him. But what could he do? When he had seen Sophia there at the meeting, warning him away from Angel, he knew he had to leave. Sophia had saved his life once before back in Tourette. He knew she only wanted to protect him, so he followed her directions. With a last glance down the street, spotting nothing suspicious, he entered his house and went back to his desktop computer in the basement. He found a message waiting for him, addressed to his online name of Edge, from someone on the dark web. The sender called himself Father Time and a friend of the redhead he just met, Sophia. He gave Father Time the info he asked for. Cherub stood across the street from the house she had just watched Edge walk into and opened a link to Angel.
"I have him."
Chapter 23. Forbidden Fruit, New York. Standing over the road from the Jade Palace, looking through the traffic and the people, Amanda quickly picked out Yasmin sitting outside the building. Taking a deep breath and feeling a lot more nervous about meeting her again than she had before, she walked towards the Archmagus. Their previous meetings had always been cordial, but after seeing her yesterday, she just couldn't get Yasmin out of her head. She had thought about her almost constantly last night and this morning, but the thoughts had changed. Last night, their little encounter had ignited a fire in Amanda. It took her a few hours to come to terms with it, but eventually she couldn't deny it any further. She fancied Yasmin. Or, at least, she fancied the idea of sleeping with her. She had no desire to have any kind of relationship with the woman, but a few hours of passion carried a certain fascination. No ties, no strings. She just wanted to bed her. Yasmin felt like the ultimate forbidden fruit, the mountain that she felt like she needed to conquer, to prove something to herself. She was supposedly the chosen one after all. Getting this legendary magus to come to bed with her, to seduce her, felt like a challenge she wanted to take on, if only out of curiosity. Walking towards Yasmin, she couldn't help but admire how she looked. It might not be how Amanda would personally dress, but it certainly showed off Yasmin's body rather nicely. She wore black, wet-look leggings with very high black stiletto heels, a black overbust corset which created an enticing show of cleavage, and a small black leather jacket. Her lion's mane of hair remained loose and streaked through with purple as it caught the wind. Yasmin looked up at the last second and smiled at her. Amanda felt her heartbeat quicken and her breath catch in her throat for a moment as she locked eyes with Yasmin for the first time today. "Amanda, thank you for coming," she said as she stood up to greet her. Amanda felt suddenly self-conscious and guilty for thinking of Yasmin in a sexual way. She offered her hand in greeting, which seemed to amuse Yasmin, but she took Amanda's hand in hers and shook it warmly. "No bother," Amanda said. "Please, sit. I got you a coffee," Yasmin said. "That's grand, thank you," she answered as she adjusted the position of the mug on the table, noting it still felt hot. "You wanted to see me?" "I think we need to talk." "We tried that once before," said Amanda, remembering the meeting she'd had with Yasmin on her rooftop that didn't exactly go to plan. "We did, yes, and I wasn't very forthcoming. I know, but things have changed a bit, I think." "To be sure," Amanda said. "You wanted to know if I was a nomad, if I remember correctly," Yasmin mused. "That was part of it," Amanda answered. "Well, I suppose I am, by the Arcadians' narrow definition. But then, any Magi that isn't a member of the Arcadian is in fact a nomad. Even the Inquisition could be considered as such by that definition." "I'm not sure they consider the Inquisitors to be nomads," Amanda countered. "Maybe, maybe not. But what about the independent Magi of the world?" "You mean like Nefertiti?" "Exactly. She might not be an Arcadian, and her methods can be a little harsh by the standards of most Arcadians. But most nomads would not consider her to be part of their group either." "Okay, so what's your point?" "What is a nomad?" "A magus who walks the dark path," Amanda answered without missing a beat. "That's very vague, Mandy. I think we can do better than that. I would say that a nomad is someone who worships and follows the will of the archons. They submit themselves to the archon of their choice and do their bidding." "And you do not? Is that what you're saying?" Amanda asked. "I do the opposite. The archons have power, resources, abilities, things that I want for myself. Why should one have to submit oneself to these petty gods to partake in that power? No, I walk my own path. Like I said to you before, life is short, and there are things out there for the taking, for those with the strength to do so. I take the things I want. I don't submit to the power of any archon, but I have taken the gifts they possess. I walk my own path. If that makes me a nomad, so be it. It's not for me to give myself a label, even though I personally don't feel I have one." "So you don't consider yourself a nomad?" "As I said, that's for others to decide, not me. But I do have power, and that attracts those who want power. It brings attention to me. Sometimes that attention is unwanted, but it's still there. I think you have some experience with this." "I do." She nodded and rubbed the tattoo on her arm. Since the events on the island and the rumors that had been spread about her, she garnered the attention of far too many people, most of which, even if they were technically on the same side, was unwanted. "Then you understand. Nothing is ever really black and white, or obvious, is it?" "I like you, Amanda, and I'm trying to be honest with you. It can be difficult to open up to Arcadians, though. So many of them are blinkered in their viewpoint and refuse to open themselves up to other possibilities. I've heard so much about you from other Arcadians, and they've always painted you in a very negative light. And yet, I've only ever witnessed you ever being helpful to me, saving my life many times. And the two just don't mesh. I've been the subject of rumors and hate ever since I came to America as a magus, and I think I have some inkling about how it feels to be hated and to have the negative attention, so I do. Such as Dmitriev yesterday," Yasmin said. "Exactly like that. The Aegis seemed to be speaking in riddles. He said he knew me from decades ago. Clearly he's confusing me with someone else, or maybe he's just a crazy person who wants his share of the fame." "Well, he certainly is a bit crazy. I'm sorry you had to deal with that." Those of us who shine a light brighter than others in the crowd attract that much more attention, like moths to the flame. To be sure, and sometimes they get burnt. But of course, like Icarus, they can't all fly close to the sun and survive. So you weren't too bothered by the attack last night? It's no bother. I'm getting used to it, and I can look after myself these days. Would you walk with me, Mandy? Yasmin asked. Amanda felt a little surprised by the request. She'd assumed they would be staying here for the meeting, but she also felt glad to be moving away from the Jade Palace, a known meeting point for New York's Magi, and a place where she might be seen, which would no doubt bring her even more unwanted attention. Sure, Amanda said. She quickly stood up from her chair and fell into step beside Yasmin as she strode down the street, her heels clicking on the concrete. Amanda glanced down, admiring the shape of Yasmin's legs and wondering what it would be like to have them wrapped around her. Yasmin was naturally taller, but her heels really made her tower above Amanda by several inches. She almost wished she'd worn her own heels rather than the sneakers she currently had on. Well done on putting a stop to Mr. Black's plans on the Atoll. You handled yourself well. Now it's fine to be sure, but I'm sure you know yourself that I couldn't have done that without your help. Perhaps. Echo did seem to be turning the tide against you, Yasmin admitted. Until you helped me once again. I don't think I've ever really thanked you for saving my life as often as you have. I certainly wouldn't be alive right now if it wasn't for you, to be sure, Amanda said with feeling. Come now, you don't know that. There might be another guardian angel out there, watching for all you know. Amanda laughed. God love you for saying so, but I doubt it. And even if there were, you were the one that stepped up to the plate and put your life on the line. Forget about it, Yasmin said. But Amanda wanted to make sure that she thanked Yasmin properly, so she took her hand and brought her to a stop. Turning Yasmin to face her and pulling her towards the buildings, they stepped towards an alleyway. No, I mean it. Thank you, Amanda said, looking into Yasmin's eyes as she spoke. Yasmin looked back at her, a slight smile playing on her lips. She said nothing. Then Yasmin stepped into her, putting one hand on the side of her head and her other around her waist, and kissed her.
Yasmin walked her backwards, off the street, between the two buildings, and into the shade of the alleyway. Amanda went with it, her mind blank, as she let this statuesque beauty continue to kiss her. She loved her taste, the touch of her body pressed into hers, and the feeling of being taken. It took several seconds for her to realize what had just happened, and in the end, Amanda just couldn't resist any longer and kissed her back. Taking hold of Yasmin, Amanda pulled her closer. I want you now, Amanda gasped.
Don't speak. I know you do.
I don't think you do, Amanda grunted and pushed off from the wall. Turning Yasmin, she pressed her back into the wall, pinning her there as she kissed her face and neck.
Believe me, I understand,
Yasmin said and worked her magic. Amanda knew the effect and let it happen, allowing Yasmin to port them both. They appeared in a hotel room. Yasmin pushed her onto the bed and quickly joined her. An hour later, Amanda lay amongst the covers, tired but satisfied, her mind in a state of bliss as she realized the memories of what she'd just indulged in. It was unlike anything she'd ever done before, rougher and kinkier, with Yasmin playing the part of a dominatrix. She'd allowed Yasmin to do whatever she wanted, and Yasmin had ravished her.
So, where did you last see the Lazarus Scroll? Yasmin asked. We lost it on the island, Amanda answered without thinking. But as she lay there, she suddenly realized that she had just given Yasmin some valuable information. She lifted her head and looked across the room to where Yasmin sat in a chair at the bottom of the bed. The light coming from the window behind her cast her in shadow, but Amanda could still make out the smile that spread over Yasmin's face. A smile that Amanda did not like. With a snap of magic, Yasmin disappeared, leaving Amanda alone. She sat up on the bed and looked to where Yasmin had been a moment before. That felt strange. None of this felt right. It wasn't vital information, but she'd basically just admitted to Yasmin that she didn't have the scroll, that it was out in the world somewhere. She started to get the rather distinct feeling that she had just been thoroughly manipulated and played by Yasmin, who had only actually wanted that one piece of information. But it seemed strange to her that Yasmin would go to the lengths she had to get it. Why did Yasmin meet with her, seduce her, and have sex with her when she could have just as easily ripped that information from her mind? Unless, of course, the act itself meant something or served some kind of purpose. Amanda started to feel a keen and distinct sinking sensation. She felt like she had just made a mistake that she would live to regret. New York. Riley closed the door to her apartment and slowly caught her breath after the frantic dash across town, thinking that she would be found and caught at any second. But she had made it back, and she knew she had struck gold. She lifted the camera from her bag and turned it on. She took a breath and pressed the play button, causing an image to appear on the screen on the back of the camera. Cycling through the photos, it looked like some kind of porn show. Photos of Yasmin and Amanda, a nomad and an Arcadian, having sex. Forrest would be over the moon, and as for poor little Amanda, well, she was fucked. Literally. Chapter 24. Meeting, New York. Amanda stood in the alleyway behind the Jade Palace, looking up at the huge, hulking form of Horlak, standing over twice her size and barely fitting down the alleyway at all due to his bulk. The Scion's beast-like face looked down at Amanda, and as he stepped up to her, he crouched down, bringing himself closer to her level.
Has he agreed?
He asked, his voice a deep rumble. Amanda smiled up at the nightmarish visage before her. Actually, yes, she has, Amanda said. Getting back from her encounter with Yasmin this afternoon, Amanda had felt very much in a daze and felt sure she had just done something that she would live to regret. But on her return to her house, there seemed to be no great drama, and everything looked as it usually did. The only item of interest was a message that Gentlewater had taken from Maya saying that she would agree to the meeting with Horlak. Amanda immediately felt better and quickly sent Horlak a telepathic message telling him to meet her in the alley behind the Jade Palace. Porting over to the alleyway, she didn't have to wait long before he dropped down from the rooftop just in front of her. The smile that played over Horlak's face as Amanda gave him the good news made him look even more terrifying than usual, but she knew he was at least pleased with the outcome.
Well,
he said simply. Let me ask her, she said, and used her magic to open the link to Maya. Amanda, I take it you got my message? I did, thank you. I'm with Horlak now, actually. He'd like to know when you'd like to meet, she said. Oh, well, I suppose now would be okay. On the Jade Palace's roof in a few moments, Maya suggested. Bang on, I'll let him know. I'll come too. No, that's not necessary. I'll do this alone, thank you, Maya protested. That's not a good idea. It's no bother, I'll help. Seriously? No, I'll be fine. He wants to meet with me, not with me and you. I'm sure he just wants for me to come alone, and anyway, I can handle myself. But with the Chosen One on your side. I said no, Maya snapped. Okay, Fine. Amanda sighed to herself. What was it with people? We'll talk later. You can let me know how the meeting goes. Yeah, maybe. With a sigh, Amanda cut the link and returned her focus to the scion. She'll meet you now, on the roof, Amanda said, pointing upwards. Horlak nodded to her.
Thank you. I will remember this, no matter the outcome,
he said. Amanda smiled, and with a quick working of magic, poured it out of the alleyway. Yo walked up the stairs next to Maya, feeling a little frustrated by this sudden turn of events. They had been having a pleasant evening, which he'd been enjoying thoroughly, until this interruption. Yo didn't know much about Horlak or his connection to Maya, but he did know that this demonic scion had been the one to attack Amanda in the alleyway. It had triggered her epiphany in what sounded like a terrifying encounter that had killed one of her friends. The fact that, according to Maya, Amanda had organized all this sounded like madness. But then, Amanda wasn't quite her usual self right now. Maya had been talking about it earlier, and it sounded like the attention had gone to Amanda's head. He decided to stay out of it for now.
This is madness, Maya-chan. Have you listened to yourself? Do you know what you're saying?
Yo protested.
I know how it sounds, but Horlak and I have history.
Really? And this history means you will happily put yourself in harm's way to meet with the scion that nearly killed Amanda.
Maya stopped on the stairs and looked back at Yo.
Yes, it does. I know that sounds crazy, but it's the right thing to do. I think he really does want to change things.
And what makes you say that?
You weren't at the nuclear power plant with Amanda and me. I ran into him there. He's changed, Yo. I can feel it. Whatever he went through in the abyss, he's not the same Horlak who attacked Mandy.
Yo sighed. He searched her eyes for any sign that he might be able to dissuade her from this course of action, but found none.
I am not going to change your mind on this, am I?
Maya pressed her lips together and slowly shook her head from side to side.
Then let's get you up to the roof, he said.
You can't come with me,
Maya protested.
This is my building, and I will not let you do this alone. It's dangerous, no matter what you think. I am going with you, Maya, and that is that.
Yo stepped forward and unlocked the door to the roof. Without stopping to listen to her, he opened the door and walked outside, looking around. Nothing. The roof was empty for the moment.
He's not here,
Yo announced.
Not yet. Look, I promise I'll be fine. I need to meet him alone.
Yo frowned.
I don't like it.
I understand that. But seriously, you need to trust me. I'm a grown woman and a vampire. I think I'll be okay.
You're sure?
You're cute. But yes, I would not intentionally go and meet with a scion like Horlak alone if I knew he wanted to kill me. I'm not suicidal. Go downstairs. I will be back in a bit, okay?
All right, be careful,
he said and pulled her in for a hug, holding her tightly and almost not wanting to let go in case this meeting went horribly wrong. The heavy crunch sounded to their left, causing Yo to jump in fright. It seemed to surprise Maya as well. Looking over, Yo saw Horlak's colossal form rise up from the crouch she had landed in.
What are you doing up here?
Horlak growled at Yo. Yo didn't like Horlak's tone.
This is my place. I have every right to be up here.
Get away from her,
Horlak demanded.
Why?
I said get away from her.
Horlak, calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down. I can see what's going on here,
he bellowed.
Oh, really? And what is that, then?
Yo goaded him.
You're not helping,
Maya scolded him.
Olak, just relax. He was only walking me up here.
I'm sure he was. What do you take me for? A fool? This is disgusting,
he barked, and with a quick turn, jumped from the rooftop to another building.
Olak,
Maya called, but to no avail. She watched him disappear over the rooftops.
Damn it,
she muttered, and then looked up at Yo.
And you weren't much help. I told you to stay downstairs. Now look what's happened. What? I think you had a lucky escape there. That thing is clearly unhinged.
Maya growled at him before stalking off back through the doorway and off the roof. Yo looked back up to where Horlak had disappeared into the night. He had hoped Maya would see things from his perspective. That scion is a cold-hearted killer and not someone to be playing happy families with. He'd give her time. She'll come round before too long, he thought, as he walked off the roof and closed the door behind him.
So that was a disaster,
Maya said as she walked into Amanda's hallway. Amanda had just opened the front door to let Maya in, and they were her first words to her, which could only mean one thing. So things didn't quite go to plan.
You could say that, yes. You insisted on coming up to the roof with me, and, well, Olak didn't seem to like that.
Jealous, was he?
I think that played a part, yes. I just convinced Yo to leave me up there alone, so he gave me a hug before leaving, and predictably, that's when Olak turned up.
Maya sighed. That sounds about right. I should have been the one to go up there with you, not Yo. He wouldn't have been jealous then. Amanda suggested. Clearly, Horlak had seen the hug and thought there must be something between her and Yo. To be fair to Horlak, Amanda had thought the same thing for a while as well, so it wasn't surprising that he'd make the same assumption. Maya screwed up her face at the suggestion.
No, I don't think so. It should have just been me alone.
Maybe. I do think it would have been fine with me there to keep things in check, though. Make sure he didn't act like the idiot he is. Maya rolled her eyes. What? I could have. I am the chosen one, you know.
And that, right there, is the problem.
You're jealous.
What? That's ridiculous. How could I be jealous of my...
You're what? Maya sighed.
Nothing.
No, come on. You're what? You're inferior. Your boyfriend's ex, maybe. What? Ever since I got this tattoo and became the chosen one, people have been acting really weird towards me. All these snide comments and shite are annoying.
You need to calm down, Amanda. We should talk about this,
Maya suggested, keeping her voice calm. I'm sick of talking and of people disrespecting me. I've had it with this crap. Suddenly, a telepathic link opened up in her mind with a feeling of urgency attached to it. Recognizing Sean as the sender, she opened the link. What? She mentally barked through the link.
It's Edge. I think he's in trouble,
sent Sean. London. Hearing the front door get broken open upstairs, Matt checked his computer screen again and the instant messaging conversation he had been having with this Father Time. He guessed he was linked to his online friend Kronos somehow, but he wasn't sure what the connection was. On the security camera footage, he watched two figures, a woman and a young girl, kicking his door in. Suddenly, the image from the feed distorted for a fraction of a second, and a third person appeared, apparently out of thin air. It was Angel, or Seraphim as he knew her. She raised her hands, and with a moment of flickering light and static on the video, the signal from the camera died. Matt looked back at the message thread. Come on, he muttered to himself. The little icon next to his message had changed, indicating that it had been seen, and then, a second later, a reply. Help is on its way, it read. Yes, he exclaimed and tapped a reply into the keyboard.
Chapter 25.
House Invasion, London. Amanda peered on the dark London street outside the address that Sean had given her. It was the early hours. The street appeared quiet, and apart from the broken-in front door of the house before her, nothing seemed out of place. A crunch came from within the residence. It was a small house in the middle of the terrace. Looking at the building through her etheric sight, she could see the remains of a curious aegis around the building. It wasn't very powerful, but it felt strange to her, not quite the same as most aegises that she'd come across before. It had also been ripped apart. Not wanting to waste any time, Amanda quickly made for the door and looked inside, finding herself in a hallway. Ahead, stairs went up to the second floor, while here on the first floor, she could see a living room through a door to her right, and 3 doors further down, the corridor that continued on beside the stairs. The doors further along sat on 3 sides of the hallway, one on the left, leading under the stairs, one to her right, leading to whatever room was behind the living room, and one facing her, which stood partially open and led to a somewhat messy kitchen. Sneaking into the hallway, she looked around. Sensing movement and magic from above, she looked up in time to see a woman with wavy auburn hair leap at her from the top of the stairs. Amanda dodged to one side and used her magic to increase the woman's downward momentum 10-fold. The female magus slammed into the floor with a bang. Multitasking, Amanda hit the woman's aegis with an overwhelming Ascentia attack as she groaned from the fall, and Amanda's magic destroyed her aegis. With a quick follow-up effect, she magically knocked the woman out. Poking her head into the rooms, she quickly confirmed this floor was devoid of further life. As she hunted, she saw an ornament on the coffee table that glowed with magic. The aegis on the house was clearly generated by this artifact, which explained its strange feeling. Who was this edge? A quick scan upstairs with a magical set of senses confirmed it was empty, so Amanda sent her senses down and saw Angel. She was confronting Edge with one of her coven. In the second that Amanda watched, she saw Angel magically bat away a katana that he'd been brandishing at her. Angel's magic knocked the blade across the room while she simultaneously lunged and grabbed him by the throat. Amanda pulled on the threads of magic and poured it into the room, catching the katana from mid-air as it passed her. "There's a traitor in your coven," Edge said as he stiffened in Angel's grip. "What?" Angel cried, before quickly turning to face Amanda. Angel's covenmate, a young girl who looked no older than about 7, stood in the room with her hair in pigtails, wearing a floral dress. She also turned to face Amanda, with a look of pure hatred on her face.
"Amanda, such a pleasure to see you again. Come to save your friend, perhaps?"
she asked as she extended her aegis around Edge. "Something like that, yeah. Let him go, and I promise to go easy on you."
"Really? You're threatening me?" Angel asked. "Cherub."
Clearly already multitasking, the girl let off a flurry of simultaneous magical attacks at Amanda. Ascentia strikes slammed home, followed by arcs of lightning and searing blasts of fire that played over her aegis. Amanda raised her arm to shield her eyes, from the flares of light and energy. Gathering her magic, Amanda lashed out with a wave of magical energy. Cherub's attacks faltered. Amanda ran at her and flooded the sword with Essentia. It crackled with golden energy as she swung it, and the enhanced blade cracked Cherub's aegis in a shower of sparks. The nomad raised her arm in an instinctual act of defense, getting her hand severed in the process. Blood sprayed over her floral dress as she screamed and dropped to the floor, clutching her bloody stump. Before the rift in Cherub's aegis could seal, Amanda reached into the crack, and with a force of will that made Amanda grunt with effort, she pulled it apart. Cherub's aegis faltered and cracked wide open, leaving her defenseless. Stepping in, Amanda kicked Cherub in the head as hard as she could, knocking her out cold. Amanda looked up to see Angel staring at her in surprise. She glanced down at Cherub and then back up at Amanda.
"You've come a long way these past few years,"
Angel said, her arm hooked around Edge's neck, keeping him between them. The situation before her looked almost ridiculous. Angel looked like some glorified secretary tottering about in high heels and a miniskirt, holding this 40-year-old man in a headlock. Amanda knew better, though. She knew how dangerous Angel could be. "I'll take that as a compliment," Amanda said as she stepped steadily closer to Angel.
"Stay where you are and don't even think of trying anything, or this little man dies."
Angel had brought him into her aegis, meaning that even if she could break through Angel's shield, the nomad would have precious seconds to do what she wanted to Edge before Amanda could reach him. Amanda stopped and took a step back in a show of trust with her hands raised. Inside Amanda's head, Sean opened a mental link, which she quickly accepted.
"Let her take him,"
he sent. "What?" she sent back.
"We have leverage,"
Sean explained. "You're sure? What leverage?"
"I'll tell you later. Just let her go."
"You're the boss," Amanda replied and shut off the link. "Go then," Amanda said. Angel raised her eyebrows in mild surprise. "Go, I won't stop you," Amanda repeated.
"Very well."
Angel smiled and with a quick working of magic, poured it away, taking her 2 coven mates and Edge with her. Amanda immediately reopened the link to Sean. "She's gone."
"Okay, great."
"This better be good, Sean," Amanda warned.
"Oh, it is,"
Sean sent back.
"There's something in that room that you need to find first, though."
"Tell me more." Nowhere. Kez stopped into one of the portal rooms, a dark and cave-like space, and waited for a few seconds until magic flared before her and Yasmin's lithe form stepped through a portal, which snapped closed behind her. Kez bowed her head in greeting to her mistress and waited for Yasmin to speak first.
"Kez,"
Yasmin said in brief acknowledgement.
"Greetings, my Baal. I trust that your trip was successful."
Yasmin lifted her hand to show a rolled-up scroll of ancient-looking papyrus.
"The Lazarus Scroll?"
Kez asked.
"Correct, my dear, and it really wasn't all that difficult to find on the Atoll." "That's excellent news, my Baal. Also, may I be so bold as to ask how things went with Amanda? Did your plan go as expected?"
she asked. She had a pang of jealousy as she said the words. She loved her mistress, and the idea of Yasmin indulging herself with someone else always made her anxious. Even though it was part of a plan and did happen from time to time, Kez always disliked the idea.
"Everything went as planned, including the Magi Legion spy," she answered.
Chapter 26.
Resistance, Milan, Italy. Light flashed behind his eyes, and for a brief moment, he had no idea which direction was up, and a wave of intense dizziness hit him. It stopped as suddenly as it began, and the world was back to normal again, but he wasn't in his basement anymore. A wave of nausea washed over him. He clamped his mouth shut and attempted to keep the contents of his stomach where it was as he looked around. They were in a modern but bare-looking gray room. There were a few chairs and a table, but that was about all. Angel, who was freakishly strong, shoved him away, and his legs gave way and he hit the floor. Glad that the world made sense again, he relaxed, rolled onto his back, and took a few deep breaths, savoring the cool concrete against his skin. A moment later, he had the strange feeling that something was wrong as the shadows in the corners of his eyes seemed to shift. He pushed himself up into a sitting position as the sensation of unreality came and went. Nearby, Angel stood over her two friends who'd woken up, the bruises and cuts on their faces fading in mere seconds. Magic. That must be the unreal sensations he'd experienced, he thought. It was the only explanation for it, but seeing the effects of this invisible force at work felt both wondrous and unnerving. As Angel's friends got up, Angel herself straightened her miniskirt and blouse while still facing away from him. If it weren't for the fact that he felt sure she was about to hurt him, he'd be admiring Angel quite happily. She was a real beauty of a woman, with her long golden hair and slim physique. Enjoy it while you can, Maddie, he thought to himself, because her attention will soon be on you again. There seemed to be only one door into this room, which was on the other side of Angel, not that he had any delusions that he would be able to escape. As her two friends left the room, Angel closed the door after them and then turned to face him. An invisible force suddenly hauled him up from the floor and unceremoniously dumped him into a chair.
So, Edge, or should I call you Matt Walker?
Either is fine, he said a little defiantly.
Okay, Matt, you're alive only because you, very quick-wittedly, I might add, said you know of a traitor in my coven. But depending on what I find, that could be a very temporary situation.
You know, I really don't understand all this. What's changed? You contacted me initially and helped me find the Magi. Why do you suddenly want to kill me? It doesn't make any sense.
That is unimportant. What is important is what's in your head. So, let's see what we can find so we can all move on with our lives.
Matt knew where this was going, but he felt quietly confident, providing everything had worked as it should. So, he closed his eyes and waited for the magic. It felt like the world tipped and fell over sideways. Suddenly, everything felt like an illusion, until a split second later when it felt like something was forcing itself into his mind, which brought reality crashing back. He got the distinct impression of someone else being in his head, and he could only grip the sides of his chair while the mother of all headaches blossomed inside his skull. He'd read on the dark web in one of the initiated forums that if a Magi wasn't careful with their mind reads, it was excruciating. He also knew they could read your mind unnoticed if they wanted, but clearly Angel didn't care about finesse. There was information that she wanted, and being careful wasn't high on her agenda. Suddenly, the intense pressure withdrew, leaving behind an intensely painful headache.
You little shit, what have you done?
Angel asked. Through the pain and fog of the migraine, Matt looked up at Angel, a smile starting to play over his face as he realized that his plan had worked.
Think of it as a little insurance, he said with a grin.
You fucker. So, where is it?
Where's what? The machine to get them back, or the memories that I've removed from my head? He asked, feeling a little smug.
Both,
Angel answered. Matt cocked his head to one side and raised his eyebrows. Knowing he had the upper hand, he felt no reason to cooperate with her. In fact, making her life as difficult as possible would be a bonus.
Very well,
she said as another violent mind read took hold of his head. His whole body locked up, becoming rigid as he gripped the chair again. It didn't last as long this time, and within moments, Angel had withdrawn her magic.
Right, you little shit. You'd better hope your guardian angel took the device from your home,
she said as she sat on a nearby chair. Crossing her arms and legs, and finally her eyes, he got the curious feeling of unreality again as she used her magic. Matt glanced around the room. He wasn't tied down or restrained in any way, and he hadn't heard the door being locked either. He wondered if he might be able to make a break for it.
If you do, I will break both of your legs,
Angel said. Matt's eyes snapped back to Angel, but she hadn't moved apart from to speak. Seeing what her magic was capable of, he had little doubt that she could do it with just a thought. So he relaxed back into his chair and crossed his own arms. He did his best to keep his mind clear and not to think about anything he didn't need to. The less information that he passed on to Angel, the better. Minutes passed until Cherub suddenly appeared in the room with a snap. Angel opened her eyes and looked at the girl, who shook her head.
Very well, you may go,
Angel said and looked back to Matt.
Well played. There aren't many mortals that could do what you have,
she said as she stood and walked towards him.
Of course, it doesn't mean I won't hurt you,
she said and punched him hard across the face. The Vatican, Rome. Assunta walked into Mary's office and approached her desk. She stopped a short distance from it and waited. After a moment, Mary looked up.
Greetings, Assunta. Thank you for coming at this late hour. I have made my final choice.
Mary picked up a sheet of paper and passed it to her. Assunta looked down the list of men and women and had no objections to Mary's choices.
Very good, Inquisitor,
Assunta said.
Prep them. We leave tomorrow,
Mary said.
Thank you, Assunta.
Chapter 27.
Italian Hunt, New York. Amanda placed the crazy-looking headset on the table in Sean's ops room. It had looked like something out of Blade Runner, with wires attached to a skull cap which strapped to your head. The wires ran to a black box with buttons and readouts, which was powered down for the moment.
That's it?
Sean asked. That's what you directed me to. Any idea what it is?
According to Edge, it's a magical device that removes and stores memories until you want them back. In this case, the memory of who the traitor is in Angel's coven.
Leverage, Amanda muttered to herself. I have to give it to him. He's been very clever about this.
I do believe he would be dead now if it hadn't been for this,
Sean said, looking at the device. He bought us some time. So, do you know where he is?
Everything I have is conjecture based on what I know of Angel's operation. It's well known that she and her coven run Nephilim Industries have a building in Milan as their base. The Arcadians have known this for a long time, but there are a lot of civilians in that building, 24 hours a day, and they're used as a human shield in case of attack, as well as working for the company. It is believed that Angel and her coven also live in that building, but probably have holdings elsewhere as well. I would say it's very likely that Edge is in that building somewhere, probably in the top few floors where the coven primarily resides. Are you going over there?
You know I am, Amanda answered.
Is that wise?
Sean asked. What else can I do? I need to find him and bring him home. He pointed us to the memory device for a reason, so we need to keep it safe while we try to save him.
You think you can do it?
Of course.
Okay, good luck then, he said.
Thank you, she said and concentrated. Sending her senses about a quarter of the way around the globe, she quickly found a suitable rooftop close to Nephilim Industries. Working her magic again, she poured it to Milan, appearing on a rooftop. A short distance away, still lit up by the lights inside, Angel's Building and Sepulchre towered over the city. With her etheric sight, she could see that various aegises protected the building, with most of the Essentia concentrated around the top few floors. This matched the report she'd read about the building over the years. Amanda sent her senses as close as she could, skying the building and using her magic to zoom in. She scanned the rooftop, spotting multiple security cameras, motion sensors, and laser tripwires scattered all over it, as well as an aegis. Amanda frowned. Tearing down that well-established aegis would take time, and she'd get her noticed. Neither of which would help rescue Matt. No, she needed to get in there as quickly as she could, which meant she needed to take a risk. Feeling as sure as she could be about what she was about to do, she released most of her magic, ridding herself from any magical effect that she'd used. No more aegis. No more stored essentia, nothing. All her magical effects were gone, meaning that as far as the aegis was concerned, she was a Riven. This was a well-known trick for getting through an aegis, but it was also a risk that left you defenseless and vulnerable, even if it was just for a few moments. Working her remaining magic, Amanda ported herself into the air above the building, just outside of the aegis. She appeared about 40 feet up, above the roof, where she promptly dispelled the rest of her magic and dropped through the aegis to the roof. She landed with a bang and crouched on the bare concrete rooftop. Confirming she was inside the aegis, she glanced around and then worked her magic. Light suddenly bent around her, making her invisible. The rooftop appeared quiet, with only a helicopter on the helipad, a few air conditioning units, and the doorway that led down into the building itself. And the rooftop a void of life, and no guards came charging out of the nearby door. It appeared that she'd made it through unnoticed. Rising from her crouch, she walked carefully and steadily over the roof towards a doorway. As she moved, she rebuilt her aegis and stockpiled essentia. She wanted to be ready for anything. Approaching the door, Amanda peered at the door with her etheric sight. She could see the internal structure of it, the locking mechanism and the alarms that were attached. Opening it would be tricky and would probably alert the occupants. Instead, Amanda ported to the other side, finding herself at the top of the flight of stairs leading down into the building itself. Moving slowly, she descended the stairs to the top floor of the tower and then looked along the service corridor. Empty. Remaining invisible, Amanda started up the hallway, moving quietly. Ahead, she heard voices coming from a room on the right. As she passed it, she spotted several people wearing security uniforms and talking amongst themselves. A nearby workstation had several monitors, each sporting feeds from a dozen security cameras. The man sat at the desk was not looking at them though, but instead was engaged in the conversation and laughter of the group. Stopping by the doorway, she cast her senses into the room to get a better look at the security camera feeds. She saw corridors and people going about their business, but nothing to suggest where Edge might be. Canceling her magical senses, she made it to the door at the end of the corridor. Looking through the small glass window into the clean, modern hallway beyond, she saw nothing unusual. Amanda worked her magic and ported to the other side of the door, doing her best to keep the disruptions of Essentia to a minimum. The hallway went in either direction and had doors and other passageways leading off of it. Amanda picked a direction at random and started to walk. She needed to know where in the building Edge might be, so she either needed a lucky break or she needed to find someone who would know where they were. Still invisible, Amanda walked quietly and discreetly through the building, looking through the doorways, along corridors, and trying to find anything that might help her. There wasn't much activity up here, and most of the corridors were basically empty. Of the few people she did see walking around, maybe half of them were security guards, carrying guns and wearing armor. The rest were fairly typical office workers, judging by their appearance. It occurred to her that many of these were likely initiated and might work directly for the Coven. It would certainly make sense. She scanned the surface thoughts of those she could, as discreetly as she could, but never found anything that related to the kidnapping of the man she knew only as Edge. When the Essentia strike hit her in the back, knocking her to the floor, it came as a complete surprise. She managed to roll with the hit and came to her feet, looking back. She dropped her invisibility effect at the same time, seeing as how it seemed to be useless against this new foe. Cherub stood several meters away, staring at her. "You again," Amanda muttered to herself.
I could say the same thing,
Cherub answered. Rising to her feet, Amanda strode towards Cherub, noticing the nomad boosting her aegis and preparing for a fight. Armed security guards suddenly ran into the main corridor between Amanda and Cherub. Pointing their weapons at Amanda, they shouted at her to freeze and get down. Grunting in annoyance, Amanda ran at them as they opened fire. The bullets slammed into her aegis, bouncing off it harmlessly as she closed the gap. Upon reaching the first guard, she grabbed his rifle, spinning it out of his grip before hitting him across the face with it. Chaos erupted as the other 5 guards either continued to fire at her or tried to engage her in hand-to-hand. She swung the rifle again and caught another guard across the face, dropping him to the floor while another guard saw the opening in her defenses and fired, unloading his clip into her. A few of his bullets ricocheted off of her aegis and hit the second man she'd attacked, dropping him. Angered by the senseless death, she spin-kicked the guard who'd fired, burying her foot in his jaw, breaking it, and dislodging a few of his teeth in the process. As she landed, the man next to her held his rifle high and inverted it. He jabbed the stock of the gun into her face, hitting her in the cheek, but the blow was cushioned by her aegis. Amanda jabbed him in the stomach a couple of times before his friend behind her kicked her in the back of the knee, dropping her down. On her knees, the man behind her struck the end of his rifle into her back.
"Stay there and don't move or I will fire,"
he yelled. To her right, the other security guard did the same with his gun, while the guard before her tried to catch his breath from her attack. She didn't have time for this. Concentrating, she pulled on the local Essentia again, only to have a second magical effect from nearby sweep in and dissipate her kinetic pulse. Cherub must still be watching, Amanda guessed. Good, because she could use Cherub to find Matt. Amanda spun on her knees, getting one foot on the ground while going for a gut punch on the man behind her. Her strike connected, and she knocked his gun sideways towards the other unharmed guard. With the 5th and final guard trying to dodge the flying rifle, Amanda came up in front of the man she just hit in the stomach and kneed him in the head before spin-kicking the man behind her. Both men hit the floor and stayed there as she turned to face the final guard. Recovering from being hit by a flying weapon, he raised his own. Amanda knocked the gun barrel away with a sweep of her arm before bringing her other fist in to punch him hard in the face. He dropped to his ass with a bloody nose and looked up in time to see Amanda's foot come up as she kicked him in the head, knocking him out. Nearby, magic flared around Cherub. "Oh, no, you don't," Amanda muttered and pulled the essentia that fueled Cherub's effect away from her, foiling her attempt to port from the scene.
Shit!
The little girl cursed. "You're not going anywhere," Amanda threatened. She stalked down the corridor towards the young nomad, who looked back at Amanda with eyes of a much older person. The appearance of this magus might be childlike, but Amanda suspected she was much older than she looked.
"I don't need to,"
the girl replied, defiant. Gritting her teeth, Amanda had a fair idea what Cherub probably meant, but had no intention of allowing this young-looking nomad to distract her from her goal and allow Angel time to escape. With a pull on the local magical energy, Amanda hit Cherub with a powerful kinetic hit, sweeping her sideways and into the wall. Cherub's aegis flashed and sparked as she stumbled, before she raised her hand and hit back with magic of her own. The essentia smashed into Amanda's aegis, making her pause in her advance for a moment, allowing Cherub to get to her feet. Amanda hit her again with her magic, driving her into the floor with further sparks from her aegis, and then again, throwing her in the other direction and into another wall. Cherub yelped and grunted as she stood back up, apparently not ready to give up yet.
"You can't win, Arcadian."
"You just keep believing that," Amanda mocked. Gunfire sounded behind Amanda, the bullets hitting her aegis and bouncing away. It was another security team. Angry that they dare fire on her, she called on her magic in a split-second reaction and created a powerful gravity well in the middle of the new threat, causing the people in the group and the corridor around them to smash together before she released it and they hit the floor. Meanwhile, Cherub conjured an essentia-infused knife into her hand. Amanda readied herself as Cherub launched at her with a scream, but she never reached her target as Amanda hit her with the telekinetic hit and sent her flying backwards and slamming her into the far wall again. Amanda held Cherub 2 feet off the ground as she sent in essentia strike after essentia strike to break down the nomad's shield. To her right, Amanda heard footsteps, more guards advancing on her position. In a rage, she sent a wave of kinetic energy at them. The whole team was knocked back, hitting each other and the walls as they flew 20 feet back down the corridor. Screaming in frustration, Cherub did her best to retaliate, throwing essentia strikes of her own at Amanda. They crashed over Amanda's aegis, but never managed to break through. Seconds later, Cherub's aegis cracked and fell. Amanda's magic grabbed Cherub's neck and squeezed. "Where is he?" she shouted at the nomad. But Cherub, although struggling under the painful grip, remained tight-lipped. "Where is he, dammit?" Amanda roared. Cherub spat at her. It landed on her cheek and made Amanda flinch. Wiping the saliva away and feeling even less charitable than before, Amanda summoned her magic once again. She delved into the nomad's mind and went hunting for the knowledge she needed. A simple search soon found the details, including a good idea of where the room was in the building, meaning she could port there. Releasing the nomad's vile mind, Amanda knocked Cherub's head against the wall, knocking her out cold. Amanda dropped the nomad to the floor and pulled on her magic and ported to the room. She'd experienced Cherub's memory of Angel standing next to a chair where Edge had been sitting. Now, the chair lay on its side in the middle of the floor, the room quiet and empty, with no sign of Edge or Angel anywhere. "Feck it!" Amanda cursed and slammed her fist onto a table. She'd been careless and alerted Angel to her presence, allowing them to escape. Angel would still want the information that Amanda had in her possession, though, so she would have to come to her at some point. Amanda took a moment and did her best to calm herself down. She needed to be rational and do this properly. Summoning her magic, she ported back out to where she'd just fought Cherub. Sure enough, the young girl still lay on the floor where she'd left her. She took a deep breath and had a sudden moment of reflection. Looking down at the child and knowing she'd beaten her up and had nearly killed her was a sobering thought. She knew this nomad was actually a lot older than she looked, but at that moment, she only saw a child, a little girl, and she found herself questioning what she was doing attacking her. She supposed this was exactly what Cherub wanted in having this appearance, and even with the express knowledge that Cherub was decades older than she looked, it still affected her. Amanda shook her head, knelt down next to Cherub, and used her magic to plant a powerful suggestion in the nomad's mind. It would direct Cherub to tell Angel that she needed to call Amanda at a phone number which she implanted as well. Amanda stood up and looked around. Bodies, some of them dead, lay scattered about. Others moved and groaned, nursing wounds and broken limbs from Amanda's attacks.
"Help me!"
called one of the ones who'd been caught in her gravity well and had somehow managed to crawl out of the rubble with both legs mangled beyond all recognition. She looked again at the devastation she'd created and the lives she had just ended or ruined, and just stared at the mess. A feeling of disbelief washed over her. "What have I done?" she whispered on a heavy sigh. Some of these guards would know the kind of people they worked for, but many of them probably didn't. To them, this was likely just a job, a nice easy job most of the time, walking the corridors of this building. She crouched down next to the man with the ruined legs. "Hey, it's okay," she said and worked her magic, blocking the pain receptors in his brain and sending him gently to sleep. She looked down at his legs and felt sick at the sight. They were deformed, bloodied, and bent at odd angles, with bones jutting out of the raw flesh and muscle, with an entire foot missing. She couldn't leave him like that, so she used her magic again and healed his legs, regrowing his entire missing foot in only a few seconds. Brushing her long red hair from her face, she looked around again at the bodies of the security guards she'd fought. She'd been in a rage and angry with Angel for kidnapping Edge. It was true, she didn't really know him, but he had the information she wanted. But did that really warrant the deaths and injuries she'd inflicted on these men and women? Seeing the aftermath, she realized she didn't recognize herself anymore. The person who had done this, who had acted so callously towards these guards, wasn't her. Or she hoped it wasn't. But it was. She had done this. She had been responsible for this devastation. Something had caused this to happen. Something had changed her, made her care less about others and think only of herself. Had she really become this self-absorbed that she would kill innocents? As she looked around her, she caught sight of herself in the polished sheen of a glass panel and paused. She saw the tattoo that encircled her arms and spread onto her back. Reaching up, she ran her fingers over the skin on her arm where the tattoo marked her. It felt no different to the rest of her skin, but somehow, maybe, this had changed her. The sounds of approaching people broke her thought process and snapped her back into reality. With great regret over her actions, she poured it away. Texas.
"Riley, thank you. You have outdone yourself with these girls,"
said Forrest as he leafed through the prints in his hands. On them, in graphic high definition, were images of that red-headed whore, Amanda, having some fairly wild sex with famed nomad Yasmin the Dark.
"This is incredible work,"
Forrest said. Finished, He put them on his desk and looked up at Riley.
"Thank you, sir," she said. "I think we can finally put our plan into action. She will never survive the fallout from this. This is a great day, Riley. A great day. You should be proud."
Forrest stood up and walked Riley to the door.
"Go tell everyone that we'll have a meeting in about 30 minutes. We have a lot of work to do."
Chapter 28. Arrest, New York. Amanda rounded the corner from her living room and looked up the stairs. She'd been waiting in the lounge for a little over an hour, hoping to catch Liz as she came in. She'd been up most of the night thinking back over the past few days and how she'd been acting to her friends and what they must think of her. In short, she'd been a self-absorbed idiot, and now she needed to make amends to those who mattered most to her. Liz had been avoiding her for a few days now, always walking out of rooms she was in and just not talking to her. Halfway up the stairs, Liz paused as she saw Amanda step into the hallway below. "Liz, please, don't walk away. I need to talk with you, please." Liz narrowed her eyes briefly. "Okay, sure," she said, turning and descending the staircase. Amanda led her into the lounge. "Thank you," Amanda said. "Let's sit, shall we?" They both sat on the soft sofas. Amanda looked down at her hands for a moment, knowing that Liz was looking at her expectantly. "Firstly, I want to say I'm sorry. I've had a bit of a realization, and I think I've been a bit of a feckin' dick recently, you know."
A bit of a self-entitled bitch, to be accurate,
Liz answered. Amanda flinched. "I suppose I deserve that." Amanda looked up from her hands and looked at Liz. "Look, things have been difficult for me recently. With everything that's been going on and how people have been with me recently, I don't know. It did something to me. I think I started to believe the hype. I think with everyone saying how great I am and how I'm going to save the world, I think I just ended up agreeing with it. I mean, that mixed with what happened on the island and the prophecy and all that, it just had more of an effect on me than I realized. I know that I ended up hurting you guys as well. I know I said some pretty horrible things and accused you of being in the wrong, that you were being the obnoxious ones, when in fact, it was me. So, I suppose, I just want to say, I'm sorry." Liz sighed and nodded. "Apology accepted?" Amanda asked.
"Yes."
"Oh, good," Amanda blurted out.
"You've not been your usual self at all, but I get it,"
Liz continued. "Hey, I'm the chosen one, you know," Amanda said, but winked as Liz looked up in horror. Liz slapped Amanda's hand.
"Cow."
Amanda laughed.
"You're only human, just like the rest of us,"
Liz explained.
"You need to try to keep your feet on the ground a little more. I mean, sure, you've been lucky, I guess. You seem to be the one spoken of in that prophecy. But so what? Who cares? That's not what defines you. That's not really you. Who you are and what you do are what count. For all we know, this whole prophecy thing could be a big joke or a trick to get you to act a certain way. You need to be more careful."
"I know, you're right. I've been so caught up with this prophecy and how everyone has been treating me that I kind of forgot who I was."
"I noticed. I certainly didn't recognize you these last few days. You weren't the kind, relatable Mandy that I'd met in London. I mean, I kind of get it. When you have everyone coming up to you and treating you like some kind of celebrity, it's tough not to get caught up in that. I get it. I do. Which is why it becomes even more important to keep yourself grounded. I know that can be difficult as a magus, given what we can do. But if we don't, then we lose sight of what we're fighting for. We forget that there are lives at risk," Liz said. Amanda thought back to the fight in Milan just a few hours ago and the people she'd hurt, and felt worse than ever. She'd acted no better than a nomad.
She thought back to Yasmin's words about going out there and taking whatever she wanted. Somehow, she'd equated them with Maria's words of living her life to its best and fullest, and mixed the two together. Maria, of course, didn't agree with Yasmin's point of view. She just wanted Amanda to have the best life possible, to not miss out on experiences and opportunities. But there was a line in the sand. There were some caveats to that philosophy. Maria meant that everyone should be able to live their life to its fullest, but to do that, you had to work together. Her right to swing her fist ended at the faces of others. She could do as she wished, as long as whatever she did didn't stop others from doing what they wanted to do. Hurting or taking from others would be a breach of that philosophy. But that was exactly what Yasmin was advocating. Yasmin only thought about herself. She wanted power, and she didn't care who she stepped on to get it. This, in itself, was something of a realization for Amanda. Her opinion of Yasmin had shifted after Yasmin's abrupt departure after their encounter and after she asked about the Lazarus Scroll. Maybe Yasmin wasn't such a victim of gossip and rumor as she'd thought she was. This realization about her philosophy buttressed that idea somewhat. Buoyed by the admiration and awe of others, she had taken a few steps down that path before realizing what she had done, and now, looking back, it seemed so clear. Had she danced along the start of the nomad's path? Maybe. Her mind returned to thoughts of her recent dalliance with Yasmin and the admittedly amazing, if poorly judged, sexual encounter. Having realized how much of an idiot she'd been, the thought that she had been set up and that this would cause her problems raised its ugly head once more. That afternoon with Yasmin had been a mistake, and a pretty big one. Amanda felt Liz's fingers touch her upper arm and looked down in surprise. She brushed Liz's fingers away and covered up her tattoo with her hand.
What did you do?
Liz asked. Amanda blushed, knowing that Liz had seen the redness of her skin around the tattoo. Don't worry about it.
Amanda, they're red and raw.
Taking a deep breath, Amanda sighed and looked at the floor. I know, she answered, as she remembered sitting in the bath last night, scrubbing at the strange markings until they bled. She'd been so embarrassed by her actions that she tried to get rid of the marks. In that moment, she hadn't wanted them anymore. She'd had enough. She'd hurt her friends and done some bloody stupid things, and she wanted no further part in it. The marks hadn't changed, though. They remained where they were as the skin around them had bled into her bathwater.
Jeez, Amanda, what the hell? Come here,
Liz said, and pulled her in for a hug. I'm sorry, Amanda muttered.
Me too. I should have talked to you or...
Don't blame yourself, Liz. I was the one being the idiot, not you.
Okay, but I'll try to be a better friend.
You already are. You gave me exactly what I needed. Thank you.
You're welcome,
Liz said and smiled back at her. She had no idea what she had done to deserve such great and forgiving friends, but she knew how grateful she felt for them. She knew she could trust them, and she really wanted to tell Liz about Yasmin. She needed to offload the growing feeling of fear that it would blow up in her face, and the weight of keeping such a thing a secret created on her mind. But she was also afraid that telling Liz about it might set their friendship back, just as they started repairing it. Look, Liz, She started, then took a deep breath and made up her mind. I've done some questionable things recently, Amanda said.
I know, but there's no need to go back over them. We've talked about it. We can move on now.
No, I mean, other things. Not just how I treated you.
Like what?
Well?
Amanda, the traitor known as Amanda. We know you're in there. Come out with your hands up, and no one will get hurt.
Amanda looked up at Liz, who was staring at her with wide eyes, no doubt mirroring her own expression at the booming, amplified voice from out in the street. By the time it had finished, Amanda was standing at the window and looking out into the street with Liz next to her. She felt her mouth drop open in shock as gentle water ran up to the window beside them. She glanced over at him and he looked as shocked as she felt. The intersection had been cordoned off entirely with barriers, while police cars and SWAT vans parked up, with more joining all the time. Cops were hiding behind their vehicles, pointing their guns at her house, and as she scanned the faces of the determined-looking officers, her eyes suddenly landed on a face she recognized. Forrest Ward, the leader of the Magi Legion Coven, stood dressed in a suit with an FBI badge on his chest, holding a megaphone, smiling as he looked up at the house.
"What the fucking hell is this?"
Amanda blurted out.
I have no idea,
Liz answered. Amanda used her etheric sight and took in the scene again, paying attention to the magic on display. Forrest had managed to cast a very subtle but persuasive illusion over everything, meaning that whatever Amanda was seeing, the mortals probably saw something quite different. She could also now spot the rest of Forrest's coven spread out amongst the cops and onlookers, keeping close to mortal civilians, which was no doubt a calculated move on their part.
I don't want this to get messy, Amanda. You need to come to your front door and surrender. You must answer for your crimes. You have 1 minute.
Forrest called out.
Crimes?
Liz asked. What's going on? Asked Sean as he appeared in the room with Vanessa.
This is bad,
Gentlewater said. It's the Magi Legion. They want to arrest me, I think. Amanda explained to Sean and Vanessa. Sean looked out the window and quickly took in the scene before he turned back to the group.
Clever, he said, using the ribbon as a human shield.
But why?
Liz asked.
What crimes is he talking about?
He must have something on you. He's called you a traitor already, so maybe he's trying to discredit you somehow.
Amanda's heart sank, feeling sure she knew where this was going. Oh, fuck, she muttered.
What have you done?
Sean asked.
Amanda,
Gentlewater added.
Mandy, what is it?
Liz asked. Yeah, I've done something they might not like. In fact, I think I've been set up. Shit. I knew this would come back to haunt me.
Care to share with the group?
Sean asked. Amanda sighed. There was no right way to say this. It would look bad no matter what she said. This will sound bad, but I've met up with Yasmin a few times recently.
We know. She told you where it was being held and...
Not those, Amanda cut in. I mean, in the last few days.
Yasmin, as in Yasmin the Dark. Legendary nomad Yasmin,
Sean asked. The same, Amanda admitted.
This is unfortunate,
Gentlewater said.
Jeez, Mandy,
Liz said.
Anything else?
Sean asked.
I mean, that's not good, but it doesn't warrant this.
He waved his hand towards the street outside. Look, I knew the stories. I knew the legends. But try and see it from my perspective. She's only ever been either kind or indifferent to me. She saved my life on several occasions, some of which you lot have witnessed. Hell, she saved your lives too.
True,
Liz commented. She's flirted with me too recently. She showed an interest and, well, she's a good-looking woman, you know. Is it any wonder?
Oh, Mandy, you didn't,
Liz said, dread in her voice. Amanda hung her head.
You did, didn't you? You slept with her.
Liz accused her. Like I said, I was manipulated into it. She tricked me, got me to lower my guard, flirted with me. She knew exactly what she was doing.
If they know of this, it will look bad, Amanda.
Gentle Water said.
Is there anything else?
Sean said. Not much, I don't think. I've had a number of visitors to the house wanting to meet me, Arcadians and Independents, but that's all.
Okay, that's fine,
Sean said.
What are we going to do?
Liz asked. Amanda looked out the window at the red and blue flashing lights that were calling her to take responsibility for her actions, and thought of how she'd hurt so many people recently in one way or another. Then she looked back at the crestfallen faces of her friends, who now looked at her in a way that she didn't like. They'd lost some of their faith in her today. Hearing how she had literally slept with the enemy had clearly affected them. She wanted to regain that trust. She wanted to do the right thing, no matter where that led. Amanda walked through her friends.
What are you doing?
Liz asked.
Amanda, I urge caution,
Gentle Water said. Amanda paused and turned to her friends, who looked at her with looks of surprise. I'm going to take responsibility for my actions. I'm going to turn myself in, she said.
I'll be running damage control,
Sean said, and with Vanessa in tow, moved off towards the basement. Gentle Water just nodded to Amanda in answer to her statement.
Oh,
Liz said, a little surprised. Amanda turned and walked to the door, and with a deep breath, opened it, raising her hands in the air as she stepped outside. The mechanical sound of guns being cocked sounded throughout the intersection. No one moved apart from Forrest, who lowered the megaphone and walked towards her. Threading through the cars and cops, he broke through their front ranks and walked up to the base of her stoop.
Well, now, this is a turn-up for the books. I thought I'd have to storm that there house of yours.
No need, I'm here, Amanda said.
You gonna come quietly now, missy?
Forrest said. Maybe, but what if I refuse to come at all? Amanda asked.
Well, we do have some insurance just in case of that eventuality.
Oh, really? You care to elaborate, or is that an empty threat? Amanda asked. Forrest smiled at her, pulled his smartphone from his pocket, and started tapping it, taking his time and making her wait. After apparently finding what he wanted, he held the screen up towards her from where he stood at the bottom of her stoop. Amanda frowned at the screen, finding it tough to see what was happening in the sunlight, but a video was playing on the screen, and she watched. She suddenly recognized the man who was tied to a chair. It was Howie, and he carried a few cuts and bruises on his face.
Like I said, insurance,
he said quietly as anger and frustration bubbled up inside of Amanda. If you hurt him at all, Amanda started to say.
You'll do what?
Amanda didn't have an answer to that and merely frowned back at him.
I thought so. Now, are you going to come quietly? We're coming too,
Gentle Water said. Amanda looked behind her, seeing Gentle Water and Liz stepping out onto the top of the stoop, their hands up. No, you don't need them. It's just me you want, Amanda said quickly, approaching Forrest with her wrists held out to him.
I'll be the judge of that,
Forrest replied and beckoned over a team of men holding guns. They looked like vets, but with Amanda's magical sight, she spotted a few magical items on them, meaning they were likely initiated from the Legion Coven.
It's okay, Amanda. We do this together,
Gentle Water said. Liz? Amanda asked.
I'm fine. You're not doing this alone, Mandy,
Liz said.
I mean, come on. What's the worst that can happen?
Drop your shields,
Forrest ordered. Amanda looked over at him, but knew she had little choice, and complied with his request, with Gentle Water and Liz following suit. The initiated ran up to them and quickly started to cuff their hands.
Okay, let's load them up,
Forrest said and led them to a nearby federal van where they were hustled aboard. Looking back, Amanda caught a glimpse of armed men moving up the steps and into her house. She wondered if they'd grabbed Sean and Vanessa too as the doors slammed shut, blocking her view. As the van started to move, Forrest used his magic and ported the group, leaving the van empty a moment later. The Arcady, etheric craft in geosynchronous medium Earth orbit. Maya lowered herself onto the soft, cushioned seat and looked over at the woman sitting opposite. The woman sat back, relaxed with Samhain's huge furry head on her lap. She petted the huge saber-toothed cat, scratching behind his ears. "I take it this isn't a social call," the woman said.
"Amanda has been taken into custody by the Legion,"
Maya explained. "I know, don't worry. Everything is in hand, so it is," she said. Chapter 29. Hostage, Amarillo, Texas. Amanda stood in a small room about 4 meters square with a rough concrete floor and walls. She still had her hands tied behind her back and stood opposite Forrest, who regarded her with a loathsome stare. 3 Riven stood behind Forrest, massive arms crossed over their muscled chests. She and her friends had been ported into a nearby room before being frog-marched out, along a dirty corridor and separated into their own rooms. She'd already heard the occasional yelp from Liz and was worried for her friend's safety. They shouldn't have come. This wasn't their fight.
"Not so high and mighty now, are we, Missy?"
"What are you doing, Forrest?" Amanda asked him. He smiled at her.
"I'm going to ruin you. You're going to rue the day you came to the great US of A. And don't you think of trying anything. And I mean anything."
He drew out that last word to add emphasis.
"Just remember,"
he said as he walked over to an old TV set mounted high up on the wall and pressed a button, making its screen flicker into life.
"You or your friends try anything, and this fucker right here will suffer for it. You got that, Missy?"
Amanda felt the rage boiling up inside of her as she saw the true face of this bigoted idiot for the first time. She'd been fooled by him at the council meeting where he'd actually been quite friendly, but she now realized that was little more than an act to sucker her in. As she watched the screen, one of the captors in the video held up a copy of today's New York Times with the date clearly visible on it, and then their watch, which showed the video had been filmed about half an hour ago. Amanda nodded. She wasn't sure if there was much she could really do anyway. Forrest was a powerful magus, a master, as far as she knew, and any magic she used ran the risk of being detected. Plus, there was an aegis around this room, which she would need to breach, and that would be easily detected. Howie could literally be anywhere in the world. It made sense that he would be local, but truly, he could be anywhere. She didn't like the look of this room or her predicament, but she still hoped that she was doing the right thing and that sooner or later, Forrest would take her before the council and plead his case. She would, of course, give her version of events and would hope the council sided with her. In the meantime, she counseled herself that she'd at least done the right thing. The desire to break her bonds and kick the living crap out of these idiots was strong, but that wouldn't help her case. Besides, she kind of wanted to see how this played out. She wanted to see what Forrest knew and how he would try to discredit her. She just needed to hold out for long enough.
"Okay, strip her down,"
he ordered his men. Amanda raised her eyebrows a touch, but honestly wasn't all that surprised. As she watched, the 2 closest men pulled out knives and went to work cutting away her clothes. Pushing her into a chair, they left her in only her knickers. She looked up at Forrest with a sneer. "Enjoying the view?" she asked.
Nothing I ain't seen before, if you get my drift,"
he taunted her. Amanda narrowed her eyes, but inside she felt sick. The implication was clear enough. He had evidence of her afternoon with Yasmin. She supposed he could mean something else, something less damning, but she felt that was unlikely. Everything he'd said and the timing of the raid on her house gave her the impression he knew what she'd done.
"Tie her up,"
he said, and watched as the two men who had stripped her secured her ankles to the legs of the chairs with cable ties. Her hands were still cuffed behind her back.
"What are you doing, Forrest? Why don't you just take me before the council if you have such damning evidence of what you think I've been doing?"
"All in good time. The evidence I have is enough to get you branded as a nomad, that's for sure. But I want more than that. And you're going to give it to me."
"Oh, really?"
"Yes, really,"
he said. As she watched, a flicker of magic bloomed from his mind. Suddenly, Amanda heard the sounds of a struggle coming from another room, followed by what sounded like a punch hitting home, then a short, sharp scream from Liz. Then she heard it again and again. Each time she flinched. The sound of Liz being hurt like that clawed at the inside of her mind, like nails on a chalkboard. Liz didn't deserve to be treated like this. She'd done nothing wrong. With the sound of each punch, she hated this man more and more. She wanted to kill this monster right now.
"God damn it! Stop it! What do you want to know?"
The yelps from Liz stopped as Forrest leant in.
"We know you've had dealings with undesirables. We know you've met and fraternized with nomads. So admit it, you're a traitor, aren't you? You're working with Yasmin and the nomads. You're working against the council and the American council specifically."
"Absolutely not," she said.
"But you have met with Yasmin and been intimate with her. Isn't that right?"
"Prove it," Amanda said. Forrest reached into his inside pocket and pulled out a glossy sheet of photo paper with an image printed on it. He held it up for her to see. There she was, on the hotel bed with Yasmin. The photo was shot through the window, no doubt by one of the Legion's Magi. There were probably a lot more images from where that one had come from. She felt herself flush with embarrassment, her cheeks and chest turning crimson as she scowled up at Forrest.
"Now, after seeing this and what you're willing to do with a nomad like Yasmin, it makes me ask questions. It makes me wonder just what else you've done with her. Sure, this is a bit of fun you've had, but how deep does it go? How compromised are you? Because seeing this makes me worry about my safety, frankly."
"It goes no deeper. It was a mistake. I was manipulated."
"I just don't believe you, though, Amanda."
"Well, you're going to have to, because there's nothing more to tell," she said.
"I need to be sure of that,"
he said, smiling, and punched her in the face. The force of the attack made her head spin and nearly tipped her chair over. Amanda gave her head a quick shake and turned back to face Forrest, only for him to hit her again. Blinking away the pain, she spat some blood onto the floor before looking back up at him. Forrest removed his coat.
"I'm in no rush. We can go at this all day. We have plenty of time,"
he said as she heard more yells, grunts, and screams from her friends in the adjacent cells. Leonardo da Vinci Airport, Rome. Mary walked up the ramp of the massive cargo plane, one of several owned by the disciples. Her hand-picked team of Crusader knights, along with Assunta, sat inside and watched as she walked in.
"This will be a momentous day for God's chosen few. You all know what we're going to do and the potential sacrifice you might make."
"Yes, Inquisitor," they all said in unison.
"Good. Then let's go,"
Mary said, a hungry smile on her face. Chapter 30. Interrogation somewhere in Texas.
"Woo-wee! Look at you, darling.
Now ain't you a sight for sore eyes?
Amanda looked up at the owner of the strong Texas drawl. Forrest had left the room some time ago, leaving her to listen to the sounds of her two coven mates being beaten up and questioned. But the noises from Liz's cell had stopped, and after the sound of a door opening and closing, this mulleted redneck magus with missing teeth had come into her room.
You know, I've been working that little peach next door like you wouldn't believe. She's so pretty. Yes, sirree. But you are something else, girl.
He walked up to her, the smell of chewing tobacco filling her nose as he got close, and ran his rough fingers down the side of her cheek before grabbing her jaw.
You got that there damsel in distress look going on with the mascara and shit running down those cheeks of yours.
He addressed her, but Amanda chose to remain stoic. She didn't care. It meant nothing. And she would make sure he got his just desserts in due course. She would be sure to remember his face. The man stood up and backhanded her across her face. She looked back up at Waylon. With gritted teeth, she did her best to remain calm and resist the urge to escape and break his face. But the image of Howie on the television behind him stayed her hand. The sound of the door being unlocked made Amanda look over. Swinging open the door, Forrest stepped back into the room again and looked down at her. "Welcome to the party," Amanda said through blood-stained lips. Forrest regarded her with contempt before looking back up at Waylon.
"Any luck at all?" "Nah, she's a tough one, I'll give her that," Waylon replied. "Go and give Liz another working over. I'm going to try something else," he said, and watched Waylon walk out the room, locking the door behind him. With Waylon gone, Forrest turned back to Amanda and put his hands in his pockets. He waited there for a little while. After a few seconds, Amanda looked up at him. She was tired and in pain and just wanted this to stop, but wasn't sure how she could do it and not put Howie's life in danger. She thought she'd chosen to do the right thing by turning herself in, but she wasn't 100% sure that Forrest was ever going to take her before the council. The way she and her friends were being treated suggests that they'd never intended to do this by the book. He might still do the right thing, but this kind of torture was not what she had thought would happen. She felt terrible for Liz and Gentlewater, who had chosen to come with her and were no doubt suffering as much, if not more, than she was. The Legion had been clever kidnapping Howie and using him as leverage to keep her in line. With everything that had happened recently, she just didn't want to risk putting any other innocents in harm's way, least of all Howie. So, the only thing she could do was sit here, weather the storm, and hope that an opportunity would present itself. "We tried to do things the easy way," Forrest began. "But your continued resistance to admitting your guilt means I need to take things into my own hands," he said as magic flowed from his mind into hers. She felt the intrusion right away as Forrest pushed into her memories. He wasn't being subtle about it either. The pain that flared up in her brain was intense. It felt like the sudden blossoming of a powerful migraine right at the front of her head that started to grow and push into her skull. She sat back in her chair and gritted her teeth, trying to resist him. Pushing him back and away, she appeared to be having a greater level of success than she thought she might. "Ugh, stop resisting. This will go much smoother if you just let me look for what I want." But Amanda was of a different opinion and knew only too well the damage Forrest could do if he were left to rummage through her mind unchecked. As she resisted another stab of his magic trying to enter her mind, there came a sudden and sharp banging on the door. With a curse, Forrest withdrew and opened the door. Someone leant close to him and whispered, "We have a problem." Despite the visitor's best attempts to speak quietly, she could hear him quite easily with her powerful hearing. "What is it?
Forrest asked. He's been taken. Who has? Forrest asked, the impatience in his voice growing. The hostage, Howard. He's gone. Ported out by someone. No idea who, but they were powerful. What? Forrest barked, anger turning his face red. The moment she heard Howie's name, she took immediate advantage of Forrest's distraction and pulled in the essentia she needed. She'd had enough of these barbaric methods of torture masquerading as legitimate interrogations. To her mind, Forrest had gone too far and lost all legitimacy as an agent of the council. Whether he had really planned to take her before the council or not was irrelevant now. He'd overstepped, and Amanda had had enough. She immediately started to multitask, splitting her mind into several parts and setting them to work. She weakened her bonds and started to build up her aegis as quickly as she could. Sensing the magic, Forrest turned, a look of horror on his face. Her face angled down, Amanda merely smiled at him. My turn. That's when the back wall of the cell block suddenly ripped itself free in a show of intense magical power. Sunlight flooded in, nearly blinding those inside, as the room's aegis shattered. There'd been no indication of magical use outside of what Amanda was doing until the wall moved, but now the signatures of several powerful magi were as clear as day to any magus close by. Amanda stood and conjured a pair of jeans, sneakers, and a white vest top on her body. Covered up, she turned to look at the hole where the wall used to be. The guards in the room had cowered away from the destruction at the rear of the cell, but everyone looked on in awe as 8 magi and scions approached from outside. Amanda recognized most of them right away, with the familiar form of Trevelyan leading the way, striding towards Amanda and Forrest. Behind him, Israel Roth, Stephen Bathory, and Count Saint Germain from the council floated down from the air to follow Trevelyan in. A white-haired woman Amanda felt she had seen before but couldn't name was with them, as with Yo, Maya, and Maria. Yo, Maya, and Israel moved out of sight for a moment, gathering up Liz and Gentle Water, while Trevelyan, Stephen, Saint Germain, and the white-haired woman walked into Amanda's cell. Trevelyan winked at Amanda as he walked past her towards Forrest, who was both flustered and furious, but was clearly trying to keep himself calm and collected. Maria was right behind the 3 master magi and jumped in for a hug and kiss with Amanda. Curious at how this would pan out, she separated from Maria to watch the confrontation.
I was bringing her before the council. It was scheduled in,
Forrest protested. We know, Trevelyan answered, deadpan.
You can't just waltz in here and set her free.
Watch us,
Trevelyan replied.
But she's a traitor. I have proof
She's a young girl, barely in her 20s, who was taken advantage of by an ancient arch-master magus. She made a mistake, something we all do from time to time, but a traitor, hardly.
But look,
he said, struggling with his inside pocket, trying to get the photos out. He produced the printed sheet of paper and held it aloft, only for it to burst into flames in his hand. He yelped and dropped it. The last one, thank you, said the white-haired woman to the Magi Legion leader.
Thank you, Alice,
Trevelyan said.
Last one,
Forrest blustered. The others, the digital files and prints you had, they're gone, Alice explained.
You can't do that. They're important. They're key evidence.
He trailed off, realizing what was happening.
The penny drops,
Stephen commented.
I will see you all hang for this,
Forrest rumbled.
No, you won't. In fact, you won't relate the events of today to anyone ever. You're meddling in affairs way beyond your understanding, and if you do speak of it to anyone, I promise you, it will be the last thing you ever say."
"You're threatening me?" Forrest asked, shocked. Suddenly, a powerful time magic effect flared up and then disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. There 1 second and gone the next, and Forrest went from standing his ground to cowering against the back wall, as if a whole section of time had been chopped away and had gone missing.
I understand. I won't say a word, ever, on my honor as a magus."
"This never happened," Trevelyan warned him.
Forrest nodded numbly.
"What the hell?"
Amanda muttered to herself. Something had happened there that she had missed entirely. Some sort of powerful time magic had been at work that she had been locked out of. Trevelyan and the others turned away from Forrest and started to make their way out of the cell, leaving a traumatized Forrest alone with his thoughts.
"Come,"
Trevelyan said, and led Amanda out of the cell through the destroyed wall, where she found and hugged Gentle Water and Liz, both of whom were a little worse for wear.
"Where's Howie?"
Amanda asked.
"He's safe. You'll see him soon,"
Trevelyan said.
"Good, thank you. I have to ask, though, what the hell happened in there?"
Trevelyan smiled.
"Ask me again some other time," he said. "Now, let's get out of here, shall we?"
Within moments, Master Trevelyan had ported the entire group back across America to appear on the rooftop terrace of Amanda's brownstone, the familiar and very welcome view of New York skyline surrounding them. After a quick shower and a change of clothes, Amanda went to the living room, where she found Trevelyan, Israel, Stephen, and the Count in conversation. Alice White stood nearby, looking out the window. Smiling and feeling somewhat self-conscious, she hesitated at the threshold before entering the room.
Come, sit with us, Amanda. How are you feeling? Everything okay now?"
"I'm grand, thank you. Fully healed now."
"That's good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm so sorry you had to go through that," he said.
"It was my choice. I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought he wanted to bring me before the council to plead his case, so I did. Instead, I think he just wanted to get some personal revenge against me somehow."
"The council knew he was bringing someone in. He'd been a little unclear as to when that would be exactly. He just said he'd found a Nomad sympathizer, but never mentioned a name,"
Trevelyan explained. "So you didn't know it was me?" Amanda asked.
"We did not know. That came as something of a surprise."
"I bet. So how did you find out?"
"Maya contacted us. She told us of what had happened and asked for help,"
Trevelyan said. "Maya, I must thank her," she said. She hadn't expected that at all. She'd thought it would be Maria or Sean somehow, but not Maya. She was in the house somewhere. She'd find her soon enough and thank her properly.
"So you thought you needed to be taken in for a trial by the council?"
Stephen Bathory asked. "I've done some questionable things. Things I'm not proud of at all, to be sure."
"Haven't we all?"
Trevelyan said. "You don't know what it is I've done," Amanda said.
"Fraternizing with the enemy. We have an idea of what's happened based on what Sean told us," Trevelyan explained.
Amanda nodded, feeling herself flush. "That's right. I think Yasmin had been manipulating me from the start, getting close to me, helping me, protecting me, making me feel indebted to her. Sleeping with me was the icing on the cake, so it was. She did that on purpose, I'm sure of it, and I wouldn't be surprised if she's tipped off the Legion as well."
"She set you up, took advantage, put you in a compromising position, and made sure someone who doesn't like you was in a position to document it. Such evidence wouldn't hurt Yasmin, of course, but it could cause you a lot of trouble. But why? Why did she do all of that?"
Trevelyan asked. "I think I know," Amanda answered. She knew I'd been the last person to have possession of the Lazarus Scroll. It was the last question she asked me before she disappeared.
She really did play the long game with you then, Stephen said.
Looks that way. She brought me on side in the hope I'd be useful one day, and when that day came, she cashed in those favours, Amanda said.
Cunning,
Stephen commented. I had no idea she was so manipulative. She really had me fooled, so she did, Amanda admitted.
But not anymore,
Stephen asked. To be sure, I'll be on my guard from here on out, she agreed.
Well, we're just glad we could help. Everyone deserves a second chance, Trevelyan said. Be sure to thank Maya, won't you?
I will, and thank you. She smiled back and wished them well as they all left the building. With the council members gone, Amanda walked through the house hunting for Maya. She found it surprising that she'd been the one to contact the council. She had no idea that Maya had contacts in such high places, and although they had worked together and were friendly, it surprised her that Maya had been the one to organize the rescue attempt. After a bit of a trek through the house, she eventually found Maya in the library, leafing through a book. Maya, here you are, Amanda said. Maya put the book down and rose from the seat to greet her.
Here I am. How are you? Fully recovered, I trust?
Thanks to you, yes.
You would have done the same,
Maya said. That's not the point. You saved us. I had no idea you knew the council.
I have a few friends in the right places. I was able to call in a favor, so...
Well, I really can't thank you enough. I don't know what I would have done without you, honestly. If there's anything I can do for you, anything, just name it.
Nothing right now, but one day, maybe. All I ask is that you remember my name and use it wisely.
Amanda frowned slightly. Really, that's all. Remember your name. I don't understand.
One day you will, I promise you, she said, smiling.
Okay, sure, I can do that, she said and hugged Maya to thank her again. Amanda left Maya to her book and soon found Gentle Water and Liz in their kitchen, having something to eat. Amanda suddenly felt intensely hungry and pulled a half-eaten baked vanilla cheesecake from the fridge. She placed it on the counter, grabbed a fork, and carved a piece off. She savored the taste before opening her eyes again and catching sight of Liz giving her a side-eye. What? Amanda asked.
You and those cheesecakes.
Liz rolled her eyes. I know, right? They're amazing. You want some? Amanda grabbed a knife and a plate and served up a slice to her apprentice. I'll take that as a yes. Liz laughed and accepted the dessert. I don't deserve friends like you, Amanda said to them after a few more mouthfuls. You stood by me after the way I treated you. I will never forget that.
Amanda, I'm not going to sugarcoat my words, Liz began. You were a dick this last week or so, and I was finding you difficult to be around, but I always knew we'd get the old Amanda back one day. I could see the way the prophecy and the rumors were affecting you. I could see the change in you. It wouldn't have been much longer before we had to sit you down and hammer things out.
Thank you. These past few days have been crazy. I just can't believe that Yasmin had me so convinced she was an innocent victim. She really did a number on me.
So, she saved your life to get hint where Scroll might be?
Gentle Water asked in his soft Chinese accent. Seems that way, yeah, I think so.
Are you sure? It seems like flimsy reason to me. It's not as if you know exactly where Scroll was. You only know where you last saw it. Even if she found it, I think there's more to her thinking than just that,
Gentle Water said. You think there's another reason for her saving my life? Amanda asked.
I do,
he answered.
Yeah, I think I agree,
Liz said. Oh, Amanda didn't quite know what to think. Certainly, there was more going on with Yasmin, that was for sure. But she felt at a loss as to what it might be. She clearly wanted to know the location of the Lazarus Scroll, and although she didn't know where it was exactly, she did know that she'd last had it in her possession on the island. Yasmin had purposely asked her where it was when her guard was down. It was clearly a calculated move. She also felt certain that Yasmin had made sure that the Legion knew where they were going to be to get those shots of them together. Why Yasmin did that was a little less clear. Maybe it had to do with the prophecy. Maybe it was to sow some doubt in the minds of the other Magi, to make them think less of her. Whatever the reason, it hadn't worked. The plan had failed, and only a few of the Legion, a coven that already came across as a little radical to many, knew of her liaison with Yasmin. Whatever Yasmin's reasons had been, Amanda knew she couldn't trust her as much as she thought she could. She wouldn't try to meet her again, or any of that nonsense. She had learnt her lesson as far as that was concerned. She sat back in her chair and sipped her drink as she thought, only to be interrupted by her phone vibrating in her pocket. She reached into her jeans and pulled it out and looked at the screen. "Unknown number," she said aloud, reading the caller ID. She rarely got calls, which could mean only one thing. She hit accept and put the phone to her ear.
"It's Angel,"
said the voice on the other end. The Arcady, a Theer craft in geosynchronous medium Earth orbit. The woman walked around the main deck. Sipping her drink, she looked over the faces of everyone gathered. It had been a difficult few years, with all the deception and hiding, but that was all about to come to an end, and she had these people to thank for it. Trevelyan, Count Saint Germain, and Stephen Bathory of the Council, with Israel Roth of the Legacy Coven, were all here. She could also see her dear Maya with Gentle Water, Raven, Royston, and her beloved Maria. They all chatted amongst themselves, smiling and enjoying the hospitality.
"Are you okay?"
Maya asked, walking up with Raven and Gentle Water by her side. "I'm fine. It's just the start of a new chapter, and I have all of you to thank for it. It's been a long road, and yet it seems like only yesterday that I was standing on that rooftop watching Horlak's attack in New York. You know, I couldn't have done it without you."
"That's what we're here for,"
Maya said. "We've had some close calls," Raven said. She thought back to her spontaneous night of passion with Raven in the New York brownstone when Amanda came to the door and smiled.
"We certainly have, and I'm sorry to have asked you to be so deceptive. We all understood the stakes and what was at risk,"
Gentle Water said. "So, if you're all here, where is
Amanda? She's going to find Matt. Surely you remember,"
Maya said. "Ah, yes, I do." "So, when is the final stage put into play?" Raven asked. "Trevelyan will get the news to her tomorrow," she said.
"So, Alice, I kind of like the white hair on you,"
Maria said, joining them with Royston by her side. She put her hand up onto her bright white hair and wrinkled her nose. "Really, it's just a means to an end."
"I know, but as much as I like it, I still think your original color suits you better,"
Maria said. She concentrated, and with a quick rush of magical energy, her hair returned to its distinctive natural shade. Her friends gave a little cheer and raised their glasses to the future. Chapter 31. The Cost of Freedom, London. Amanda stood looking upon the terrace house that belonged to the man she knew only as Edge. Last time, she'd been summoned by Edge himself. This time she had been invited here by Angel. Amanda wasn't going to walk into a trap again, though, and insisted on a few stipulations that Angel seemed happy with. Namely, that only Angel come to the meeting and that everyone got to leave the meeting alive and unharmed. She wondered if Angel had agreed to those terms a little too easily, but she had no way of knowing until she attended the meeting and found out. As she knew all too well, there was always an element of risk when it came to meeting with nomads. But she wanted to help Edge, and there didn't seem to be any other option, for the time being. So, she'd taken it, if only to get it over and done with. Looking at the house with her magical sight, she noted that the remains of the aegis that had been here before had faded entirely. She could sense the life forces of 2 people within the house, one of them clearly a magus, going by the concentration of essentia there. That would probably be Angel. Amanda had her own defenses in place, ready for any trouble that might arise, and with a sigh, walked into the house through the newly fixed front door. The residence hadn't changed since she'd been here last, including the small bloodstain on the carpet from where Amanda had magically body-slammed one of Angel's coven mates into the floor. She could sense the magic and the life forms on the floor below and made her way along the corridor and down the stairs before emerging into the basement. Sitting on a single chair in the middle of the room, Edge looked up at Amanda and smiled.
"Sophia,"
he said. Angel looked down at him with raised eyebrows.
It's Amanda, idiot.
He may call me Sophia if he wishes, Amanda said.
Whatever. Did you bring it?
Angel asked, dismissing her comment. It's close to hand, she said, referring to the magical device that Amanda had previously taken from this very basement.
Then, let's not mess about.
Angel indicated she should come forward. I'll just retrieve it, Amanda informed them, and with a minor working of magic, ported the device into her hand. Angel looked to be on guard for a moment as Amanda worked her magic, but relaxed as it faded. Amanda walked up to Edge and handed him the strange device. Here you go, Edge. You do what you need to do, and then we're getting out of here. Matt. Call me Matt. Of course, Amanda replied softly.
Oh, do get on with it and spare me the shit,
Angel spat. Amanda rose up to her full height again and let Matt work on the device. Don't be even more of a bitch than you already are. Angel cocked her head slightly to one side. Cute, she muttered. If you could give me some space, please, Matt asked as he placed the device on his head. Amanda backed off, while Angel did the same, and they both watched him close his eyes as the lights on the device started to glow and flicker. It lasted for just a few seconds, and although outwardly there was no great show of pyrotechnics, with her etheric sight, she could see the powerful magical forces at work as the device did its thing. Matt took a few breaths and slowly lifted the headset off of his head, resting it in his lap.
So, who is it?
Angel asked. Give him a moment, Amanda cut in. Let him sort his head out.
Geez, I'm dealing with amateurs.
Angel crossed her arms. Amanda stepped forward, shadowed by Angel. Are you okay? Amanda asked as she looked at him with her sight. She could see his mental processes going crazy around his brain, but after a few moments, they started to settle down. I'm fine. It's just a little disorientating. I'll be all right, Matt informed them. He took a few moments more to gather his thoughts as Angel tapped her foot impatiently on the floor.
Come on, get a grip. I haven't got all day.
Will you just... Amanda, it's fine, honestly. Leave it. Angel, I told you there's a traitor in your coven.
Yes, I know that part.
Amanda found it a little odd that Angel had taken Matt at his word, but guessed that she must have had some kind of suspicions about someone not being who they said they were, for her to take what could otherwise be a very simple and obvious stalling technique so seriously.
The traitor is Azrael, and according to my sources, she works for Yasmin.
Of course, that makes sense, Angel said to herself. She thought for a moment before looking at Amanda. All yours, bitch face, she said and poured it out with a snap of air. Such a pleasant and nice young lady, Amanda quipped. She turned to Matt and smiled. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
He nodded. Looking around the basement, she certainly felt a little sorry for Matt. His place had been trashed, including his impressive-looking computer system. She looked back at him and caught him staring at her. He looked away, probably a little embarrassed at being noticed. Hi, she said. He smiled at her. Your place has seen better days.
Yeah, it's been ransacked.
You want to come stay at mine, at least for a bit? Matt's eyes lit up, and he smiled up at her.
Yeah, sounds great. Where do you live?
New York.
America.
Is that a problem? Matt looked about him at the ruined room and seemed to think it over before looking back.
Actually, no, it isn't. It's kinda cool, actually. Can you give me half an hour to gather a few things?
He asked. Sure, I'll be in your front room. Amanda ported upstairs and found a place to sit and wait. She listened to him move about the house, popping in and out of rooms and gathering up his things. She let him know he could come back at any time to get whatever he wanted, and before too long he was ready, standing with 2 holdalls in his hands. Amanda stood up and approached him. You ready?
Let's do it.
This will feel a little strange, she explained, and before he could answer, they were suddenly standing in her front room. Matt staggered backwards and shook his head, dropping his bags.
Jeez, will I ever get used to that?
You will, she said. You want to take a moment? Here, sit down. Matt let her guide him to the nearest chair, where he dropped into it and sat back. After a moment, he looked over at her.
So, we're in New York now?
He asked. That's right. She indicated the nearest window that revealed the skyscrapers outside. He didn't move from the chair. Amanda guessed he still felt a little strange from the porting, but he looked out of the window from where he sat. So, you called me Sophia before?
Sorry, yeah. I thought you were someone else,
Matt explained.
You look just like her, though.
I look like this Sophia.
It was nearly 20 years ago now. I was just out of uni and doing some traveling. While I was on the island of Tarot, I met a girl. She called herself Sophia, and, geez, it sounds so strange.
No, go on. I want to know, Amanda pressed.
She was pregnant, heavily pregnant, and she took me to a hotel where I helped her give birth. Well, helped is maybe too strong of a word. She did the hard work.
She gave birth
to a baby girl.
About 20 years ago, she asked.
That's right. She'd be about your age.
Amanda smiled at him. Matt's mouth opened in shock.
It's you, isn't it? You were that baby, and Sophia was...
My mother. I think so, from the little I know, Amanda said.
Oh my God, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty freaky. So go on, what happened after?
We left the hotel. She said her goodbyes and thanked me before walking off, but I couldn't just leave her. I had to help her. So I went after her and found her in the middle of a wasteland where she floated up into the sky with the baby. I mean you. And that's when the earthquake hit. In fact, I think she caused it.
I've read about that. There are stories of a red-haired woman saving people's lives, appearing all over the island simultaneously and making sure no one died.
She saved me. I got caught in the fissure, and she flew me out of there. I passed out, and the next thing I knew, I'm in the middle of emergency services and ambulances and the chaos of a disaster scene." "And you never saw her again?" Amanda asked. "No, I mean, I thought you were her, but obviously you're not. So, do you not know your mother?" "I'm an orphan. I was left on the steps of a convent in Ireland and was raised by the sisters there. I never knew my parents. I found out a little more recently, but I still have more questions than answers." "I'm sorry. That must be tough," Matt said softly. "It's okay. You don't miss what you never had. Anyway, look, I'd like to talk to you about this again sometime, but let's get you a room, and I can introduce you to the others," Amanda said brightly. "Others? My coven. Don't worry, they're all friendly." The Arcady, etheric craft, in geosynchronous medium Earth orbit. "Thank you, Trevelyan, for delivering this. You've been amazing, so you have." Trevelyan smiled back at the woman before him. "Always a pleasure." With a brief working of magic, he appeared in the alleyway behind Amanda's brownstone and looked up to the sky. He couldn't see her ship, hidden away up there, but he smiled all the same before moving round to the front door. Chapter 32. Infinities Edge, New York. "Come in, Trevelyan, come in. It's lovely to see you again. What's the crack? Is it a social call?" Amanda asked. "I'm afraid not. I'm here on council business, but hopefully you'll be interested in this," he explained. "Well, do come in," she said, feeling curious as to what the latest calamity might be. She led him through to the front room where they sat down. "I just want to say thank you again for everything you did yesterday. I really was in a bit of trouble, which I had no idea how to get out of." "Seriously, it was my pleasure. I only wish we'd found out earlier, and maybe the whole thing could have been prevented." "Hindsight is always 20/20, Amanda replied. "But thank you. I won't ever forget what you did." "Don't worry. I'll be sure to keep reminding you." She laughed. "So, council business. What is it this time?" "Ever since the incident on the Atoll, we have been monitoring that island, checking in on it from time to time to make sure it's left alone, only to discover that there's been some activity there recently. We looked into it, and we think, from the sources we spoke with and from our own observations, that there seems to be a team of inquisitors there. And I think they've entered the time device." "The time device? That's not good." Amanda wondered what the hell the Inquisition was up to. "The existence of that machine will always be a threat. I think we will need to do something to deal with it once this latest crisis has been averted." "You want me to go there?" Amanda asked. "After what happened last time with the confrontation there and the energy blast," he said, pointing to her tattoo, "I think you're the best person for the job." "Thank you for the vote of confidence." "Anytime." The fact that the council had come to her literally the day after the events with the Legion, and after finding out that she had indulged in relations with a known nomad, spoke volumes about how much Trevelyan, and by extension the council, still thought of her. She felt an upwelling of pride within her chest and a growing determination to do a good job and to show them what kind of person she really was. After how she treated her friends recently, Amanda had been trying to forget this whole chosen one thing and get back to her usual self. "Can I take anyone with me?" she asked. "That's totally up to you, but this is of utmost urgency. Waste no time." "No problem." "Amanda-san, here you are. Oh, Sensei Trevelyan, it's great to see you again. Is everything okay?"
Yo asked as he walked into the front room. Amanda had been in the kitchen with Howie and Yo when the doorbell had sounded. "Good morning, Yo. Yes, everything is fine, thank you. Amanda and I were just discussing something. In fact, you might be the perfect person to help us on this," he said and turned to Amanda. "What do you think?" "Certainly," she agreed. "The Council has detected a team of Inquisitors on the Atoll, and they suspect they've gained entry to the time device." "As in right now?" Yo asked. "That is correct," Trevelyan answered. "Then we'd best get there and see what we can do. What about Liz and Gentlewater?" Yo asked. "I'm not sure where they are. We'll leave word with Howie for when they get back," Amanda said and turned to Trevelyan. "Thank you, Counselor." "Good luck. I'll see myself out. We'll talk soon," Trevelyan said and smiled. "Sure," Amanda answered, but noticed a slightly sad expression on Trevelyan's face as he poured it away. Something about that expression didn't feel right. It felt almost as if he were saying a final goodbye to her. She pondered it for a brief moment, but quickly put it to the back of her mind and walked back into the kitchen. "Hi," she said on seeing Howie. "Something's come up, Magi stuff, and we need to go and sort it. We shouldn't be long, but if Gentlewater and Liz come back, just tell them we've gone to the Atoll on council business to deal with some Inquisitors, okay?" "Sure, I can remember that, babe," he said and pulled her in for a lingering kiss, his powerful arms lifting her off her feet. Amanda had spent time with both Maria and Howie last night. Having him stay the night had been a very welcome distraction after what she'd been through. Talking to him was a useful reminder of what she was fighting for. She smiled at him as he let her go. "See you later," she said and turned back to Yo, who had busied himself by taking an interest in the far wall rather than watch Amanda and Howie kiss. "Let's go," she said as she gathered the local Essentia to her and concentrated on the beach of the distant Atoll. With her destination in her mind, she used the gathered energy and projected her desire to be standing on that beach with Yo into the Essentia. The air snapped and she suddenly found herself standing on the beach next to Yo. Going from the relatively dim interior of her home to the bright sunlit tropical beach caused her to squint as her eyes struggled to adjust to the powerful light. She took a moment to herself as she blinked away the tears caused by the blinding light. After a few seconds, she started to get used to it and took in her surroundings. Not too far ahead, a team of men and women, although mainly men, were moving crates of equipment up the beach. They were all dressed in tactical gear with magical weapons strapped to their bodies. She could only just make out the magical signatures ahead of her, though, as they were almost entirely overwhelmed by the distinctive temporal energy put out by the time device. With a knot of worry forming in her gut, she knew that the presence of that energy could mean only one thing: the device was open. As she watched from her crouched position behind a giant rock, the last of the men moved the final crate into the tree line and disappeared from view, leaving Amanda and Yo alone on the white sands. "Come on," Amanda said and started to jog along the tree line up the beach, cursing the heeled boots she was wearing. At least she had a short skirt on this time in the tropical heat, although the sweater kind of negated any benefit that gave her. "What's the plan? How are we dealing with these guys?" Yo asked. "Not sure yet. I'm kind of making this up as I go along," she replied. "Excellent." The way Yo's voice suddenly cut off brought Amanda up short, and she had the sudden feeling that Yo wasn't by her side anymore. She stopped and looked behind her. Yo was less than 10 meters away, but he was frozen in mid-air, with his mouth still open, part way through the last word he'd said to her At the same time as Yo had stopped moving, so had everything around her. The sea had stopped lapping against the beach, and the palm fronds had stopped moving in the breeze. The world had frozen, and everything now sat in silence. The only explanation for this was magic. Time magic, so powerful that it could freeze time and yet allow Amanda to keep moving, separating her from the timeline that had just been paused. But she hadn't detected anything, no magic at all. She spun around, looking about her, trying to see if anyone was close by. Was this an attack of some kind? She peered into the tree line she stood close to, but saw nothing. Turning back to Yo, she stepped back in shock to see something hovering in the air beside him. It looked like it had a body of billowing blackness, like a cape made from some kind of energy that fluttered lazily in the wind, distorting the air around it. Amanda couldn't feel any air moving around her, though, or see any folds or anything in the cape. It looked more like a hole in reality. Deep within that hole, she could make out the rough features of a male-looking face, as lit by a harsh light from above. "What the feck?" she explained in surprise.
Amanda, don't be alarmed. I mean you no harm,
the thing said. Her immediate reaction to anything like this was always to boost her aegis and to ready herself for an attack, and this was no different. But she found that her magic didn't seem to work. She did everything as normal, but nothing happened. In fact, she found she couldn't sense or even see any essentia, as her etheric sight also failed her. She looked back up at the creature that hovered before her. "What are you?"
You and your kind know me as Weaver,
it said. The voice was deep and melodious, with an odd pitching effect that gave it a curious, otherworldly quality. "You're a weaver?" she asked, cautiously with a growing fear in her chest. The legends of the weavers were well known, and so were the tales of what they did to magi who abused temporal magic. These guardians of the timeline were not known to be forgiving. She had no way of confirming if this was, indeed, a weaver without her magic, but there wasn't a good alternative explanation for what was happening.
I am,
it replied. "Are you here to punish me?"
I'm not,
it said.
Quite the opposite. I need your help.
My help? What can I do to help you? She asked, feeling even more surprised. What could she possibly do to help a creature as powerful as a weaver?
More than you could ever know. But for now, you only need to prevent a paradox by going back in time to deal with the Inquisition.
Excuse me.
Mary Damask is sending her team of Crusader Knights through the device to 750 AD, and their plans might tip the delicate balance of the scales and create a paradox. Only you can stop this.
Me? I'm sure I'm not the most qualified to do this. Why me? Amanda asked.
Because you've already done it.
What?
I cannot force you to do anything, but if you do not agree to this, it will create a paradox of catastrophic proportions and could lead to terrible consequences. This act that I do now is merely to close the circle. It all rests on your choice, here and now. Will you help me?
Amanda blinked, shocked by the implication of what the weaver had just said. She didn't quite understand what he meant by already done it, but she also had no reason to doubt the words of a weaver. As she processed his request, she realized it was still waiting on her answer, and she sucked in a deep breath before answering. But of course, what can I do? She was still afraid, but as the weaver spoke, she started to become more and more excited about what she was being asked to do. She had a million questions, especially about time travel, but she got the feeling that now wasn't the time to ask them. It was always one of those concepts that toyed with your mind, with the idea of time paradox being particularly mind-bending. Gentle Water had once explained it to her, and the memory came flooding back. They'd been sitting before the fire in her Irish cottage one night during her early training, before she'd ever even met any other Magi, and he talked about temporal magic. The example he gave her went something like, if you went back in time and killed your mother or father before they conceived you, then you would never exist. But if you didn't exist, then you couldn't go back in time to kill your parents. But if you didn't go back in time to kill your parents, then you would be born, and you could then go back in time and kill them. But if you did that, then you wouldn't exist, and so on, round and round. There were plenty of ideas surrounding time travel, and what you could and couldn't do, and what would cause a paradox. Theories suggested that the fallout from such a paradox could potentially destroy the universe and the timeline, but no one really knew because the weavers prevented such things from happening. Or so it seemed, to the best of the Magi's collective knowledge.
I will send you back to the moment before the Inquisitors appear in 750 AD. You must stop them before they disrupt the fight that Mr. Black is involved in with Horlock nearby. No Inquisitor can get near that confrontation. Do you understand?
I understand, she said, feeling the weight of the responsibility that now rested upon her shoulders as she remembered her father's tale about going back in time to free his family from Horlock's control.
Then I wish you good luck, and I will see you shortly.
Before Amanda could say anything more, a blinding flash of light filled her vision. Excellent, Yo said in just response to Amanda's comment about making this up as she went along, only to see her suddenly disappear halfway through the word. 1 second, she had been running just in front of him, and the next, she disappeared. The effect wasn't dissimilar to porting, but there hadn't been any snap of air and no magic from what he could tell. She was just gone. Yo came to a halt, looking around in case anything else happened. Maybe Amanda would appear close by, or an unseen enemy would show themselves. But there was nothing. What had happened to her? Where did she go?
Chapter 33.
Epilogue. Nowhere. Alicia stood near her mistress, Yasmin, and looked past her to the emaciated body on the raised platform before them. The skin had a sunken and leathery quality to it. The lips had curled back to reveal teeth, while the eyes had completely rotted away. The skeletal figure was apparently Kimi Takahashi, Yo Takahashi's sister, who was also known as Black Lotus. Alicia had never met her before, but she was apparently some kind of assassin, and as part of the deal with Kimi's father, Yasmin had promised to resurrect her. The idea of bringing this corpse back to life seemed incredible, but she had seen Yasmin do other wondrous things, so this would be just another to add to the list. Yasmin held up a piece of parchment and unrolled it, revealing its interior and the strange jumbled script that covered it. She didn't recognize the language, let alone be able to read it, but Yasmin seemed to understand it and adjusted the sheet to focus on one section. As Alicia watched, her mistress started to read out loud. It was a guttural-sounding language, full of harsh sounds and short, sharp words. It didn't sound very nice. As she watched, a green mist started to rise up around Yasmin and swirl about her. Soon, the mist reached out and started to flow over Kimmy, hiding her from view. Alicia could feel the magic at use as the spell grew in power and fought the urge to back away from the effect. Yasmin continued reading until she came to a crescendo, the last few words being almost shouted. As she finished, Kimmy's body suddenly sat up, and as the green mist rolled off her, her flesh lightened and started to fill out. Wounds knitted back together. Her sunken eye sockets filled out, and her lips grew plumper to cover her teeth again. In less than a minute, a fully restored, alive, and awake Kimmy opened her eyes. With a sharp intake of breath, she screamed in rage and jumped to her feet on the platform. Naked, apart from a few scrapes of rotted clothing, she turned to face Yasmin and with a scream, launched herself at the Archmaster Magus. Alicia had anticipated this, though. Tendrils of shadow erupted from the darkness around the room and caught Kimmy mid-jump, wrapping around her. Kimmy raged at the restraints, doing her best to try and claw at them and rip them off her, but to no avail. Yasmin ignored the ranting and screaming, calmly putting away the scroll and composing herself before she looked up at Kimmy.
"Have we quite finished?"
Yasmin asked. Calming down, Kimmy finally fell silent and looked down at Yasmin.
"My revenge. I desire only my revenge," she said.
Kimmy, believe me, you will have your revenge. But you must be patient and wait for the right moment. In the meantime, by order of your father, you must serve me, and serve me well.
The end.
This has been Magi Edge, Book 4 of the Magi Saga series.
Performed by Vicky Ring. Copyright 2018 by Andrew Dobell. Audio copyright 2018 by Andrew Dobell. You can find more books by Andrew Dobell by visiting andrewdobellauthor.com.